Testing 1, 2. Good.
Working? Here we go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone around the world participating in today, the second day of a 4-day Thomaston Place Auction Gallery's Autumn Majestic sale. Today's sale features a very large variety of items, including garden pieces, musical instruments, decorative and unique collectibles, dolls, toys, license plates. We got something for everybody today. Our auctions are being offered today on 3 online platforms. As usual, our own site, Thomaston Live, Live Auctioneers, and Invaluable. You'll hear me announce the winning bidder is on if it's online, or the winning bidder in the seats number when the lot is sold. Our buyer's premium is only 25% for those people bidding online, because the online services cost just 5% for using them, and 20% for all in-house. So if you're sitting in the seat or on the phone or on absentee bidders, you're paying 20% commission only. Invoices will be emailed to the successful bidders by the end of day Tuesday, November 11th. If you bid on Live Auctioneers, Thomaston Live, or Invaluable, the invoices will be sent from them to you, and you must pay through their bidding site. Please look for your invoice and check your spam folders if you have not received your invoice. Now, for some housekeeping regulations required by the state, this auction is under the code UCC Code Title 11, Section 2-328 applies to this auction. Our next specialty sale will be held Friday, December 5th. I finished lotting the sale last night. We have a fabulous holiday jewelry sale. That's about I finished lotting it last night after I got done doing the sale yesterday, and there is 446 items of jewelry, 110 rings alone, and bracelets, and earrings, and necklaces, and everything you would think, watches. There's diamonds and rubies and sapphires and emeralds and so on and so forth, and it's an entire unreserved sale, which means everything's going to be sold for whatever somebody bids. 446 items. Should be a lot of fun. Anyway, so mark your calendars for our sale for December 5th for the wonderful jewelry sale. We are currently building our winter sale 2026. It will be held in February, which will feature art, furniture, and collectibles, and much more. Like always, the sales here are very have great variety, and they are done with great care to take care of all of the things we get from all these lovely families from around the country. For respect for all, please silence your phones before we start today's auction. Before we start today's auction, I would like to say, because we won't be having any more feature sales until 2026, we want to wish all of you happy holidays from our staff, Callie and I, and thank you all for participating and making Thomaston Place one of the great New England auction houses. Also, I want to thank our incredible staff of over 20 people now that make it all happen. I find the stuff, they do all the work, and then I sell the stuff. So there's 20-something people doing all the work in between here and there. Thanks to all the staff, my lovely wife, Callie, who is having a procedure today in Portland, and so she can't be here, but she'll be here the rest of the weekend. Anyway, before we go today, I need this thing turned on.
Come on, people. Get your act together.
Because I'm totally useless when it comes to this electronic stuff.
I got you.
We will start momentarily. My able-bodied assistant, Jennifer, is going to make things happen. A lot of fun stuff here today, though. A lot of fun stuff. The license plate collection came from a very famous car dealer in Massachusetts who was had a Mercedes dealership for years and years, and friends with Jay Leno and all kinds of people. And so that'll be interesting to sell. There's a great and wonderful dog collection from the Plunkett estate. And there's, oh God, there's so many families we're representing. We have Doris Buffett's estate involved today, tomorrow, and Sunday. All kinds of wonderful paintings and clocks and jewelry and silver. And it's such an exciting business to be in.
Sorry, folks. There you go.
HSD sale. Here we go.
There you go.
Beautiful. Thank you, Jennifer. All right, here we go. On 2001 of the second day, so you'll notice the numbers. If 2000 means the second day, 3000 means the third day, and 4000 means the fourth day. That's how we code the sales. So we have this wonderful sculpture by Barry Norling, a famous sculptor from Skowhegan, Maine. It's a all copper, hammered copper and soldered, full body running pig weather vane. And on the Barry Norling sculpture of the running pig weather vane, what's your pleasure on that? 250, 3 1/4 I have, and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 in that wonderful sculpture. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 for the pig. No money for this guy. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Any more? All in, all done. At only $325 and 3 1/2 if you'd like it. Boy, that's very reasonable for his work. We sold one a sculpture last year of a seated pig eating a lobster at a table for over $6,000 by the same artist. And I have only 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. Any more? 3 1/4 once, twice, and 3 1/2 if you'd like it. Gonna go. Any more? Who has a 3 1/4? Carol, 3 1/4, your player. The next item is right here. Next item is a welded sculpture of, we don't know who did the artist. It was standing on the lawn of the Plunkett Estate over in Booth Bay Harbor. 64 inches tall, 42 inches deep, and 20 inches wide. What's your pleasure on that? Then we have a couple $100 to set it in. 200 where? 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200, that's a great sculpture. 2 1/4 on the phone at 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. It's almost life-size, 2 1/2 online now, 275. I have 250 now, 275 on the phone at 300. I have 275 and 300. I have 275 in that life-size deer and 275 and 300. 300, Carol, now 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. 3 1/4, this is from the Plunkett Estate. 3 1/4 on the phone and 3 1/2 now. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 on the phone and selling. At 3 1/4 once, 3 1/4 twice, and for 350. We all in, all done at 3 1/4 with Zeb on the phone. Any more? Zeb, phone 3 1/4.
382. Congratulations.
Next we have from the Plunkett Estate again, this vintage cast stone garden ornament of Cupid with fruit, 29 inches high. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now 125. I have 100 now, 125 at 1 1/4. At 1 1/4, this is a vintage piece. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. Last call at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Then nice statue. At only 1 1/4, 1 1/2. We all in, all done. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. We are 1 1/4. Carol. We'll go to there. Now we have 4 glazed pottery patio jardiniers. These are from the Lang Estate over in the ocean in Rockport, Maine. We're just wrapping up the rest of that family's things. And on that right there, may we have what? May have $500 set in. 500 I have, and now 550, 600. I have 600 on the floor, now 650. 650, 700 on the floor, and 750. I have 750, now 800. At 750 with Jen, now 800. At 750 once, 750 twice, and went for $800 on all 4 of those great glazed jardiniers. Any more? Once, twice, and Jen, you got it, 750. Next we have another lovely garden sculpture right here, and this one here is a biblical figure of Rebecca at the well, and it is 40 inches high by 18 by 12. And what's your pleasure on this one? 275. I have 300 now. I have 300 I have on the phone with Sylvia, and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. These are vintage. I heard Jamie first at 3 1/4 on Jamie, 3 1/2 with Sylvia, and now 375. 375 with Jamie, and 400 now. I have 370, 400 I have with Sylvia, and 4 1/4. 4 1/4 online with Carol, and now 4 1/2. I have 4 1/2 with Sylvia on the phone, and now 475. 475 online with Carol, now 500. I have 475 now, 500. I have 475 with Carol online, and now 500 on Rebecca at the well at only 475 and 500 anymore. All in, all done at 475. Carol, you got it, 475. These are we're all throughout the estate of the Plunkett Estate in Booth Bay Harbor. This group right here, this 8-piece bronze finish all-metal patio set, comes from the Belkin Estate over in Camden. Another couple of $1 million home, beautiful place right there, and 8 pieces. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 900 I have, and now 950. 950, 1,000, now 1,100, and 12. I have 1,100 with Jen Epstein, now 12. I have 1,100, 12, 11, and 12, 11, and 12. 1,100, 12, and now 13. I have 1,200 Carol, and 13 if you want it. I have 1,200, that nice set, it costs thousands new. I have 1,200, now 1,300. 12 once, 12 twice, and 1,300 on the floor. Thank you, you're saving a lot of money. I have 1,300, now 14 if you need one. I have 1,314 now. At 13's on the floor once, 13's on the floor twice, and for 1,400. Saving some money, 1,300 to 370. 1,300 to 370. Next we have another piece from the Plunkett estate. This is Cupid with turtle spout on his knee, cast stone fountain head. There was a separate plinth. This one has a separate plinth. It's 2 pieces, 40 inches high by 16 by 24. What's your pleasure on this one? 175 and 200 I have, and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 with Carol, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2 online at 2 1/4 only, and 2 1/2 on that nice sculpture at 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore from the Plunkett estate. 2 1/2 on the floor. I don't blame you. 250s on the floor and 275. It's in 2 pieces now. It's 250 now, 275. At 250 once, twice, any more than 250. Nice buy. 250 number 35. 250 to 35. Next we have this rare antique English copper street lamp. It is 48 inches high and 17 inches square. What's your pleasure on this piece right here? Just 100 I have. It just needs some glass put in it, and if you don't have anybody to do it, we have a man that could put the glass in it for you. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter in the early handmade copper street lamp, or pole lamp actually. On 100 now, 100 a quarter. 100 once, 100 twice. Gonna sell way under the money. Gonna do it. Any more? It's 100. Live auctioneers. Nice to hear from you, Emily. Good morning. Good morning, dear. Morning, Carol. Next we have, oh, I love this thing. Can you imagine the sculptor that did this? It's unbelievable. On this beautiful lion head. This would have been an architectural detail. It does have some writing on the back. It's an architectural detail from a 19th century estate, I'm sure. And what's your pleasure on that? 100. On 100 I have, and 150, and 150 I have, and 175 on the floor, and 200 with Jen, 2 1/2. 250 I have on the floor, and 275. 75. 300 is back on the floor, and 3 1/4. And half, yes, and 4. 375. 400, 4 1/4. And 475, 450, yes, on the floor. I have 450 on the floor. 475, and now 500. I have 500 I have, and now 550. 550 with Jen, the floor is out. I have 550 with Jen, now 600. I have 550 once, twice, that wonderful piece of sculpture. All in, 550 and 600 if you want it. Rare piece. Jen, you got it.
114.
114, 550. Never seen one like it. Here's a wonderful French wire planter. And on the French wire planter, these are usually 19th century. And on that right there is 27 inches high by 25 by 30. And what's your pleasure on that? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275. I have 250 with Carol and 275. I have 250 and 275 anymore. At 250 and 275, I'm going to sell it. 250 once, twice. None of these things are reserved. Anyone for 275. It's sold 250 then, Carol. Next we have this 4-piece woven patio set from the Plunkett estate. I can't imagine what this would cost new. There's a rocker, a 3-cushion sofa, and 2 armchairs. What's your pleasure on that? A beautiful set of furniture for the patio or deck. What's your pleasure on that patio set right there? Nice. 250 I have and 275. It's in nice condition. I have 250 and 275, and only 250 and 275. Boy, what a buy for that. You'd have to pay more than that for one of the chairs. I have 250 and 275. They want it all sold. And he went for 275 for that nice patio set. Any more? Once, twice, and it's gone. 250. Online bidder. A great buy on that. Here we go. On the vintage Salterini wrought iron serving bar cart. What's your pleasure in this? May I have what? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4 on the phone, and 2 1/2 with Zeb. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 with Zeb on the phone, now 2 1/2. On that vintage cart, serving cart. I have only 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Beautiful condition. Anyone for 250? All in, all done, 2 1/4? Looks like we are. 2 1/4, Zeb.
405. Yep.
405. Next we have an Art Deco cast stone garden fountainhead. This would have been made to go onto a wall, and the water would come out of it. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Beautiful piece right there. It's huge. It's 36 inches by 24 by 8 inches thick, all hand carved. I have only $100, 100 a quarter. Going to sell. 100 once, 100, 1 1/4, thank you, 1 1/2. Great garden piece. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, I'm going to 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At 125 once, twice, anymore. 125 to 35. 125 to 35. Nice buy on that. Next, we have the four-piece antique Victorian cast iron garden suite. This is a nice period set right here. All four pieces in the grape leaf pattern. What's your pleasure on this one? 250 have and 275 on the floor and 300 now. I choose 300 and 3 1/4 back to the floor. I have 300 online now, 3 1/4 for four pieces of vintage wrought iron outdoor furniture or deck furniture. I have only 300 going to sell. 300 once, 300 twice, and for 325, sold 300.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we have a head of a bearded man in carved black stone. Look at this piece right here. It's probably done, but there was a guy in Boothbay Harbor that did these stone heads like this, and very possibly by him. His name was Rockwell, I believe. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. A great garden piece again, 100, 1 1/4. It's an original sculpture in black stone. I have 100 now, 1 1/4. I have 100 now, 100 1/4. Any more? All in, all done. $100 only. All in, all done. It's $100 then.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we have a 18th century carved stone two-pot lavabo. A lavabo is an outside fountain where you could go and wash your hands or get water for the garden or whatever. And what's your pleasure on this one? It's 33 1/2 inches high by 24 1/2 inches thick. What's your pleasure on this one? 375 and 400. I have 375 in this 18th century carved stone lavabo. I have 375 and 400. I have 375 once, twice, and for 400, and it's going to go. And it's 375, Carol. Another one by the same artist again. I believe this is by Rockwell. And on the head of the woman in pink carved granite. What's your pleasure? 200 I have, and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Absolutely bid at 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Any more? At 2 1/4 seems awfully reasonable for original sculpture, but they're going to sell it. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. It's 2 1/4, Jen.
398.
Next, we have an outdoor French cafe table in gray painted steel. And what's your pleasure on this? May have $100 where? 100 I have, and now 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2 on the floor, 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and now 2, 175, 2, 175, 2, 200 Jamie, and 2 1/4 now. With Jamie on the phone at 200 and 2 1/4. Gonna sell that nice period table at 200 and 2 1/4. Any more? Last call. Jamie, 200.
346 paddle.
Got it. Next, we have a zinc metal outdoor fountain from the 19th century or early 20th century. This belongs to out of the Plunkett estate over in Boothbay. It's 33 inches high by 26 by 26 diameter. What's your pleasure on this one? 350 I have, and 375 and 400. 400 and 4 1/4. No. I have 400 with Carol now, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4. Nice little bird bath or fountain. I have 400 now, 4 1/4 on that vintage piece. I have 400 once, twice, and for 4 1/4. It's $400, Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have this complete Tridunca gigas clamshell. Whew, I wouldn't want to say that more than once.
Tridatna.
What is it, Carol?
Tridatna gigas.
Tridatna
Tridatna gigas.
gigas. She's a shell specialist from now on. Anyway, on this rare piece right here, you'll hardly ever find them with both halves. They're almost always just the lower half, or the top half, whatever your luck is. And what's your pleasure on that? 400 I have, now 4 1/4, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, 4 1/2 and 475. I have 450, 475 and 500. These are very rare to get. I have 475 and now 500. I have 475 and 500, 475 and 5. We have them at our cottage, and we use them as planters. So you got two shell planters. We have 475. That's for the both now, not a piece. I was trying to think of a way to get more. I have 475 and now 500. That's my job. I have 475 and now 500. With Carol at 475 and selling. And even for 500, once, twice, and Carol, 475 it is.
Online bidder.
Next we have, this lovely dog. Lovely dog. This is from an estate over right here. So Nipper is a window display made in painted paper mache, and it's an advertisement icon for gramophone, his master's voice. And on that right there, this is out of a house over near Cundy's Harbor, Maine. And what's your pleasure on the dog? 550 I have, and 600. I have 550 and 600 on Nipper. I have 550 and 600 at 550 and 600. He's so fun. I have 550 and 600 anymore. All in, all done at 550 once, twice, and Nipper's going to the vet. 550. Next, we have the sign. This is from a different estate. This is from the Lang estate over on the ocean in Rockport, Maine. And this is Nipper listening to the phonograph. What's your pleasure on this one?
50.
50, having 60 now. 60, 70, 80, 80, 90. Should be bringing a couple hundred. I have $80 now, 90. At 80 once, 80 twice, and for $90. It's all in, all done, unreserved. At $80 on Nipper. The person that bought the dog should have this. Who's got 80? Carol's got 80. It's not the person with the dog. I have $80 now, 90. 80 once, 80 twice, and went for $90. Carol, $80.
Online bidder.
On the coffee grinder, we have Enterprise number 3 in beautiful paint. And Enterprise number 3, these were made in Philadelphia. You put the coffee beans in here, and in the morning you had fresh coffee. Oh, this still has fresh coffee still in it. And an advertisement for it. It says, a number 2 Enterprise coffee grinder, cast iron original paint, sold at auction for $1,813 in 2016, according to the Mad ad. Anyway, what do you got on this one?
3 1/4.
3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. 3 1/2 and 375. I 350 and 375. I 350 and 375 on the phone with Sylvia. Nice one at 375. Thank you. And 400 on the floor at 375. Need 4. 400 and 4 1/4. 4 1/4. Yes, on the left on the floor and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Nice one. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. 4 1/2 and 475. Don't lose it for a quarter. That's only a 6-pack of Coke. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 with you and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore? 4 1/2, thank you. And 475. 4 1/2 is on the floor. It's serious. It's a nice one. I have 450 and 475. That did it. Once, twice, and you got it. 450, 154. 450 to 154. 154. If you're going to have one, that's a good one to have. It's beautiful condition. And off we go to the next great item. Coca-Cola. So this lady came in on free appraisal day, and her uncle owned a bar here in Maine, and when they were cleaning out the estate, they found all these unused trays. They had tissue in between each one of them. These are the original period Coca-Cola trays. These are from 1939. And what's your pleasure on those? 80, I have it now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. They're worth $200 or $300 a piece. I have 80 now 90. I'm going to sell them 80 once, 80 twice, and for $90 on a pair of original Coca-Cola trays. These are not copies. We guarantee you they're not. We have $80 only, and 90 if you want them. 190, and now 100. Not 100, of course, now 1 1/4. These are the period deal, and they're mint, mint, mint. I have 100 now, 1 1/4. 100 once, twice, going to sell them. All in, all done at $100. Any more? Nobody wants to make money? Sold Carol $100.
Online bidder.
All right, next we go to 2026. 2026, 4 antique advertising tins. These were found in a barn over in Owl's Head. What's your pleasure on those? What's your pleasure on all the advertising tins? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 60's on the floor and 70 now. I have 60's on the floor and 70 if you like it. I have 60 now, 70. I have 60 now, 70 and 60 now, 70. Any more? On the floor at $60 once, twice in for $70. $60 to 155. 155 buys that group. Next we have the rest of them. And all of these came out of that same tin place, same barn, except I like that tiger lunch pail. And it looks like there's a 6-hole candle mold too. What's your pleasure on that group? 50, having 60 now, 60 and 70. I have 70 now, 80. I have 70 now, 80, 70 now, 80. No money for that group. The tiger pail, lunch pail is worth that 80 now, 90. I have 80 with Carol now, 90, 80 now, 90. Going to sell 80 once, 80 twice, even for $90. A nice group of advertising stuff. Any more? Carol, $80.
Online bidder.
Next we have great sign. Thomas McKay and Son, finest golf equipment, advertising sign on a wooden panel, 28 by 20 and a half. What's your pleasure on that great sign? 50, having 60 now, 60 and 70, 70 now 80, and 80 now 90. Where's all our sign people? That's no money. 90 now 100, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter on that great sign. I have only 100, 100 quarter, and 1 1/2. If you're a golf enthusiast, it's a great sign. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At only 125 in that wonderful sign. Anymore? Last call. Once, twice, and Carol, 1 1/4.
Online bidder.
Next we have a large double-sided sign off of a diner, I'm sure. It says Tony's Place. And on that right there, it's 30.5 by 48 inches. And what's your pleasure on Tony's Place? Maybe a few $100 in that one. 200 where? $100 where? And it's $100. Nobody wants that one? Yeah, what?
60.
They want to rent it for the night? I have 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. That's 70, now 80. It's 80, now 90. Of 80, now 90, 80, now 90. 80 once, twice in for $90. All in, all done at $80. Any more? $80? Any more? $90 on the floor, now 100. I have 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100. Any more? At only $90 on it. Great sign. Any more? Yours, sir. $90 at 37. Nice buy. Here we go on the Oilsum Motor Oil sign, a gas station exterior sign for Oilsum Motor Oils lubricants. And on that right there, let's see, it's 20 by 22 inches on that rare sign. It's a porcelain on metal sign, a nice vintage sign. What's your pleasure on that? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/2, 375. I heard Emily first. 3 1/2, now 375. 375 and 400 and 4 1/4. I have 408, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4. I have 400 online now, 4 1/4. 4 1/4 on the phone. 4 1/2 online with Emily on Live Auctioneers, now 475. 475 is on the phone with Jamie, now 500. I have 475, now 500. I have 475 in that rare sign at 475 and now 500. If motors could speak, we wouldn't need to advertise Oilsum, the cream of pure Pennsylvania oil. And I only have 475 with Jamie, and now 500. I have 475 once, twice, in for 500, thank you, on the floor, and now 550 on that rare sign. I have 550, 500, now 550. 550 and 600. I have 550 with Jamie on the phone at 600, this rare sign. I have 550 and 600. At 550 once, twice, in for 600. Going to sell it once, twice, and Jamie, 550.
Title 350.
And next we have another sign for Elgin Outboard Motors, advertising sign on wooden panel. What's your pleasure on this one? A nice original sign right here. You got a phone? Phone's out? Okay. And we have what? 100 I have now quarter. I have $100 now, 100 1/4, $100, 100 1/4. Any more? All in, all done. At 100 1/4 and 1 1/2. That's a great sign. At 1 1/4 is here, 1 1/2. At 1 1/2, at 175. At 175 would you go? I have 150 now, 175. Any more than 150, 175. All in, all done at 150, 175. It's on over here and out of here. Any more? 150, any 150. I have 150, 313. 150 to 313. 150, 313 buys. Next we have 3 main doctor's office signs from an estate in Searsport, Maine. Searsport, Maine. So if you want to hang up a shingle and start a new career, we got the signs for you. So all 3 signs, the one that says office, Walden L. Morse, MD, and his big sign that went on his door in crinkled glass. What's your pleasure in this lot? 50 I have, and 60 now. I have 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60. It should be more than that. That's a nice group of signs. I have 50 and 60, and now 70. 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, and 70, now 80. We haven't even paid for the office sign yet. We're going to sell it. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. 80, now 90. 90, now 100. It's a nice group of signs. I have 90, now 100, right, Carol? 90, I need 100 now. I have 90 with Carol, now 100. 90 once, 90 twice. Going to sell it. 100 if you want it. Any more? $90.
Online bidder.
Next we have the Sandcastle Shop, all hand-carved and gilded, 2-sided exterior sign for the Sandcastle Shop, 24 by 40 inches and 4 inches thick. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one? They have $100 and set it in. Can you imagine what it costs to have that sign made today? A couple thousand easily. Maybe have $100 and set it in. $100 wearing that nice carved sign, and he just did $100. Where's all the sign people today? Anyone for 100? Nobody wants it? Pass away. Next object. Moving on. 2034. 2034 is a vintage American scale, fortune penny scale, circa 1940, for standing scale by the American Scale Manufacturing Company of Washington, D.C. What's your pleasure on this one? And we have what? Couple $100 and set it in. 200 where? It's from a estate in Rockport. Anyone for $200, that nice scale right there. Tells you your fortune. Any more? Pass it away. Next object. Next we have a rare circa 1900 penny drop scale stimulator. So what you did is you drop a penny in here, and it would go like this, and it would tell you what you won. And on that right there, all handmade too. What's your pleasure on this one? 50 I have, and 60 now. 60, 100 I have, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, one a quarter anymore. I have $100, 100 a quarter. $100, 100 a quarter anywhere, anyone 100 a quarter. $100, 78. Next we go to the Astor Bakelite Mickey Mouse radio. And on that radio right there, with the instructions, what's your pleasure on this one here? On that, how much? 150 I have it now, 175. 175 and 200 and 2 and a quarter. It's great condition. 200, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. Would Carol at 200, 2 and a quarter anymore? 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a half and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275 and 250 and 75 anymore. All in all done at 275 and 300. I have 275 and 3. I have 275 on line. 300 online with live auctioneers. Now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. It's a rare one. I have 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half anymore. 3 and a quarter once, 3 and a quarter twice in for 350. It's 3 and a quarter. Emily. Next we have the 4-piece collection of 1939 New York World's Fair memorabilia. And in this we have, let's see, is that plug in? Where's the plug? Let's get it so we can light it up. I want to see this lit. So this is from an estate over in Scarborough, Maine. And this should have been untangled so I could plug this in right away. Here we go, here we go, here we go. I want to see what it looks like. Now. There. It was worth the effort. And there's also the World's Fair pin with the Scotty dogs and this right here. Hold that up. There you go. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on the World's Fair stuff? 475. 475 and now 500. I have 475 and now 5. I have 475 and 500. They're rare World's Fair stuff from 1939. I have 475 and selling. 475 once, twice went for 500. All in at 475. Any more? Emily, 475. There, that shade is loose. You get it? What's going on? It's tight on that switch. There you go. All right, next item is the canes. It says two 19th century canes and a parasol frame. The interesting thing of the parasol frame is shaped like a golf club in reticulated silver. This one is ivory, sterling, and rosewood. This one is gilded silver with a snakewood shaft. What's your pleasure on all this? 50 I have, and 60 now. 60 and 70, 60, 70, 80, now 90, 80 now 90, 80 now 90. At 80 now 90 anymore? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 I had Emily, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 1 a quarter, 1 half, 1 a quarter. Then no money for these at all. 1 half, of course, and 175 on the floor, and 200. And 175 and now 2. And 175 and 2. 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter. This is an amazing cane right here. This has a tapered shaft fitted with bone, ivory, rosewood, sterling silver, and it looks like they might have taken an early cue ball. Oh, it also has an 18th century coin inset in it. This is for a tall guy. Wow. And what do we have? 2 and a half and 275. We paid for this one. The others are free. 300 I have, and now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300 and 3 and a quarter. Look at this one. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. 3 and a half, 375. At 3 and a half now, 375. This is for a lady golfer. 3 and a half now, 375. This is all reticulated silver. I have 3 and a half now, 375. I'm going to sell it. 350 once, twice in for 375. All in, all done, 350 with who? Emily has 350. Anyone for 375? Emily, 350. Next we have 3 walking sticks with mother pearl and gold fill tops from the same family again. Look at these. These all have, looks like ebony shafts on them. They're mother pearl and gilded brass. Here you go. What's your pleasure on these? 250 I have, and 275. Look at these. 275 and 300, 3 and a quarter. I 300 now, 3 and a quarter. If you want to walk around in style, you know, we'll all need one of these eventually. You can share it with friends if you buy 3. Where are we? 300 I have, and now 3 and a quarter. I 300 now, 3 and a quarter. 300, 3 and a quarter anymore. At 300 once, 300 twice, and for 3 and a quarter in time, and now 3 and a half. It's with Emily at 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, and 375. I 350 and 375. Beautiful handles. I 375, 400. I 375 and now 4. At 400 I have with Carol and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter with Emily and 4 and a half. 4 and a half with Carol, and now 475. I 450 with Carol online, now 475. Back to you, M. 475 on live auctioneers, and 500 if you want these 3 great canes. I 475 and now 5. At 500 in time, and 550 now. I 500 with Carol on her platform, now 550. At 500 once. 550 in time and 600 now. I 550 and 600. I 550 with Emily and 600 if you want it. I 550 with 600 with Carol now, and now 650. I 600 now, 650. I 600 Carol on her platform and 6.5 if you want it. 650 and 700. I 650 with Emily, now 700. On live auctioneers is 650 and 700 gonna go. 650 once, 650 twice. Any more? Sold 700. Here you go. 650 sold 650. Live auctioneers, 650. What do you know? We have 3 more canes. Hey, Chris.
Hey.
So this one here has a beautiful carved and gilded handle. This is a very early one. This one here is probably 18th century. It has a early shaft with ivory top, and this is very unusual. This is a lady's riding crop, and it has a silver lady's head in a bamboo shaft to go on the ride with the horse. And what's your pleasure with those? 1 and a quarter. I heard Emily first. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and 175. 175 and 200, 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 Carol now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. We paid for one of them, the rest are free. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter anymore. All in, all done at $200 with Carol. Is that right? 200 with Carol and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half, and 2 and a half and 275. Look at this one here. I have 250 now, 275. That's a beautiful, beautiful walking stick with a snakewood shaft. I have 2 and a quarter. What do we have, Carol? 2 and a half and 275 now. I have 250 now, 275. I have 250 and 275 if you'd like it. At 250 once, 250 twice. Going to sell them anymore. All in, all done at 250. We are 250 gone.
Online bidder.
Thanks, Chris. Next we have the Gottlieb Crosstown Pinball Machine, and we've been playing with that all week. And boy, if you want a great pinball machine that's a lot of fun, this is the one. What's your pleasure on this one? 500 I have, 550 I have, and 600, 600, 650, 700. I have 650s on the floor and 700. I have 650 and 700, 650 and 700. You've mastered that one already. I have 650 and 700 anymore. At 650, 700 over there, 750 here, and 800. I have 800, 850, 900. I have 850 on the floor, now 900. 850 once, twice in for 900. All in, all done, 850. Yours, 850, number 49, 850 to 49. We're going to come over your place now.
I got a pachinko machine too.
Yeah, oh, God. Couple slot machines, you got a gallery. A game house. And on the Tiffany Studios pine needle magnifying glass with a green slag glass underneath the pine needle design, and it works lovely. And what's your pleasure on this?
600.
How much? 600 I have, now 6 and a quarter. I have 600 now, 6 and a quarter, or do we need to go 650? 650 rather. I have 600 now, 650. I have 600 now, 650 anymore. 650's on the phone, 700 and 750. I have 700 and 750. It's a rare piece for that set. 750, 800. I have 750 on phone, and now 800. I have 750 now, 750 once, twice, and for 800, once, twice, and gone. 750, Jen. From the Plunkett estate, there were so many great rare things in this house. I think we took out over 400 units out of this house. But in one cabinet, there was all these rare little things that are going to come out. This is actually a padlock in the shape of the Hunchback of Notre Dame with the key. It's in lacquered It's in lacquered iron, cast iron, in beautiful condition. Extremely rare padlock. What's your pleasure on that? 475 and now 500. I have 475, 500, of course, and 550. Rare, rare, rare. I have 500 now, 550. I have 500 now, 550, and 500, 550 on the rare padlock of the Hunchback. I have 500 now, 550. I have 500 now, 550. I love it. They said a clown biting his knuckles. No, that was the Hunchback of Notre Dame, guys. I have $500 only. 500 once, twice, never find another one. Anyone for 550? Emily, 500. And from the Plunkett Estate next, this was right next to this one. Look at this rare string holder, Black Forest carving of that pot-bellied man, all carved in soft wood, and the string comes out of his mouth. What's your pleasure on that? 50 heaven, 60, 60 and 60 and 70, 70, 70, now 80, 80, now 90, 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. There's rare piece. At 90, now 100, 90, now 100. At only $90 and selling. At 90 once, 90 twice. From the Plunkett Estate, much rarer than that. I have only $90 anymore. Once, twice, and it's $90. Next we have from the same cabinet. Now this is a classy business. This is it says frog, but it's actually a toad, form business stamp in bronze, embosser from a Machias, Maine company. It's a toad with a hat, and when you press down on it, it embosses the name of the company that owned this little stamp. What's your pleasure on that rare thing? How much? 50, I have 60, of course, and 70. I have 60 and 70, 60, 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 80, now 90. A rare, rare thing. I have 90, now 100, and 90, now 100, and 90, now 100, I have now quarter, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and 1 and a half, and 175. I have 150 only, and 175. At 150 only, and 175, and that rare stamp in the front, 175 in the back, and 200. At 175, and now 2. 200, I have, and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter on the floor, and 2 and a half. I 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, and 75. 75 on the floor, and 300. I 275. It's a rare, rare object. 275 now 3. At 275 once, twice, it's on the floor. 275 and selling. All in, all done. 300 in time and 3 and a quarter. I 300 with Emily, now 3 and a quarter. I 300 now 3 and a quarter. 300, 3 and a quarter. Any more? Last call. 300 once, twice, and Emily 300. From the same cabinet, a little miniature bronze bird inkwell. On that little bronze bird inkwell with glass eyes. What's your pleasure in that sweet little miniature? 70, I have now 80. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. Again from the Plunkett Estate in Booth Bay Harbor. I have 70 now 80, 80 now 90, 80 now 90, 80 now 90, go. I have only $80. It's going to go. At 80 once, 90, now 100. I have 90 now 100. It's a rare form in bronze. I have $90 now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100 anymore. All in, all done at $90, 100 if you like it. Any more? Once, twice, and it's $90, Carol. Here we go. From the Plunkett Estate again. Now, not everybody's going to have one of these. In the 19th century saloons, they had spittoons. Some of them were very plain, just like a bucket, but some of them are very stylish, like a turtle. Isn't that cool? A mechanical turtle spittoon. Oh, wait, it's got a name inside of it. It says S.R. Michaels. I wonder if that, it has the name of the foundry here and everything. Anyway, on the turtle spittoon, what's your pleasure?
50.
50, I have 60 and 70, 70, all over the place, 80, 80, 100, I have 100, now 110, 120, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. I 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, at 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and that rare 19th century mechanical spittoon from the Royal Products Company of Chicago. I 1 and a quarter here, now 1 and a half. I 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a half, and 175 here, and 200. I 175, 2. I have 175 over here, and 200. I have 175 and 2. I 175 is on the floor, and 200. I have 175 once, twice. You won't find another one. Anyone for 200?
200.
200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. It's a great piece of sculpture. You don't have to tell anybody it's a spittoon. The other thing I thought of would be cool if you have a cat bowl. When you don't want to see the cat food, you just push it down. The turtle's head moves, by the way. We have, what do we have? 200. Need 2 and a quarter. I have 2, or dog. 200 now, 2 and a quarter. 200 once, twice, any more? 2 and a quarter, thanks, and 2 and a half. I 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, any more? Last call at 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. It's on the floor. Sold, 2 and a quarter. Number 370. 2 and a quarter, 370. He had such cool stuff. I mean, everything we went in this place. Look at this. Remember the Wizard of Oz? Look at this. The flying monkey with Toto. So this is an interesting piece because it's custom made for this toy company, and it says on the bottom, Peaceable Kingdom Folk Art Toys, Marshalltown, Iowa. This was made by Chris, 9/14/88 or 98. Anyway, if you want a flying monkey with a music box and Wizard of Oz, what's your pleasure on that? 200 I have, and 2 1/4. Hey, Carly, I have 200. Hey, guy, I have 200 now, 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. A 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and that rare mechanical music box toy. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/4 with Carol, 2 1/2 if you'd like it. At 2 1/4 once, twice, and for 2 1/4, 2 1/2 from the Plunkett estate. Any more? Carol, 2 1/4.
Online bidder.
Next, we have this wonderful leather ottoman right here. These are done by Omarasa for Abercrombie and Fitch, the famous travel company and outdoor equipment store in the early 19th to 20th century. What's your pleasure on this rare form of a horse? 600 I have, and now 650. 650, 700. It's beautiful condition. I have 650, 700, of course, and 750. I have $700 only, and 750, 800. I have 750 and need 800. I have 750 and 800 if you'd like it. Dimitri Omersa, 800 is a maker. 800 I have, and now 850, 900. I have 800, 900, nice little pony. 900, now 950. I have 900, now 950, and 1,000 on the pony. I have 950, now 1,000. I have 950 in that little 1,000 I have with Carol, now 1,100. We haven't had a pony in a long time. 1,100, now 12. 1,100, now 12, 11 and 12, 11 and 12. 1,100 once, 1,200 with Carol, and 1,300. I have 1,200, now 1,300. I have 1,200 and 13 and 12 and 13. I have 1,200 and 1,300 anymore. At 1,200 once, 1,200 twice, and for 1,300 on a little leather pony for Abercrombie and Fitch. 12 once, 12 twice. Any more? Who has the 12? Carol, you get it, 1,200.
Online bidder.
All right, moving along here, we are 2050. 2050 is a nice little carousel horse, a small child-sized carousel horse, 51 inches by 36. And what's your pleasure from the Sally Jesse Raphael home in upstate New York? All fitted with accoutrements. It's got the stirrups and everything. What's your pleasure on that one? And we have what? $300 set it in. That all hand carved at $300. Where's that little pony anyway? I wonder. In the back. 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and now 175. Beautiful piece of sculpture. I 150, 175, and 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. That's a lovely original sculpture. At 200, now 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. All original too. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 from Sally Jesse Raphael, the famous TV host. This was in her home. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At only 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Going to sell it. At 2 1/4 once. At 2 1/4 twice. Even for 250. Yeah, 2 1/4 all with Carol now, and 250 if you want it on the carved horse. Any more? Carol, 2 1/4. Next we have a Circassian Cossack saddle on a custom stand. This is from the a sea captain's home in Searsport, Maine. And what's neat about this is it's all mounted in silver. It has silver mounts on it. On the back here, it's all mounted in silver. The stirrup and all the gear is all mounted in silver. A nice early 19th century saddle, and the saddle pad and the stand go with it just the way we found it in the house in Searsport. What's your pleasure on that? 700 I have, and now 750. I have 700, now 750 on this rare saddle with the stand and the early saddle pad. 700, now 750. 750, 800. I have 800, 850. I have 800, now 850. At 800, now 850. At 800 and 850 anymore. At 800 once, 800 twice. Going to sell it. This rare saddle on the stand at only $800. Any more? Sold 800. Online bidder 800. Next we have this rare double flag stargazer carousel horse. And on that one right there, it has American 13 star flags, a gold eagle, and all kinds of other decorations on a custom stand. And what's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on the horse? There we have what? 5,000, set it in. 5,000, set it in. Don't you have a phone on that? Then 5,000, set it in. And you did 5,000, 4,000, 3,000, 3,000. Wow, that's a rare, rare horse. Pass it away then. Nobody wants that today. We'll sell it again later. Next we have, oh, here's another fun thing. Everyone needs one of these. So it's a little box, and when you move the lid, his eyes and his teeth move. Isn't that fun? Signed by the artists, David and Susan Kirk. Kings Ferry, New York, 1986. Here you go. What's the bottom? And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60 and now 70. 70, of course, now 80. It's much better than that. 80, now 90. 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. Make his mouth move. 100, I have now quarter. I want a quarter, 1.5. I want a quarter, 1.5. I want a quarter, 1.5. I want a quarter, 1.5 anymore. And only 1.25. And the fabulous toy, 175 and 200. At 175 all the way to Carol, now 2. At 175 it's mint condition. At 175 and now 2. At 200 I have in 2.25, 2.25 and 2.5. I have 2.25, 2.5, and 2.25, 2.5. At 2.25 once, 2.25 twice. And for 2.5, anyone? Last call. All in, all done. Carol, 2.25. Next we go, oh, these are fun. These came in on free appraisal day. 6 Black Forest carved doctors. If any of you have friends that are doctors, or you want to get in good with your doctor, these would be good. So this one has this little screaming kid, and on the bottom it's translated from German to English. It says, constipated rhubarb. This one says, operation successful, the patient died. And so on and so forth. Those of you who can read, understand German, some of them didn't have a translation. This one says, awake, my child, don't embarrass me. And he's slapping the kid on the rear end. What else? Anyway, on those, they're all hand carved and painted. What's your pleasure on those?
60.
How much? 60, and now 70. 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 80, now 90, now 100, and 90, now 100, now quarter. I have 100, now quarter. I have 100, now quarter. They're all hand carved. They're wonderful little sculptures. I have 100, now 1.25, and 1.5, and mint condition. 1.25, 1.5, and 1.25, 1.5, and 1.5, and 175. And 175 and 200, and 175 and 2. There's 8 of them. I have 175 and just 6 of them, rather. And I have, how much? 2.25 and 2.5. I have 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25, 2.5, and all the doctors at 2.25, 2.5. If doctors only came that cheap, I have 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25 once, twice, and for 2.5, all in, all that, 2.25. Going to sell them. Any more? Emily, 2.25. Live auctioneers buys those. Next, we have a rare 19th century Hawaiian folk art coconut carved head. And what's your pleasure in this? 60, and now 70. 70 now, early piece. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. A wonderful, whimsical carving. I have 70 now 80 at 70 now 80. Any more? All in, all done. It's only $70 on that rare early 19th century Hawaiian folk art carved coconut. I have only $70. Once, twice, gonna sell. It's $70 then. Here we go. On the Black Forest dog head bracket. This is from Doris Buffett's estate. On this right here, look at this beautiful hound dog with glass eyes. It's all carved and painted in a Black Forest style in the 19th century. So if you didn't want to have the bracket, the dog comes off separately, so you could just have the sculpture of the dog head. A wonderful piece from Doris's estate. What's your pleasure in this one? 275 and 300 I have, and 3.25. 3.25 and 3.5. I have 3.25 now, 3.5 with Sylvia, now 375 and 400 now. I have 375, 400 with Sylvia, now 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25, 400, 4.25. With Sylvia at 400 now, 4.25. 4.25 with Zeb, and now 4.5 with Emily on Live Auctioneers. Now 475, now 475. I have 450 now, 475 in that rare sculpture. I have 450 now, 475. At 450 and 475 anymore. With Emily at 450 once, 450 twice, and for 475. Any more? Emily, 450. Next we have from the Plunkett estate, a wonderful painted metal sculpture of a jockey. And we don't know what he was for, but his hat opens up so you can get inside of his head. And what's your pleasure in this? 50 I have in 60 now from the Plunkett estate. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 60 and now 70 on the jockey. I have 60 now 70 and 60 now 70 on the 70 now 80 on the mechanical jockey. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 anymore 80 now 90. It looks like a caricature of a famous British jockey. 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. 125 once, twice, and for 150, 1 1/4. All right, here we go. Again from the Plunkett estate, a rare bellows form, carved a 19th century ivory match safe. Never seen anything like it in the form of a bellows. But what I don't understand is that on one side it says greasy luck. Anybody know what that means? Anyway, when you open it up to put the matches in, there's the striker. There's a granulated striker inside to strike the matches on. Anyway, on this rare piece right here, what's your pleasure? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 75. Yes, and 300. 300 and 3 1/4, 3 1/4, and 3 1/2. 3 1/2, 75. No. I have 350 with Carol. Online at 350 in that rare bellows match safe. At 350 and 375. At 350 once, twice, and 375. Carol, 350.
Online bidders.
From the era of whaling, got it.
What's that?
It's from the era of whaling, and it means successful voyage.
Oh, is that what it means? Oh, thank you. The era of whaling, so maybe it's whalebone. All right, next we have a 1930s Matthews cabin cruiser boat prow with flag stanchion with the old American flag on it. What's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have in 275 in this rare piece. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275. It's all chrome over bronze. I have 250 and 275. There's a light right here. I have only 250 and 275. A great looking thing at 250 and 275. At only 250 and selling. At 250 once, twice, and for 275. It's 250. Next we have a rare Corona folding portable typewriter Model 3. And what's your pleasure in this piece right here on the folding typewriter? 50 I have in 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 on this rare folding typewriter. I have 50 and 60. You can't get it open? 60 I have in 70. I have 60 now 70 and 60 now 70. Even has the original documents with it. 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. Somehow it opens up. We don't want to fool with it. It's mint condition. 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100 on that rare Corona folding typewriter.
100.
Now 100 I have now quarter. Beautiful condition. 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 100 once, 100 twice in for 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. 1 1/4. You won't find a better one. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 once, twice in for 1 1/2 and 75. I 150 now 175. Mint condition. 150 now 175. And 150 once, 150 twice, and 1 for 175. Any more? All in, all done at 150 only, and selling, and sold 150. Emily, 150 live auctioneers. All right, a lovely pair of period leaded glass lamps that Chris has got. That's the one with the plug with the light. Oh, here we go. Look at the quality of this lamp. Red and green, and it has red jewels with caramel slag and green slag glass. This is a period pair of lamps, and what's your pleasure on these? So rare. Maybe we have $500 and set them in on the pair of great period slag glass, leaded glass slag lamps. Anywhere for 500. 500 a great pair of lamps. Anywhere for 500. Nobody wants those? Pass them away then. Next object. Next we have a rare E.F. Caldwell of New York neoclassical mantel clock. And gilded bronze and green Vermont marble. What's your pleasure though on that? We have what, a couple $1,000 to set it in, 2,000 where, 1,000 set it in to go. And instead of $1,000, it's rare Caldwell clock, and even for $1,000. Anybody awake out there? This is a valuable thing. These usually bring $5,000, $10,000. Pass it away. Next object. We'll sell it another day. Next item we have is a Edison Gem model phonograph with a horn, like we heard Nipper listening to. And on the phonograph, what's your pleasure on that? Maybe a couple $100 to set it in. 200, we have it at 200 and go with the horn on the Gem. It's a rare size. And on that right there, what's a couple $100 and go?
I have 90.
90, I have it now 100. I have 90 now 100, it should be bringing 3. And 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now, 1 1/4 and 1 1/2 in great condition. 1 1/2 and now 175. 175 and 200. At 175, 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, I'm going to sell it at only $225. That rare Gem, 2 1/2 and 275. Nice condition. At 2 1/2 and 275. At 250 once, 250 twice, went for 275. All in all done at 250, 275. We are 250.
Live auctioneer.
Kylie, the seat's down here if you want. Number 5, model banjo clock by C.H. Russell of Lynn, Mass. What's your pleasure on that rare clock right here? It looks like a number 2 Howard, and even the same colored glass as a Howard in rosewood. What's your pleasure on this? Beautiful original clock. Maybe $500 to set it in. 500. Where's it? 500, 400, 400, 300. Next item. Next we have a leaded glass shade hanging light fixture. Look at this beauty right here. This is from a house over in Cundy's Harbor. All hand leaded. We have all the fixtures to go up into the ceiling, so it lights up, goes right up into the ceiling. And what's your pleasure on this one? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 4 1/4, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. All in all done at 4 1/4, 4 1/2. That lovely piece of leaded glass. Boy, if only we had a light to put in. It's gorgeous. I have 4 1/4 once, twice, in for 4 1/2. 4 1/4 it is. Uh-oh. I need a pen. Thank you, dear. That one needs to be refilled. Next we have, who got that live auctioneers? That lamp? Online bidder with Carol, okay. We're going to 2066. 2066. No, we're not. The Howard. Oh, this one here. Here we go. Sorry. And on the clock right here, the rare early wall clock by Howard, jeweler's regulator or train station regulator. Beautiful condition, all running from an estate here in Maine. And on what's your pleasure in that lovely clock right there? And we have what? 2,500 and set it in at $2,500 and go. Instead 2,500. Instead 2,500. That beautiful clock, a rare Howard, large regulator. And instead 2,500. No clock, people. Next item. Next we have the Edison Home model phonograph. On the Edison Home phonograph, again, beautiful condition and running. And what's your pleasure on this one here? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2 and 75. At 150 now 175. At 150 now 175. At 150 and 75. At 150 and 75 anymore. All in all done at 150, 175 and 200. At 175 and 200. No money for that model. That's a nice one. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2. 175 and 2 anymore. All in all done at 175 and 200 anymore. Shh, 175. Emily. Yeah, 175 live auctioneers. Oh, look at these, a pair of bronze seated Panthers. They're 35 inches high by 22 inches deep when they're to the tail. And on that right there from a house in Rockport, Maine, which a nice pair. These would be great on either side of an entranceway. They're in bronze, life-size Panthers in bronze. And what's your pleasure on those? 550, I have in 600, 600, 650. I have 600 now, 650, 600, 650. No money for these. Beautiful patina, 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700 from the estate in Rockport. I have 650 and 700, of course, and 750. I have 700 and 750, and those rare seated 750 and Panthers. The 750, 800. I have 750 now, 800, 850. I have 800 now, 8.5 at 800, 8.5. 850, 900. I have 850 at Carol, now 900. I have 850, 900, now 950. I have 900 now, 950 on the Panthers. I have 900 now, 9.5. I have 900 now, 950, and 1,000, of course. I have a 950 at Carol, now 1,000. I have 950 now, 1,000 I have it, now 1,100 on the Panthers. I have 1,000 now, 1,100 in bronze. I have 1,100 Carol and 12. 1,100 Carol and 12. Don't lose them. I have 1,112, 11 and 12. 1,213 now. 1,200 live auctioneers, now 13 if you want it. I have 1,200 now 13. I have 1,200 now 13 and 12 and 13. I have 1,213. I have now 14. I have 1,300 now 14. We have a leaded floor lamp next, Chris. I have a, what do we have? 13 now 14. I have 14 now 15. I have 1,400 on live auctioneers, now 1,500. I have 1,400 now 1,500. I have 14 once, 14 twice, and 1,500 Carol, and now 1,600. I have 1,500 now 16 on that great pair of seated Panthers. I have 1,516 at 16 in time with Emily on live auctioneers and 1,700. I have 1,600 now 17. I have 1,600 now 1,700 if you want it. I have 1,600 once. 1,600 twice, and if it's 17 in time with Carol and 18 now, I have 1,700 with Carol, now 1,800. I have 1,700 now 18 if you want them. I have 1,700 once, 1,700 twice, 18 in time, and now 1,900. I have 1,800 and 19, 1,800 once, 1,800 twice. We all done it. 1,800, 19 if you want them. It's with live auctioneers at 1,800. Anyone for 1,900? Sold. Emily, 1,800. Next we have a floor lamp with intricate leaded glass shade that Chris has got right here. And we're going to plug it in so you can see it lit. There's some great lamps. This one has not only colored slag glass in rose pattern, but it's all jeweled. It has jewels with it. You got it? Look at this. And on this right here, all these leaded lamps came out of the same house over near Cundy's Harbor, Maine. Beautiful estate on the ocean that sold for about $5 million, I think. Anyway, what's your pleasure in this? 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. Nice floor lamp, a leaded floor lamp. 2 1/4 is on the phone, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275. I have 275 and 300. I have 275 and 3. At 275 and 3, 275 and 300. At 275 and 3. At 275 and 300 anymore. Have you got the screen on it? At 275 and 300. 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 and 3 1/4 on the floor lamp, 300, 3 1/4 anymore. All in all, the 300, 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 online now, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. All in all, down 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/4, Carol. Next we have the rare vintage floor model 78 RPM phonograph, and on the floor model phonograph right here, is this the one? This one?
2070?
Yep. And on this right here, this is also from the house over in near Cundy's Harbor. And what's your pleasure on this one? It has a place for all the records. The sound comes out of here, and it's all working. What's your pleasure on that one? 50 I have and 60 now. 50, a ridiculous bid, but we have to take it. They want it sold. I have 50 now 60. I have 50 now 60, and that nice piece of furniture and music 60. Of course, now 70. I have 60 now 70. 70 where? I have 80 now 80. 80 now 90. It's all unreserved. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. Going to sell it. I have only $80. That nice original phonograph at $80 now, $90 on that floor model phonograph at 80 once, 80 twice, and for $90. All in all, then $80. It's $80 then. Moving on. Next we have a rare bronze statue of a little girl, a girl gaucho, signed by Jim Davidson, the famous American sculptor from the estate of Sally Jesse Raphael. And on that bronze right there is 44 inches high. What's your pleasure on that little girl? We have what? $500 quick and set it in 500 and go. 500 win that nice bronze of the little girl gaucho. And you did 500. Interested in that piece? Passed away. Next object. We don't want to pass stuff. We want to sell it. Here we go on an antique oak wall phone from the estate in Rockport, Maine. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have now, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It's from the Kellogg Switchboard and Supply Company, man. 1 1/2 and now 175. Right here. I 150 now 175. I 150 now 175 and 150 175. Any more on the oak wall? 175 is on the floor and 200. 175 and now 2. 175 on the floor and selling once, twice, and for 200. 200 I have, and 2 1/4 would you go? 2 1/4 is on the floor and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 anymore? All in all done at 2 1/2 on the phone, 275. I have 250. Watch the bids, Chris. At 250, 275. Yep, the crank works. It does. Yep. I 275 and 300. I 275 and 300. 300 on the phone. 3 1/4. I 300 now. 3 1/4. It's a Kellogg. I 3 1/4. 300 now. 3 1/4. I 300 once, twice, in for 3 1/4. All in, all done at 300. Once, twice, and Jamie. 366. 300. And Chris has got another letter there. This is a lovely one right here. This is amber slag, caramel slag glass. We're going to get a better one of these. There we go. And on this right here, this is a beautiful leaded glass floor lamp. It's got jewels around here, a rippled slag glass, beautifully leaded. And what's your pleasure on this one? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 on the floor and 275. I 250s on the floor and 275. 275 here and 300 here. 300 on the floor and 3 1/4. It's a beauty. I 300 now, 3 1/4 there and 3 1/2 on the floor and 375. I 350 and 375. 375 and 400 on the floor and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 on the floor and 475. It's a beauty. I have 450 and 475. 475, 500, sir. I have 475 and 500. I have 475 and 500. Beautiful lamp. Has a special glass in the base and everything. I have 475 with you and 500. At 475 once, twice into 500. You sure? You sure? 475.
326.
326 buys. That's a nice one.
475.
Next we have, oh, look at this piece right here. You want to see a rare, beautiful little thing? So this is an interesting little piece right here we found in a state in Massachusetts. It's all gilded silver repoussé, has a bird-shaped key to wind it, and when you wind it, and you push this little button right here, this little bird covered with probably feathers off a hummingbird has a silver beak, and when he gets done, he goes, this thing opens in the back and he goes down through a bird-shaped door and he goes to sleep. Like that. Anyway, what's your pleasure on these? These are very, very rare. Usually they're Swiss music boxes. They have a little tiny bellows and the cases are usually French. What's your pleasure on this one? 1100 I have, and now 12. I have 12, and now 13. 13, 14 on the floor, now 1500. 15 and 16. I have 15 with Carol, now 1600 on that rare piece. I have 1500, now 1600. 16 with Carol, 1700. I have 1600, now 1700. I have 1600, now 17 if you like it. I have 1600, now 1700. I have 1600, now 17 if you want it. I have $1,600 only, and 17 with Carol, now 1800. I have 17, now 1800. I have 1700, 18, now 19. I have 18, now 19, beautiful condition. I have 1800, now 1800. I have 1800, 19 if you want it. I have 1800 once, 1800 twice, with Carol all the way now. 1900 if you want the little bird in the box. I have 1800 selling, once, twice, any more. Carol, 1800. Next we have this fabulous sculpture, the running panther in welded washers and gilded finish. It's 63 inches high by 42 by 16, and it was under the tent. That wonderful running panther. I think it's really a cheetah or a leopard. I think it's a leopard, but if you buy it, you can call it whatever you want. What's your pleasure? What's your pleasure on that life-size sculpture of the running panther or leopard? What's your pleasure on that? We have what? A couple $100 to set it in. $200. It's this big. A couple $100 to set it in. You see that panther? No interest? Next item. No sculptor buyers here today. Phonograph. We have a cylinder player Amberola model. On the Amberola model, right there. What's your pleasure on this one here? 250 I have, and 275. The Amberola is the great one. Cylinder record player. I have 250 and 275. Boy, if you like music, this is the one. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275. Any more? All in, all done at only 250 and 275. Going to sell it. 275 and 300. I have 275 and 3. Nice condition. From this 300 I have in 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. They sound really good. The Amberolas are one of the best models. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4, 3 and 3 1/4 anymore. Last call at 300, 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. at 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, at 3 1/4 once, twice in for 350, all 350 and 75 now. 350 and 75 if you'd like it. 350 and 75, 350 once. Oh, with all these cylinders, go with it, sorry. With all the cylinders that Laura's holding, so we have 350 and 375. We should have put one of those on there and made it play, but we won't have time to do that. I had 350 once, twice, 375, and 400 with all the cylinders. I had 375, 400 I have in 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4. At 400, 4 1/4 anymore. Last call at 400, 4 1/4, and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 75. At 450 and 475. At 450 and 75 anymore. Last call, 450 once, 450 twice, and 475 if you'd like to own it. Anymore. Emily, 450. All right, next we have an early Rolleiflex standard camera with case. And on the Rolleiflex camera with the case, what's your pleasure on that? 50 having 60 now, 60 on 60 and 70, 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 on the floor, now 90. I have 80, 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100 on that early Rolleiflex standard camera with case at only $90, now 100 if you'd like it. I have $90 once, twice in for $100. It even has the caps on it. Beautiful condition. 100, Carol? 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have $100 now, 100 a quarter, $100, 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore? 1 1/2 and 175. Oh, look at it. Oh, here's how you view the finder. Look at that. And what do we have? 150. Now you got to put it back together. I 150 now 175. I 150 now 175. 150 and 75 anymore. Last color 150, 175. All in, all done. It's 150 then. 175 and now 200. That's even better. I have 175 and 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. At 175, 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. At 200 with Carol all the way now, and 2 1/4 if you like it. At 200 now, 2 1/4. At 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2 1/4 with Carol all the way. Any more? Carol, it's 200 then. 200. Next we have a rare comic strip art of Dick Tracy by Dick Locker. And what's your pleasure on the Dick Tracy comic strip? What's your pleasure on that? We're selling it to raise money for the Moosehead Marine Museum. What's your pleasure on this one? They have a couple $100 instead of an original comic strip of Dick Tracy. Any for a couple $100 instead of in. Any for 200. Interested in that piece at all? Once, twice, and interested at all. Can't believe it. This stuff usually goes nuts. Pass it away. Next object. Next we have the C.A. Mills Boston Walnut Regulator Clock attributed to W.E. Hadlock. And on that clock right there, look at this one. Beautiful period clock came in on free appraisal day. And I have what? 275 and 300, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 75, 400, 400, 4 1/4, 1 1/4 and a half, 475. 500, no. I have 475 at Carolyn. It's a rare clock. I have 500. I have a course in 550. I have 500 and 550 is a rare one. A 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 and 550 and 600. I have 550 at Carolyn, 600 anymore. All in, all done. At 550 only and 600, they're rare walnut regulator. I have 550 and 600 anymore. Carol, 550, 600 and 650. Still going at 600 and 650. At 600, look at the beautiful glass. 650 and 700. Has all the pendulum. Everything's all there. I have 650 with Carol, now 700. I'm going to take this off of here so it doesn't damage it. I have 650, now 700. I have 650 once, twice, for 700 with Carol at 650, correct? Any more? Carol, 650.
Online bidder.
Next we have this rare Victorian brass folding photo display. So you can put your family photographs in each one of these bevel glass ovals, and then it folds up. They open like this to put the photographs in with a carved marble base. And if you don't like it like that, you fold the fan all back together. What's your pleasure on that? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4 in that rare frame. I have 300 now 3 1/4, 300 3 1/4. With Emily at $300 only, a beautiful Victorian piece. At 300 now 3 1/4 anymore. 300 once, twice, in for 3 1/4. Emily, 300. Next we have a beautiful pair of stained glass doors. Beautiful pair of doors. They're two 8-foot doors, 40 inches wide, oak framed with the hinges, and nice condition. What's your pleasure on those? 1,200 I have, and now 1,300 I have, and 14. I have 14 and 15. I have 14, 15 and 16. I have 15, 16, now 17. I have 17 on the floor, now 1,800. 18, now 19. I have 18, 1,900, now 2,000. 2,000 and 21. I have 2,000 now 21. 21's back on the floor and 22. I have 22 with Carol and 23. I have 2,200 now 2,300. I have 2,223. I have 2,200. That nice pair of doors. They should be bringing that each. I have $2,200 only and 2,300 if you 2,300 on the phone with Sylvia and 2,400 with Carol and now 2,500. It's online at 24. Need 25. I have 2,500 with Sylvia and now 2,750. I have 2,500 now 2,750. I have 2,500 2,750 if you want them. It's on the phone with Sylvia. 2,500 once, 2,500 twice, and for 2,750 that great pair of doors. Any more? Sylvia, 2,500. 407, 2,500. Nice pair of leaded doors, boy. And now we have E. Howard and Company, Boston, number 5 banjo on the E. Howard. What's your pleasure on this lovely banjo right here? It's in rosewood, the original glasses, and maybe we have, what, $1,000 to set it in. 500 I have, and now 550. I have 550, 600, 600, 650, 650, 700, 750, 750, 800. It's on the floor now. No, it's out there. It's right here on the floor. It's 750 now, 800. And there's a rare 800, 850, 850, 900. It's a mint Howard. I have 850 on the floor now, 900. 850 now, 9. At 850 once, 850 twice, and 900 if you like it. Any more? Nice buy. 850 to 34. 850 to 34. Next we have a 19th century forged and cast iron chandelier from an estate on the ocean in Camden, Maine. It's an 8-arm candle chandelier with 8 applied horns, carved wood backplates, and 56 by 56 inches. What's your pleasure on that? It's great forged iron chandelier from the fabulous country, home on the ocean, 1920s home on the ocean in Camden. What's your pleasure on that? Then we have what? $1,000 where instead of 1,000 go, instead of 1,000, and instead of 1,000, 500. They want it sold. 500. This incredible chandelier. It's all hand done. And he went for $500 on that chandelier. 500 I have, and now 550. It's on reserve. We're going to sell it. I have 500 now, 550. It's a magnificent piece of work, craftsmanship. I have 500 now, 550. At 500 and 550 anymore. Last call, 500 once, 500 twice, aimed for 550. Any more? What a buy. Sold, 500. That's a great buy. If you need a chandelier. Oh, look at this here. A rare Waltham mantel clock in bronze, 8-day clock with the dolphin supports. And what's your pleasure on this lovely clock right here? Runs beautifully. What's your pleasure on this one? Solid bronze. 250 I have, and 275, 275 and 300. I have 275 and 3. I have 300 of course, and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. It's a rare clock. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have only $300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2 and 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2 and 375. It runs beautifully too. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 375 and 400. I have 375 is solid bronze with the dolphins at 375 and now 400. At 375 and 4. At 375 and 400 anymore. At only 375 with Carol and selling. At 375 once, 375 twice, and for 400. All in, all done. Nice buy. Carol, 375. Next we have 2 sculptures of children reading by Christopher Smith, an artist that worked in Maine and Texas. These are from the Linda Bean estate. And what would your pleasure on these be? On a nice 2 children reading. What's your pleasure on these? Then we have $1,000 and set them in. $1,000 wear. They're solid bronze. $1,000 wear. $500 wear. 500 on that nice pair of sculptures. At 500 wear, they cost thousands to buy in the store. And he went for 500. And he went for 500. And what he wants those bronzes? Can't believe it. Next item. Next we have the Jaeger LeCoultre Atmos mantel clock. And on this right here, this is from the Lang, is this Lang? No, this is a different estate. And on this right here, what's your pleasure on this one? 350 I have, 375, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 475, 500, all 500, it's all over the floor. 550, 600. I have 550 now, 600. I have 550, need 600. I need 600. I have 550, needs 600. I have 550 is online, needs 600 on the phone with Sylvia. I have 600 on the phone with Sylvia, now 650. I have 600, beautiful clock. It's 650 and 700, back to you, Sylvia. I have 650, now 700. I have 650, now 700 with Sylvia, and now 750. I have 700, now 750. I have 700, now 750, and 700, 750. With Sylvia on the phone once, with Sylvia on the phone, 750 in time, and 800 now. We need 800 on the Lakutra Atmos clock. 800 I have, and now 8.5. At 800, now 850. At 800, now 850. It's a rare one. I have 800, now 850. Any more? 800 once, twice. Any more? Sylvia, 800.
Great, congratulations. 394.
394, 800. Next we have the rare Path Acutel acoustic phonograph floor cabinet right here with Chris. And on this right here, which a pleasure in this extremely rare model of a phonograph with a place for the holders. And this one has this interesting speaker goes on here to play the records, and the speaker goes right out of the arm. And what's your pleasure in this rare piece here? What's your pleasure in this one? And we have what, a couple $100 to set it in. $200 worth, set a bid of 200. It's did 200. This rare acoustic phonograph and floor cabinet. Anyone for 200? Nobody wants that? Nobody wants it? A very rare piece. Any bid? 200. 200 I have. It's going to be sold. It's unreserved. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. 200, 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4 anymore. Last call at 200 and 2 1/4. All in, all done. At 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2 1/4. Any more? Sold 200. Next we have this early English monocular microscope by F.L. West. And what's your pleasure on this early microscope right here? 50, 60, 70. I have 70 now, 80, 100 I have on the floor. I have 100 here, 100 1/4. I have 100 now quarter. 100, 100 1/4, 100 1/4, 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4 with Jen, I need 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, need 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, now 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 is with Jen at 1 1/2 anymore. All in, all done at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. With Jen at 1 1/4, an absy bid. Any more? All in, all done. Jen, 1 1/4.
90.
125 to 90. Next we have, after Frederick Sackrider Remington on the Remington bronze right here, the Outlaw. The Outlaw. You get all the heavy stuff, evidently. Look at this beautiful sculpture in bronze. The originals of these bring 2 or 3 million. It's on a nice gray marble base with a title, The Outlaw by Frederick Remington. And what's your pleasure in this one here? 200 I have, and 2 1/4, and all over the place, 2 1/2, 250, 250, 75, 300, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. Boy, if you ever wanted a Remington bronze, this is a beautiful replica of a $2 million bronze. I have only 300 now, 3 1/4. 300 once, 300 twice. Going to sell this beautiful bronze for no money. Any more with you, Kayla?
325.
325, and now 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At 3 1/4 once, twice, and for 3 1/2. Lovely original Western bronze at 3 1/4. Any more? It's sold 3 1/4. Online bidder. On lot 2090. 2090, here we go. And we have an antique German alto flute by H.F. Meyer, Hanover, 19th century, in the original box. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one?
100.
100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have 100, now 1 1/4, and 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. These are 1 1/2. I heard Emily first. 150, 175. I have 150, now 175. I have 150, now 175, and they're rare German alto flute by H.F. Meyer. I have 150, now 175. At 150, 175 anymore. All in all, then at 150, 175, and 200. It's a rare one. I have 175 and now 2. 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. All the way with Emily on a live auctioneers now. 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 once, 200 twice, and went for 2 1/4. All in, all done. $200 only. All in, all done. Emily, you got it. 200. Next we have an antique European ebony and ivory piccolo, 19th century. What's your pleasure on this one? 50 I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 a quarter. Did you go 100 a quarter? Yes, and 150. At 125 is on the phone now, 1 1/2, and this nice early piccolo. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? All in, all done. At only 125 is on the phone, and 150 if you'd like it. And 150, yes, and 175. 175. No money for this at all. 175 and now 200. At 175 only in 200 with Sylvia on the phone now. It's off the floor. At 175 and now 2. 175 once, twice, any more? Sylvia, 175.
363.
363. Next we have an antique German rosewood alto flute, Hanover, 19th century again, in the box. These are all original from the same family. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have it now. 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 175. At 150 now 175. At 150 now 175. At 150 and 75. No money for this one. At 150 now 175. All in, all done. At 150, 170, 175 and 200. It's all there, complete in rosewood with metal, with looks like silver mounts. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and now 2. 175 and 2. Any more? All in, all done at 175. Any more? Once, twice, and it's 175. And another one, a antique ebony fluto basso by Alfred G. Badger, New York City, 19th century. What's your pleasure on this one? 550 and 600. I 550 and 600 at 550 and 600, the rarest one. I 550 and 600. I 550 and 600, 550 and 600, 600, 650. I have 600 now, 650. I have 600 now, 650 is 600, 650 if you'd like it. I have 600 once, 600 twice, and for 650 on that rare Fluto Basso by Alfred G. Badger. I have 600 now, 650. 600 once, twice, and for 6 1/2. 600, Emily. You get them all. Next we have 2094 Rudell Cart and Company Rosewood Flute with silver keys, London, 19th century. Beautiful piece right there. It's all signed. What's your pleasure on this one? 800 I have, and now 8 1/2. At 800, now 8 1/2. At 800, 8 1/2. At 800, now 8 1/2. At 800, 8 1/2. At 800, 8 1/2. Any more? All in, all done at $800 only. One bid. 800 once, twice, and for 850. Any more? Emily, 800. Looks like they got them all. Next we have a Fender F1050 acoustic guitar. What's your pleasure on the Fender? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, all over the place. 1 1/2, 175, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, 300, 300, 3 1/4. I 300 here and 3 1/4, 3 1/4 over there, and 3 1/2 here, and now 375, and 400, and 400 on the phone, and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 and 4 1/4, 4 1/4 here, and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 on the floor, 4 1/2 here, and 75. 75 on the floor, and 500 now. I have 475 is on the floor, and 500. I have 475 and 500 if you like it. I have 475 and 5. At 475 is on the 500 in time, and now 5 1/2. I have 5 and now 5 1/2 at 5 and 5 1/2 anymore. 500, yes, 550 is on the floor and 600. I 550 and 600. I didn't know you could play. I 550 and 600. I 550 and 600 anymore. 550 once, twice, and to 600. 600 in time. Jesus. I 600 in time. And now 650. I 600, 650 is 600, 650. With Carol at 600, 650. You want to go one more time? I have 600, now 650. At 600 once. At 600 twice. You went for 650. We all in all on $600. You sure? I have 600 once, twice, and for 650 with Carol. Thank you all. Carol, 600. And this rare piece right here, 2096, is the Rolling Stone 3D album cover from their Satanic Majesty's Request. On that from the Belkin Estate. And what's your pleasure on this rare album cover? It's in 3D. What's your pleasure on this? Maybe we have what? $1,000 to set it, $1,000 to go. A very rare cover. It's the earliest one. $1,000 wear, 500. It's here to be sold. The family wants it all sold. 500 wear in that rare cover. It's worth 2,000 or 3,000. 500 I have. Thank you. Now 550. I have 500, 550, and 600. I have 550 on the floor and 600 now. It's on the floor at 550 and selling. At 550 and 600 anymore. All in, all done. At 550, that 600, 650 would you go? 650, 700. It's on the floor at 650 now 700. I have 650 in mint condition from the Belkin Estate. He was a record producer in California. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. This was in his office. 700 and 750. 750's on the floor and 800. I have 750 on the floor now, 800. I have 750's on the floor and 800. Quickly, I'm going to sell it. It's on the floor at 750 and 800 and 8.5. At 800, 8.5. At 800, 8.5. It's a very, very rare, valuable cover. I have 800 now, 8.5. Any more? 800 once, 800 twice, and for 850. Any more? Emily, 800. Next we have a German violoncello, label Karl Hofner, Babenruth, Germany. And on that right there, from the estate in Rockport, Maine, never seen a violoncello. And what's your pleasure on this? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 and 70. I have 70, now 80. 70, now 80. 80 now 90, now 100. Should be bringing more than that, but we're going to sell it. I have $80, now 90. It's a 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. And 90, now 100. 90, now 100 anymore. 100, I have 100 here on the floor, now quarter. I have 100 on the floor, now quarter. I have $100 only on that beautiful instrument at $100, 100 a quarter anymore. 100 a quarter, 1.5. 1.5, yes, and 175. It's on the floor, 150, 175. At 150, 175. It's just something nice to hang on the wall. 175 and 200. I have 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. It's all tiger maple in the back. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 2 and 2 and a quarter anymore. At 200 once, twice, 2 and a quarter with Carol, 2.5. I have 2 and a quarter, 2.5. 2 and a quarter once, 2 and a quarter twice. Then for 250, don't lose it for $25. Any more? Carol, 2 and a quarter. Next we have a Yamaha FG260 12-string acoustic guitar, 1973, from the same estate. What's your pleasure on this one? $100 where? $100 where on that nice guitar right there? $100 where? 75. We don't care where it starts. $75 I have, now 100. I have 75, now 100 on that guitar. A 12-string acoustic guitar. I have only $75, now 100. Any more? Last call. Once, twice, any more? Sold. $75, number 180. $75 to 180. Next we have a Jose Ramirez 8-string banderia, Madrid, 1962. What do you want to bet on the banderia? 150, I have it now 175. At 150, now 175. At 150, 175. At 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, a famous maker. I have 175 and now 200. I have 175 and 2, 175 and 2. Any more? All in, all done at only 175. Seems reasonable for that. Any more? It's sold 175. Here we go. This is the rare Jaeger LeCoultre mid-century skeleton desk clock. Skeleton desk clock. And on that right there, it is a fine Swiss-made mystery timepiece, number 354, 16 jewels in running condition. Here we go. What's your pleasure on this one? 850, now 900. I have 850, 900, now 1,000. I have 950, 1,000. I have 1,100. I have 11, now 12. I have 1,100 with Carol online and now 1,200. 1,200, now 13. I have 1,200 with Emily online now on Live Auctioneers, now 1,300. I have 1,200, now 13. At 12 and 13, at 12 and 13. Any more? 13 on the phone with 14, now 15. I have 1,400 with Emily, now 1,500. Back to you, Jen. I have 1,400, now 1,500 if he wants it. I have 1,400 online and Live Auctioneers and 1,500 on the LeCoultre. 650, I have in 1,600. I have 16 online with Emily and now 1,700. I have 1,600 on Live Auctioneers and 1,700. I have 16, now 17. At 1,600 once. At 1,600 twice. Anyone for 1,700 on that rare mystery clock. Anyone with 1,600 with Emily at 1,600. Emily, 1,600. Live Auctioneers. Next we have, these are fun. Look at these fun candle holders. They're porcelain tops with, looks like silvered bronze base sea urchin candlesticks. And if you live by the coast, those would be fun to have. What's your pleasure on those? 175 and now 200. I have 175 and 2, 175 and 2. 175 and 2, and 200 on the floor and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 on the floor and 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Any more? At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Your phones are all out on this? I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 275 and 300. At 275 and 300. At 275 and 3 anymore. Last call at 275 and 300. 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4 and 300 3 1/4 anymore. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 3 1/2 anymore. At 325 once, 325 twice. In for 350. Carol, 3 1/4. Those are fun. Next we have a 19th century Continental solid brass commercial countertop scale. And it has all the weights with it. This is a beautiful solid bronze, oh geez, yeah. Solid bronze scale. What's your pleasure on this balance scale in beautiful condition? Just needs to be dusted. Make 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2 on the phone. 175 and 200 now. I have 175, 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. This is a superb scale. I have 200, 2 1/4. It's on the phone at 200 now, 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4 anymore. 200 once, twice in for 2 1/4. All in, all done at $200 only. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. And 2 1/2. Worth it. 2 1/2 on the phone. 275. I have 250 now. 275. I have 250 now. 275. 275 and 300 now. And 300 that lovely scale. At 275 and now 3. At 275 need 300. 300 I have and now 3 1/4. It's with Sylvia on the phone at 300 only. I have 300 now 3 1/4. Beautiful, beautiful scale. If you had to have one, this is a great one to have. I have 300 on the phone once, 300 on the phone twice. You're in for 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. What a great scale it is. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Any more? One more time? Carol, 3 1/4 then. Next we have a Spelter figure Olympic champion circa 1890. And this is from the Plunkett estate. From the Plunkett estate, right here. Does it have any name on it? And on this one right here, what's your pleasure? Of the 100 I have, now 1 1/4. I have 100 now 1 1/4. 1 1/4 on the phone, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 is on the phone, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It's on the phone at 125 and 150 if you'd like it. It's from the Plunkett estate. I have only 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 is on the floor. Now 175, 150 now 175. I have 150 on the Olympic statue, 175 and 200 you go. I have 175 is on the phone at 2, 200 on the floor, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 on the floor and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4. We all 2 1/4 and on the phone with Zeb and 250 now. I have 2 1/4 on the phone and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. All in, all done. 2 1/2 is on the floor and 275. I have 250 now, 275. On the gentleman seated on the floor, 2 1/2 and 275. Any more? 250 once, twice in for 275. You got it. 250 to number 175. 250 to 175 buys. That's from the Plunkett estate also. Next we go to this Regina. Look at this beautiful Regina 15.5-inch disc player. Where is that? Wait a minute. Hold on. Which way? This way. You want to hear a beautiful machine? Listen to this. And what's your pleasure on this one? We have $1,000 to set it in. How much? 500, 550, 600, 600, 650, 700, 750, 800. 750 need 8. I have 750 need 800. I have 800 now 850. 850 now 900. At 850 now 9. No money for this at all. At 850 now 900. At 850 now 900. At 850 on that beautiful box and 850 now 900. 850 once, 850 twice is with Jen now all the way. At 850 and 900, way under the money. Any more? They're going to be happy. 850, Jen. Next we have this Avalon 20 60 by 80 tabletop telescope. If you want to keep your eye on the neighbors, here you go. I can't imagine what this costs new. Anyway, what's your pleasure on this? 90 I have, and now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100 on this wonderful scope in beautiful condition. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100 anymore. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 Carol now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. At $100 only, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Reasonable for this. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 is like brand spanking new. You could have looked at that full moon last night. You'd practically be there. 1 1/4, we have 1 1/4, Carol? And 1 1/2 we're looking for. Anyone for 150 on that nice scope? Any more? 1 1/4, Carol. We're on 2106 now. Is this lovely Ansonia crystal regulator clock with the Mercury style pendulum and key. Beautiful pieces, gilded bronze. What's your pleasure on that? 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60, 60. I have 70, 70, 70, 80, now 90. I have 80, 90, now 100, 100 now a quarter. I have 100 on the floor, now a quarter. 100 now a quarter, 1.5. I have 1.25, 1.5, 1.5. This is from the Plunkett estate, 150, 175. Beautiful condition. At 1.5, now 175. At 150, 175. Any more? Last call at 150, 175. At 175, of course, there has an open escapement and now 200. At 175 and now 2 on that beautiful crystal regulator. That's all bevel glass, 200 I have, and now 2.25. Look at the quality. It has that double Mercury pendulum with the open escapement. I have 200 now, 2.25. 200 once, 2.25, and anyone else at 2.25 and 2.5. Beautiful strike on this thing. I have 2.25, 2.5, at 2.25, 2.5, at 2.25 once, 2.25 twice. If you want one, it's a good one. Anyone else? Carol, 2.25 then. Okay, here we go. Oh, Chris has got another leaded lamp from this same family. From that same family. They had these all throughout the house, in the bedrooms, the living room, all over the place. On the leaded lamp with the flowers. On the leaded lamp with the flowers. What's your pleasure on this one? 90 I have, 100 I have, now quarter, 1.25, 1.5, at 1.25, 1.5, at 1.25, 1.5, at 1.25, 1.5, at 1.5 on the phone, now 175, I 150, now 175, 175, 175 on the floor, and 200, and 200, at 175, now 2, I went 200 on the phone, 2.25, I have 200 now, 2.25, 2 and 2.25 anymore, last call at 200 once, twice it's on the phone, 2 and 2 and 2.25, 2.5, I 2.25 need 2.5, I 2.25 need 2.5 is on the phone with Zeb, and 275, I have 250 now, 275, at 250 once, twice, I'm to 275, all in, all done. Phone, 250.
326. Congratulations, you won that one. 250, sir.
Next we go to a bronze figure of a boy on a rocky coast. A boy on a rocky coast. Where's that little bronze? Here we go. This is from the Plunkett estate again. He had all kinds of wonderful, fun stuff. This little boy looks to be, he's holding, what is he holding? A shell? I don't know. A nice early 19th century bronze. I don't see a signature on it just yet. Anyway, what's your pleasure on that lovely little bronze right there? They have a couple $100 and set it in. 200 waves to 200. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. He's holding a fish. Oh, that's right. He's holding a fish. So he's sitting by the shore. 1.25, 1.5, 1.5, and 175. I 150 now 175. From the Plunkett 175 and 200, 200 now 2.25. I have 200 and 2.25, 200, 2.25. I have 200 now 2.25, 200, 2.25. Way under the money for this bronze. I have 200 now 2.25. 19th century bronze. I have 200 now 2.25. At 200 once, 200 twice in for 2.25. 2.25 is on the floor and 2.5. I have 2.25, 2.5. Holler if I don't see you. I have 2.25 and 2.5. It's on the floor 2.25. That's a nice bronze and selling once and selling twice. For only 2.25, that's a nice buy. And yours, 2.25, 175. 2.25 to 175. Next we have the tools. So Chris, you can wheel it over. Yeah, here we go. Boy, if you are into carving or building or lathe turning, this man in Searsport, we're handling his estate. He built every one of these boxes with the drawers to hold these tools. They're all brand new, never used. He unfortunately died before he got to use the tools. Anyway, but he did a great job building the stack-on cabinet. Each drawer is custom fitted to hold these brand new sculpting tools, lathe tools, and so on and so forth. I cannot imagine how much it would cost to replace all these brand new tools. Anyway, each one stacks on top of the other. And what's your pleasure on the whole group? 900 I have, and now 950. I have 900, now 950, and all those incredible woodworking tools. I have 900, 950. We paid for the case, now the tools. I have 900, now 950. Going to sell it at only $900, then 950, and now 1,000, now 1,100. I would hope so. I can't imagine how much money's in those drawers. I have what do we have? 1,000, 1,100. I have $1,000 only, 1,100 if you'd like it. I have $1,000, 11, and now 12. 12 and now 13. I have 1,200, Carol, and 1,300. I have 1,200, now 13. Boy, if you ever wanted a brand new set of expensive carving tools or lathe tools, that's it. 14, the cabinet's fabulous. 14, now 1,500. I have 1,400, now 1,500. I have 1,400, now 1,500 if you want it. 1,500 and 1,600. I have 1,500, 1,600, 16, now 17. These drawers are filled with lathe tools and carving tools. And on that, how much do we have now? 16, now 1,700. I have 16, now 1,700. I have 16, now 17. That's 1,600 selling. That's 1,600 once. I think it's the buy of the day. That's 16, if you need it. I have 1,600 once, 1,600 twice. In for $1,700 on that wonderful set with the drawers. 17 in time with Emily, and now 1,800, 18 with Carol, and now 1,900. I have 1,800, no money. I have 1,800, now 1,900. Absolutely brand new merchandise in those drawers. I have 1,800, now 1,900. 1,800 once, 1,800 twice, in for 1,900. Who has the 18, Carol? Carol has 1,800. Live auction is out. I have 1,800 now once, 1,800 twice, in for 1,900. What a fabulous set of tools. You got it. Whoever got it, you're going to be very, very happy. I bet you it's $3,000 worth of tools easily. And next we have, from the same family again, 2 case sets of wood carving tools. He made this custom box for these. And look at these, never used again. These are for doing fine little sculptures. And what's your pleasure on all these? 250 I have, and 275, and 300, and 300, and 3 1/4. I have 300, now 3 1/4. All from Searsport, Maine. I have 300, now 3 1/4. I have 300, now 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4 anymore. All in all on it, only $300. 3 1/4. I can't imagine what that set costs. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Where's Sherwood? He should have those. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. He probably has a set. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 375. I 350 and 375. I 375 and 400. I 375 and 4 in that great set of carving tools. I 375 and 4. I 375 once. 375 twice. Went for 400. All in all done at 375, 400 and 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4. I don't blame you. Those cost a fortune new. I have 400 and 4 1/4. These have never been used. 400 once, twice, and for 4 1/4. 4 1/4 with Carol. I almost sold them at 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 once, twice, and went for 450. All in all, that 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Carol, 4 1/4. Thanks, Kayla. Next, we have a collection of Lie Nielsen tools. This man loved his tools. The problem is he didn't get to use them. And all the Lie Nielsen tools, there's planes, there's scribes, there's the little saws, mallets, everything. All from Lie Nielsen, just down the street here. I can't imagine what this little box would cost brand new. All kinds of stuff here, different size planes. What's your pleasure in this lot? 800 I have, and now 850. 850, 900, 900, 950. I have 900, now 950, 1,000, 1,1100. I have 1,000, now 1,100, 11, now 12, 1,100, 1,200, 11, 12, 11, and 12. I have 1,100, now 12, 11, and 12, 11, 12, and 13. I have 1,200, now 1,300. I have 1,200 with Emily, now 1,300, 13 online, and now 14. I have 1,300, now 1,400 on all the Lie Nielsen tools. I have 1,300 once, 13, 14, and 15. I have 1,400, now 1,500. I have 1,500, 1,600. I have 1,500, now 16. I have 1,516 on all the Lie Nielsen bronze tools. 16, now 1,700. I have 1,600, now 17, 17, now 18. I have 1,700, now 1,800. I have 1,700, now 1,800. I don't even know what some of these do. I have 1,700, 1,800. Oh, look, there's another carving set in here. I have 1,700, now 1,800. On the lot, 1,700 once, 1,700 twice, in for 1,800. All in all, 18, now 1,900. I have 1,800, now 19 with Emily at 18, and I'm 19. 19 with Carol, 2,000. I have 1,900, 2,000. I have 1,900 and 2,000. That great group of tools from Lie Nielsen. I have 1,900 once, 1,900 twice, in for 2,000. With 2,000 with Emily and 2,100. I have 2,000, now 21. 21 and 22 with Carol at 21 and 22. At 21, 22 anymore. At 2,100 once. 2,100 twice, and in for 2,200. All in, all done. Carol, 2,100. Next we have from the estate over in South Freeport, Maine, on the ocean, a 9,000 square foot house on the ocean, brand new in the boxes. Brand new in the boxes, never used. I can't imagine what this set cost. Even the cookbook that they bought to go with it. These were never ever used. They all have the certificates of authenticity. And boy, if you want a great set of forged steel, They look like they have some kind of rosewood handles or ebony handles. All the original boxes, perfect, brand new. And for the Japanese Kamikoto handmade knife set with whetstone and the cookbook. You'll be right into Japanese cooking by the nighttime. What's your pleasure? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500, now 550. For the 550 is on the phone. It's 600, and now 650. I have 600 and 650. We paid for this one set, 650, and now 700. I have 650, now 700, now 750. I have 700 and 750. I have 700, now 750. 750, of course, now 800. I have 750 with Zeb on the phone, and now 800. I have 750, now 800. They haven't even been out of the packaging yet. I have 750 and 800 of this huge collection of knives. I have 750, now 800. I have 750s on the phone with Zeb, and 800 if you like it. 800, now 8.5. At 800, now 8.5. At 800, now 8.5. 8.5 on the phone, of course, now 900. The best set of knives you can get. I have 850, now 900. I can't mention how many thousands I paid for these. I have 850, now 900. 900 I have, and now 950. And now 950, quickly. I have 900, 950s on the phone, now 1,000. I have 950, now 1,000. We paid for one set. I have 950, now 1,000. Any more? 950 once, 950 twice. It's on the phone. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000, now 1,100. Online at $1,000 set. Incredible collection. 1,100, of course, now 1,200. Boy, if there's any real chefs in the audience, this set will set you free. I have 1,100, now 12. I have 1,100, now 12, 11 and 12. On the phone, 1,100 once, 1,100 twice, and for $1,200. An incredible set of Japanese cutlery. Any more? Zeb, 1,100.
382.
382, 1,100. Next we have a rare Vinsanti and C Champlavet enamel brass crystal regulator. Look at this one here. Look at this one here. The other one was nice, but this one's better. This has a curved front with all Champlavet enamel, and it also has a Champlavet enamel mercury pendulum. What's your pleasure in this lovely little period clock right here? Maybe we have, what, $300 to set it in. 300, 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4. This is a rare one with Champlavet inlay. All this is all enamel inlay in the bronze. And what's your pleasure in this? Hold this right up like that. We have 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. No money for this at all. I have 200, 2 1/4 anymore. All in all, 200, 2 1/4. Whoop, 2 1/4. Thank you. And 2 1/2. Holler if I don't see you. I have 200. That's a hell of a buy. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275 now. 275. Don't lose it for $25. That's 6-pack of Coke, you know. 275 and 300. At 275 and 300 is true. At 275 and 300. At 275 and 3 anymore. All in all, that 275 and 300. 275 was over here once, twice, and 275. Nice buy. 36. 275 to 36.
Yeah, I'll give you a couple of tries if I can't get it done, but I'll keep calling.
Here we go. On the next piece, look at this. Look at this wonderful sculpture. This is a 50s Italian carving of a gesture with polychrome paint, a figure of a taunting gesture, 15 inches high. This is probably carved, it looks like it's probably Venetian, I would say. And on that Venetian carving of the gesture, wonderful piece right there. What's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure in that? Maybe we have what? A couple $100 from the Plunkett estate again. 200 where? It's about 200. $200. Any interest in this piece at all? 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter anymore. All in, all done. At only $100. 1 1/4. 1 1/2 I have now 175. This is an original early sculpture in original paint and gilding. I have 1 1/2 now 175. I have 150. 175. Look at the great gesture on this gesture. 175 and 200, at 175 and 2, at 175, 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. Should be all over the place. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. That's a fabulous sculpture in wood. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 anymore. At 200, 2 1/4 anymore. All in, all done at only $200 in that fabulous wooden Venetian sculpture from the early 20th century. Anymore. At $200 once, twice, anymore. $200, 78. $200, 78. Next we have 4 Winslow Homer Harper's Ferry woodcut illustrations of Civil War and after in various frames, and all those are one money. The central one of the guy up in the tree is the original painting of that is in the Portland Museum. What's your pleasure in these? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 60 and now 70. I have 60 now 70. These are original wood blocks from Harper's Weekly by Winslow Homer. 70, now 80, all framed and ready hanging on the wall. 80, now 90. I have an 80, now 90, 80, now 90, 90, now 100 for all of them. A 90, now 100, 100, now quarter. I have 100, now quarter, 100, now quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 75. I 150, now 175. I 150 once, twice in for 175 and 200. I 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2 anymore. All in, all done at 175 and 200. Anymore. 200 with Carol now, and 2 1/4. I have 200 with Carol and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. That's 2 1/4, and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. 2 1/4 once, twice, and for 250. Last call. Emily, 2 1/4.
Live auctioneers.
Next we have, oh, these are lovely. Look at these. These are early hand-colored lithographs of monkeys, and they have expensive French rule mats and frames. This is from the Doris Buffett estate. And on the monkey lithographs, what's your pleasure knows? 150, have it now 175. 150, 175. Couldn't buy the frame for that. I 150, now 175 for the pair. I 150, 175, and now 200 from Doris Buffett's estate. 175 and now 200. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. They're beautiful condition. I've only 175 and 2. If you saw these in a decorator shop, they'd be 500 each. I 175 and now 200. At 175 once, twice in for $200 on nice framed original monkey prints. At 175 and selling. Any more? Unfortunately, 175 is it.
Online bidder.
Next we have 2 printed baseballs, 1963 New York Yankees. And on those right there, what's your pleasure? 275 and 300. I have 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3 and 275 and 3. At 275 and 3 anymore? All in all done, 275 and 300. 300 and 3 1/4. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, all in all done, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. This one's a little faded. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 once, twice, in for 3 1/2. Carol, 3 1/4.
Online bidder.
Was that Carol?
Online bidder.
Yeah. Next we have a signed Rawlings baseball, all stars in blue ballpoint. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one? A signed Rawlings 12 all stars blue ballpoint. What's your pleasure on this one with the box? Any interest in this piece? No interest? Pass away. Next we have 3 vintage lighters. 3 vintage, we have a Dunhill Slimline gold-plated lighter and the barley design and so on and so forth. What's your pleasure on all the lighters?
1 1/4.
1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2 on the floor, 175. 150's on the floor, 175. At 150's on the floor, 175. Any more? All in, all done at 150, 175. All in, all done at 150. 150, number 180. 150 to 180. And next we have this right here. In front of me is a vintage Mark Cross hard-sided suitcase. A large, it's actually almost big enough to be a trunk. Make a great coffee table. Now, if this was a Louis Vuitton, it'd be opening at 5 or 10,000. This is a vintage Mark Cross. And what's your pleasure on the Mark Cross case? What's your pleasure on that? There we have what? A couple $100 to set it in. $200 where it's set at 200. $200 where it's set at 200. Nice, nice clean case by Mark Cross. It's had some old moving tags on it where it's been in New York and all over the place. Any for a couple $100? Any interest in that piece? 100 I have, and now quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175, 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I would, yeah, 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 now, 275. He's out, you're in. I have 250 now, 275. I have 250 once, twice, and for 275. You got it. 250, 180. 250 to 180. That belonged to Virginia Innes Brown. That suitcase, Carly, that belonged to Virginia Innes Brown. And her people owned Brown Publishing in New York City. Yeah. And Innes she was George Innes's niece.
Okay, cool.
Just so you know.
Thank you.
Now we have, this came in on Free Appraisal Day. We're selling this to Benefit Heavenly Threads in Camden, a vintage Valentino Garavani red sequin and lizard leather hobo bag. Well, I've never known a hobo to have a stylish bag like that, but it's all right. Hold it up like that, son. In the original, it has the original pouch and the original Valentino box. What's your pleasure in this? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275, 275 and 300, 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. 300 is for a charity. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. 3 1/4 with Carol, and 3 1/2 with Emily, and now 375 in that original Valentino bag. I 350 now, 375. I can't imagine what it costs new in the store. 375 and 400. 400 is brand new in the pouch, in the box. 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 with Emily now, 4 1/4. 4 1/4 with Carol, and the 4 1/2. 4 1/2, and now 475. I have 450 and 475 on the Valentino. 475, 500, 550 now. I have 500 now, 550. I have 500 with Emily now, 550. It's on live, 550 with Carol. Back to live auctioneers. At 600 would you go? I have 550 with Carol on her line, and now 600. I have 550 online with Carol, now 600. I have 550 and 600 anymore. All in at 550 and 600. Once, twice at 550 and 600 with Carol now. Any more? Carol, 550.
Online bidder.
And 2122. 2122 is next, coming up. Some fun stuff. And here we go, a vintage beaded drawstring handbag. Look at this. It's all done in micro beads. And what's your pleasure in this early Victorian bag right here? There we have what? $50 and set it in. $50 worth. It's all handmade. Can you imagine the time? 50, I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. The time it would have taken to make that bag, all hand beaded on both sides. I have 50 now, 60. 50 once, twice, going to sell it. No money anymore. Once, twice, anymore. $50 it is.
Online bidder.
Next item. Oh, look at this great dress. A patriotic young lady's dress right here. Ladies' parade dress, circa 1890. And what's your pleasure in this from the Plunkett estate?
2 1/4.
2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 in that beautiful early dress. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 and 275. At 250 and 275. Can you imagine wearing that to the 4th of July parade? It has a steel cut button belt with it. And 2 1/2 and 275. At 250 and 275. Any more? At 250 once, twice, and 275 with Emily at 250, correct?
Yes.
Any more? 250, Emily.
Live auctioneer.
Live auctioneers. And next we have a designer evening gown by McCallum Star of New York. A McCallum Star in black. What's your pleasure on this one?
100.
100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have 100, now 1 1/4 in that original designer gown. It's era black, 1970s era black chiffon full-length dress by New York designer Malcolm Starr, style 306. I only have $100, 100 1/4. 1 1/4, thank you, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, it's on the floor, 1 1/4 and selling. And 1 1/4 once, 1 1/4 twice in for 150. Yours, ma'am, 1 1/4, 180. 125 to 180. Seems funny to see you there instead of there. Next we have a Gucci GG canvas and leather wallet with metal clasp from Italy. And what's your pleasure on that one?
175.
175 and now 200. At 175, did you take all the money out of it? At 175, you took the money. We took the money out, right? 175 and now 200. 175 and 200. 175 and 2. At 175 and 2 anymore? 175.
Live auctioneers.
Live auctioneers. Next we go to another Gucci, vintage Gucci accessory collection monogram makeup pouch. And on the makeup pouch, what's your pleasure on this one?
50.
50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 on the Gucci piece. 60 and now 70. I have 60 now 70 and 60 now 70. It has the mirror in it. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70. That's 60 once, twice, in for $70. All in, all done, $60 on the Gucci. We are $60.
Live auctioneers.
Live auctioneers. Next we have the Gucci monogram canvas and leather key holder. On the key holder, that's kind of a fun one. No wear on it at all. I think, it's brand new, that's why. On the Gucci piece, what's your pleasure on that?
50.
50 and 60, 60, 70, 70, 80, 80, 90, 90, now 100. 90 now 100, and 90 now 100, 90 now 100. At 90 now 100 if you'd like it at $90 once, twice, and for $100. Absy bid with Jen at $90. Any more? 90, Jen. 322. They're going to be happy. Next we have, look at this, a vintage Miss Kososhi label white fox jacket on that lovely white fox jacket. These are all from the same house in Cundy's Harbor. Fabulous lining. It has early suede in here, and it has a name in here. Beautiful coat, and these are all in lovely condition. What's your pleasure in this?
90.
90. Somebody wants to rent it for the night. I have 90, 100. I have now 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175. Show them the back of that. Show them the back of that. Show them the back of that. 175 and now 200. I have 175 and 2. What a fabulous 200 and 2 1/4, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 on the floor and 2 1/2. That fabulous coat. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, 2 1/4 twice in for 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 75, 75 and 300. At 275 and 3. Christmas is coming. At 275 and 300. At 275 and 3. Any more? Sold. 275 number 152. 275. 152. Another great coat right here. This is a vintage fox fur coat by Lazarus Fur Company, by the Lazarus Fur Company. Look at the quality of this coat here. All these things have been professionally taken care of all these years. Show them the back of that, sir. Put it right, take it right down. Yep, just like that. There you go. And on that right there, we have what? 200 and a half and 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, half and 75. I have 275 and 300. At 275 and Carol and 300. That lovely coat. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 300. 275 and 3. That beautiful coat right there. 300 I have and now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. 300 3 1/4. I have 300 3 1/4 anymore. At 300 once, twice in for 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. Showing the back again. It's doing better. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. Beautiful condition. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, just in time for winter. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At 3 1/4 with Carol once, twice in 3 1/2. Carol, 3 1/4.
Online bidder.
And another one. Here is a 3/4 length natural mink fur coat. Look at this one right here. I can't imagine what that cost. I know I bought one of these from one of my wives years ago. It was $10,000 in New York City. This is a female skin in a soft gray color. Showing the back of that, Rob. Put it right down in front. Look at this. I can't imagine what this cost new, but it was thousands. What's your pleasure in this one?
175.
175 and now 200. I have 175 and 2 in that beautiful 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, mint condition. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4, and that lovely 3/4 length. Female skin ranch mink, 2 1/4, 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275. It's beautiful, beautiful condition. At 275, when you're walking down the street in that, they'll know who you are. At 300, I have and 3 1/4. I have 300 and 3 1/4, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 and 3 1/2 and 75. I have 350 and 75. I should have started at 1,000. I have 375 and now 400. I have 370, 400. I have 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4 anymore. 4 1/4 and going all the way with Carol now.
4.5.
Only 450 and 475 on this beautiful ranch mink. I have 450 once, 450 twice, and 475. That's a fabulous coat. Any more? 450 it is.
Online bidder.
Next we have a full-length beaver fur coat with button tab cuffs. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? These are,
100.
how much? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4, 1 1/2. These are so hard to find. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. These are all from the same family. They were all hanging in a protective closet to make sure nothing happened to them. 150 and 175, 175 and 200. 200 I have, and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and 275. 275, 300, and 3 1/4. I have 300 on 3 1/4, 3 1/2 on the floor, and 375. 375 and 400. Thank you for your help. A 375 and now 4. At 375 and 400. A floor is out. It's on Carol at 375 and 4. At 375 once, twice, and for 400. Any more? Once, twice, and Carol 375.
Online bidder.
And that's the end of the coats. Next, we're going to sleigh bells, just in time for the holidays, right, Dave? So if you have a sleigh and you need sleigh bells, we have them. Hold on like that, Dave. There you go. What's your pleasure on those? 60 I have, and now 70. I have 60 and 70 and 60 and 70. And 70 on the floor, now 80. These are vintage period sleigh bells. 70 now 80. 70 now 80 on the 80 now 90. 90's on the floor, now 100. I have 90 on the floor, now 100 if you want them. 100 I have, now quarter. Quarter on the 1 1/4 on the floor, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. It's on the floor, 1 1/2, and now 175. At 150 on a great strand of sleigh bells. I have 150 now, 175 anymore. 150 once, 175 and 200. Give another jingle. 175 and now 200. At 170, 200 I have, and 2 1/4. At 200, the more you pay, the better they sound. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4 anymore. At 200 once, twice in for 2 1/4. Any more? Sold. 200, Carol.
Online bidder.
More sleigh bells. 2 sets of antique sleigh bells. This is a serious set of antique sleigh bells. So this went on a, here, hold that right up. This went on a big carriage. Look at the sound of those, and look at these. This went around a very large horse's neck. So you know Christmas is coming because you have sleigh bells. And what's your pleasure in all those rare bells?
60.
How much?
60.
70, 80, I have it now, 90, 80, 90, now 100. I 90, now 100, 100, of course, now 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a half, 175. These are incredibly rare. 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2, 175 and 2. At 175 and 2 should be everywhere. At 175 and 200, of course, and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. The one here is worth that. This is for free. 2 and a half and 275. At 250 and 75, at 250 and 75. 275 and 300. These all came in on free appraisal day. At 275 and 300, I have them 3 and a quarter. At 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. At 300, 3 and a quarter anymore. All in, all done at 300, 3 and a quarter. Once, twice, and any more. Carol, 300.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we have the last of the sleigh bells and the finest set you can buy. This is a fine set of brass sleigh bells on a collar mount circa 1870. These used to be mounted on the sleigh again. This one has a beautiful leaf and floral design on a custom-made stand from the Plunkett estate. What's your pleasure on this one? 250, I have, and 275. I have 250 and 275, 275 on the phone and 300. I have 275 on the phone with Sylvia and 300 now. I have 275 and 300. I have 275 and 3. I have 275 and 3. Going to sell it. 300 I have and 3 and a quarter. It's online 300 need 3 and a quarter. I 3 and a quarter with Sylvia and 3 and a half. I 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. A fabulous set of bells on a custom stand. 3 and a half and 375. I 350 and 75. 375 on the phone with Sylvia and 400. I 375 and 400. It's 375 is on the phone with Sylvia and $400 if you want them. At 375 once, 375 twice, and 400 is the last of the bells. All in, all done. Sylvia, 375.
376.
Thank you, dear. Nice set of sleigh bells. Here we go, some early copper cookware. Nice early French copper cookware. This one's signed on the side by E.M., looks like Gavney. And anyway, on the early copper cookware, they're all signed. What's your pleasure on that?
550.
550, I have 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600 anymore. At 550 once, twice, all in all, 550, 600 with Emily on that nice early French cookware. Any more? 550 it is, Emily.
5 auctioneers.
Next we have more cookware, 4-piece 19th century copper vessels and all those. What's your pleasure in the whole lot? 50, I have them 60 now. This is all out of a beautiful home on the ocean in Camden. This is an early piece right here. I have 50 once, 60 on the phone, 70. I have 60, 70, 70 now, 80. 70 now, 80, would you go? 80, would you go? For all of 80, of course, now 90. Should be everywhere. I have $80 now 90, 80 now 90. $80 now 90, no money. I have $90 now 100. Now 100 for all of it. 100 I have now quarter. Yes, 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. This is incredible, this pot right here. It's the same quality. Look at the dovetail work on here. All dovetailed here. I only have $100, 100 quarter if you want it. 100 once, 100 twice. Sleeping on this one. Anyone for 100 a quarter? Nice buy, $100.
Congratulations. 376.
376 buys. And now we have the charming child-sized upright piano from 1920 on that little child-sized piano. What's your pleasure on this? It's in an ebony case. And on the child-sized piano, what's your pleasure? Keyboard has 22 boxwood keys. What's your pleasure on this one? It's 26 inches high by wide by 23 inches high, 15 and a half inches. What's your pleasure on this one? A couple $100, that rare child-sized or salesman sample piano. It's possibly a salesman's sample. We're not sure. Anyone for $100 quickly on that rare little piano? Anyone for $100? Anyone for $100 on that rare piano? It's either a salesman's sample or a child's. No interest in that piece? Passed away. Next item. It's all here to be sold. And the next item is a spelter figure of an oarsman circa 1890 from the Plunkett estate. This is a great piece right here as gilding, and he's ready to go on the Plunkett from the Plunkett estate. What's your pleasure on the oarsman? 100 I have, and what this guy is from a sculling crew, of course. A 100, now 1 1/4. I 100, now 1 1/4, and that great statue, 100, 1 1/4 of the oarsman at only $100, 1 1/4. Going to sell it. It's unreserved. 100 once, twice, and for 1 1/4. Sold $100 then.
Online bidder.
Next we have the E. Howard keyhole clock. Leave it right there. Yep. On the Howard keyhole clock, beautiful glass on it in rosewood, fabulous condition. What's your pleasure in this? 900 I have, and 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. 1,100 I have, and 12. 12 I have, and 13. 13 I have 13 on the floor, now 14. I 13's on the floor, now 1,400. I 13 on the floor, seated here, and 1,400. I 1,300, now 1,400. I 1,300, now 14 is with the gentleman seated on the floor at 13 and selling. At 1,300 once, 1,300 twice, and for 1,400. All in all, then 1,300. Beautiful, rare model clock in Howard. 1,300 you, sir, number 34. 1,300, congratulations, that's a great clock. Number 34 buys for 1,300. Next we have, oh, look at this wonderful little piece right here. If you want a stylish letter opener, this is Los Castillo, silver with Mexican greenstone with silver eyes. And what's your pleasure on this? Hold it like that. What's your pleasure on this little letter opener? Right? How much? 90 I have, and now 100. 100 I have, now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4, 100 1/4. In J, 1 1/2 is in green, gray jade. 175, 200, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. 75. I have 275 on the floor, now 300. 300, now 3 1/4. I have 300, now 3 1/4. The floor is out with Carol now. I have 300, now 3 1/4. And that great letter opener, it looks like a tadpole is what it is. What did it say, Jen? It's a tadpole in green jade with silver. I have 300 once, 300 twice, and 3 1/4 with Carol now. Everyone else is out. Carol, 300.
Online bidder.
Next we have this beautiful French Empire bronze desk set. Look at this, all in gilded bronze. The inkwells, the stamp holder, the letter holders, the tray. Here's a covered inkwell here, and the candlesticks. And they all have black lacquered trim in between the bronze. One of the finest desk sets from about 1870 we've seen in years. What's your pleasure in this one?
60.
50, I can't hear you.
60.
No, I don't want to hear you. 70, there we go. 80, 90, 100. I have 100 on the floor and 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2 on the floor, 175, 175, 200, and 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4, and 2 1/2, and 275. I have 250, now 275. Look at the quality of this set. You should be paying that for this one stamp box. And what do we have?
You had 250.
I have 250 on the floor, now 275. I have 250, now 275. No money for this set at all. I have 250, now 275. 275 and 300. I have 275 and 3. Way, 300 and 3 1/4. It wouldn't work so hard. This is the finest set I've seen in years. I have 300, now 3 1/4. It's all solid bronze with black lacquered trim. I have 300, now 3 1/4. I'm looking for a signature. Somebody important made this. At 300, now 3 1/4. At 300 once, twice, going to sell it. Sadly, but we're going to do it. Any more? Carol, 300.
Online bidder.
Nice trade on that. Next we have 2 German silver accessories. And these were used by the sommelier to test wine. When you're at the restaurant, they test wine with this. There's grapes all around it, and it has entwined snake handles. What's your pleasure on these? 90 I have, 100 I have, now 1/4. I have 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Under the money for those. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore? At 1 1/2 and 175. I 150, now 175. I 150, now 175 on the sommelier pieces right there. At 150 once, twice in for 175. Anymore? Sold 150. Sylvia. Live auctioneers, 150. The mics are working today. They didn't work yesterday. Here we go. On 4 American sterling silver desk accessories, we have 2 cut glass, a cut glass hair receiver, powder jar, whisk broom, and the mirror, and still in great condition. All would represent work and engraving. What's your pleasure on those? 70 I have, an 80. 80 I have, a now 90. 80 now 90, 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100. At 90 now 100, 90 now 100. 100 I have now 1/4. I have 100 now 1 1/4 here, 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4 on the online, now 1 1/2. 1 1/2, now 175, and now 200. At 175 need 2. At 175 need 2. 200 on the phone, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. Beautiful set. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 anymore. At 200 once, 200 twice is on the phone at 200, 2 1/4 if you want it. All in all done, 200 and 2 1/4. Jamie, 200. 422 buys. Next we go to, oh, look at this guy. This came out of the Plunkett estate. This giant bronze crab. Look at him. He's wonderful condition. Wait a minute. I want to see if this is a Japanese Meiji period. This could be, it's quite possibly this is from the Meiji period, a Japanese bronze. They did a lot of these great sculptures in bronze. What's your pleasure in this? 275 and now 300. I 275 and 300, 275 and 300 on the phone, 3 and a quarter. I 300 on the phone, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. I 300 on the phone selling, 3 and a quarter online on live auctioneers and 3 and a half. I 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. 3 and a half on the phone with Zeb and 3 and a half and now 375. I 350 and 375 from the Plunkett estate. I have it all over the place. I heard Sylvia, 375 and now 400. 400 I have on the phone with Zeb, now 4 and a quarter. I have 400, now 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter with Sylvia online, and now 4 and a half. I 4 and a half with Zeb, now 475. I have 450 with Zeb, now 475. At 450 and 75, at 450 and 75 anymore? 75 on live auction is now 500, and now 500. 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500, now 550, and 500, 550, and that large crab ready to go. At 500 once, twice, any more? Zeb, 500.
406.
406, 500.
Oh, yeah, we'll call you back for this.
Now we have a rare advertising clock right here on this rare E. Ingraham Lucky Strike tobacco advertising clock in beautiful condition from the same family that gave us the keyhole clock. And what's your pleasure in this? 100 have, 100, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 75, 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 275. No, I have only 250 and now 275, and that rare advertising clock, way under the money. At 250 and 275, we used to get $1,000 for these. I have 250 and 275. At 250 once, 250 twice, and 275 if you want it. It's much better than that. Look at the condition of this thing. At 250 and 275, usually this is all damaged. At 250 once, twice, and for 275. It's 250 then.
Online bidder.
Next we go to, oh, what Chris has got. Look at this. It's called a Hollywood Iron Spanish-style 6-light floor lamp. This is from the Sally Jesse Raphael mansion. And what's your pleasure in this one here? With the little candle lights. It all lights up. What's your pleasure in this? It's forged iron. Forged iron. What's your pleasure in this one? Here we have what? $300 set it in. 300, 200. $200, that nice early silent film era floor lamp. Couple $100 set it in. Nobody needs a floor lamp? 200 where? 200 where? 150 I have, 175, 175, now 200. I 175, now 2. I 175 need 200. I 175 need 2. No money for this at all. I 175 and 2 anymore? 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have $200 only and 2 and a quarter if you'd like it. At 200, 2 and a quarter. This is a great floor lamp. At 200 and 2 and a quarter. Going to go once, twice, and 200 Carol then.
Online bidder.
Next we have 5 English sterling silver spoons, including 4 shell patterned. And on the spoons right here, these have the shell tops. This is the repoussé fruit spoon. What's your pleasure in these? 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. 1 and a quarter on all those nice early spoons. That only 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half anymore. 1 and a half, and now 175. I 150 with Sylvia on live auctioneers. Now 175. 175 with Carol. Now 200. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and now 200. 175 and 2. At 175 and 2 anymore. All in, at 175 and 200 on those nice early spoons. At 175 and 200, it's 175.
Online bidder.
Online bidder buys. Next we have, in the original box, a 6-piece English sterling silver dresser set, brandy new in the box. Unbelievable condition because it's never been used. It was gifted and never used. None of the bristles have ever been used or the comb. What's your pleasure in that whole set? All in sterling repoussé. 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half. I've only 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. You could scrap it for more than that. At 150, I have now 175. 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2 quickly. They came in on Fraser Day. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. What a nice gift for somebody. 250 I have and 275 with Jamie on the phone. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 75 anymore. 250 once, twice, and for 275. Jamie, 250.
422.
422. 422, 250. Next we have a beautiful 19th century French bust of a girl in painted plaster from the Plunkett estate again. with this lace mantle on her, and she has on a sort of little scarab necklace on there. What's your pleasure in this? Beautiful condition right here. What's your pleasure? Couple $100 wear. $200 wear, so for 200 and go. Extra 200. I'm working. I have 200 now. I need 200. Anyone for $200? $100 on a beautiful sculpture. $100 wear. $100 wear on that beautiful little sculpture right there of the young woman in the lace mantle. No interest, pass it away. You got 100? 100 I have, now quarter. It's here to be sold, it's all unreserved. I have $100, now 100 and a quarter. I have 100, 100 and a quarter. It's unbelievably low. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 and a quarter, $100. It's upside 175. $100 to 175. Look at this piece here. We believe this is a carved wooden maquette for a major sculpture, possibly a maquette for a bronze, the Great Awakening, circa 1830. And what's your pleasure in this piece right here? All hand carved with all the horses and the winged female on the top, and nice early piece from the turn of the century. What's your pleasure in this? Maybe a couple $100 set it in. 200, we have to 200 go, instead of the 200, 100 and go. Instead 50 I have, and 60 now, 60 and 70. I have 60 now, 70, 60 now, 70. At 60 now, 70, 60 now, 70 more. All in, $60, 70, 70 now, 80, 80 now, 90. This is a nice carving. Come along now. I have only $80 now, 90. It's a carving maquette for a fountain. 90 now, 100. I have 90 now, 100, 90 now, 100, and 90 now, 100 anymore. All in, all done. $90, 100 if you like it. Any more than $90 only. Wow. 100 I have now, quarter. I have 100 now, quarter. All hand carved in 19th century. I have $100 only. $100 once, twice, and for 1 and a quarter. 1 and a quarter. Sleeping on this piece here. 1 and a quarter. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Look at the quality of the carving. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. With Carol at 1 and a quarter and selling. 1 and a quarter once. 1 and a quarter twice. And for 150, it's 1 and a quarter then.
Online bidder.
And next we go to a wonderful 18th century William Grundy sterling silver sauce boat. And we'll look at the quality of this and the weight of this. Wow. 13.54 troy ounces of sterling silver. What's your pleasure on this one? 275 and 300 and 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half, 375 and 400 and 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, and 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half with Carol now at 4 and a quarter only on that early piece of 18th century sterling silver, just in time for Thanksgiving to pour the old gravy on the turkey. I have only 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. It's done in 1748. 1748. We have only 425. Anyone for 450? We all in, all done? Unfortunately, yes. 425.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we have the coin silver shaving mug. We got this out of the house where we got that wonderful singing bird box. Never ever seen a shaving mug in silver. This had to be somebody very, very wealthy. It's all engraved with the grape leaves and patterns. It's signed by the maker. And on that right there, on that rare 19th century coin silver shaving mug, had to be somebody very, very wealthy. It was given at Christmas 1878. And on that, what's your pleasure? 400 I have, and 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 75, 500, 500, 550, no. I have 500 with Carol now, 550, that very rare piece. At 500 now, 550. At only $500 and 550, probably the only one known. At 500 now, 550. At all handmade with a name, with his name and Christmas, 1878 on the front. Can you imagine getting that for Christmas, Dave? I have only 500 now, 550. 500 once, twice, and it was for 550 on that rare piece. 500 it is.
Online bidder.
Next we have from the family that gave us the other rare keyhole clock and the Avatar Lucky Strike clock. This one's in tiger maple and mahogany, has the original label on the back from where it came from. And on this rare clock right here, what's your pleasure? 300 I have, and 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half, and 375. I have 350 and 375 in that rare clock. At 350 and 375. At 350 and 375 and 375 and 400. I have 375 at Carol now 4. I have 375 and 400. I have 375 and 400 in that rare clock. Beautiful condition. Love the tiger maple on the base. I have 375 and 400. I have 375 once. 375 twice, and 400 if you like it. We all in, all done at 375. We are 375. And rolling into 2154 is the next lot. 2154 is 2 Gorham sterling silver ladles. Look at the pattern on this one right here. Beautiful pattern. What's the name? Oh, that's Versailles. That's right. There's a Versailles pattern. And on that right there, on the 2 ladles, may I have what? $400 set? 4 1/4. I like that better. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Those 2 fabulous ladles. The Versailles pattern one is incredible. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. Any more? I have 4 1/4 once, twice. He went for $4.50. Carol, 4 1/4.
Online bidder.
Next we have 8 Frederick Marcan, the coin silver, 19th century, King's pattern silver forks, 22.75 ounces of silver. These are so heavy that if you didn't like somebody, you could really wound them with these. They're all hallmarked. I believe that's a, Carol, isn't that a Southern Silver Company?
I believe so.
Savannah, yes, Savannah and New York. What's your pleasure on that?
3 1/4.
3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, and now 375. I have 375 and 400. I have 375 and now 400 I have and now 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 400, 4 1/2 and 475. I have 450 and 475 and 500. I have 475 and now 500. I have 475 and 500. These are rare. I have 475 and 500. I have 475 with Carol now and 500 if you like it. That's less than melt. I have 475 and now 500. I have 475 once, twice, and for $500. All in, 475. Carol, we are 475.
Online bidder.
Nice buy on those. Next we have another rare clock, a mid-19th century French bronze and slate mantle clock. Look at the size of this. Chris just logged over. This is all bronze of the harvester in the fall harvest with a slate base. Beautiful early French clock right here in gilded bronze. What's your pleasure on this? 100 I have. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175, 75 and 200. At 175 and 200, no money. At 175 and 2, and that beautiful clock. At 175 and 200, any more? All in. At 175, we have the pendulum and the key, and on that right there, it's clocked by Pierre Césaire Henri Pons, 1773 to 1851, and all I have is $175. Anyone for 200? 200 I have, of course, and 2 1/4. This is a rare clock. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. Should be bringing 1,000. 2 1/4, thank you, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 on the floor and 2 1/2. It's $1,000 clock. I have a 2 1/4 once, 2 1/4 twice, and for 2 1/2. All in, all done. 2 1/2 and 75 would you go? 250 and 275. Fabulous sculpture, bronze on top. You throw the clock away. I have 250 now, 275. I have 250 now, 275. I have 250 once, twice. Are you sure? I have 250 and 275. Any more? Carol, 250.
Online bidder.
That's a great clock. Next we have a pair of English sterling Corinthian column sterling candlesticks. Edwardian Neoclassical by George and Nathan and Ridley Hayes, Birmingham, 1909. May we have what?
850.
850. I have it now 900. I have 850 to open and now 900. With Carol at 850 and now 9. At 850 now 900. 850 now 9. 850 once, twice. You went for 900. With Carol all the way at 850, 900. Any more? Carol 850.
Online bidder.
Next we have another pair on these right here. A pair of English Corinthian column candlesticks by the same people again. And what's your pleasure on those?
500.
500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 now, 550 at 5 and 550. With Carol all the way at 500. Going to the same people, I hope. They came from the same house. I have 500 now, 550. Any more? 500 Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have a 3-piece fretwork mantle set. Look at the workmanship in this. My God, this is all done, all jigsaw work on this piece, 19th century mantle clock. And what's your pleasure in this set right here? So,
100.
how much?
100.
100 I have, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175, and 2, 175 and 200. 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. A rare set. At 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 250 I have, 275, and 300. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. Can you imagine doing that work for no money? I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/2, 375, 400. I have 375 and now 4. I have 375, an incredible set right there. And on the back it says, oh, I think it says who made it. Look at here, Chris. If this clock was done when it was wound up, sometimes it might not start. If this happens, take a minute hand and move it back and forth, and it will start. I have 375 and now 400, the incredible piece of fretwork. At 375 and now 400. At 375 and 4, 375 and 4. Any more? All in all, the 375. 375 to 85. 375 to 85 bars. Next we have, on the European Silver Reposé Reliquary box of St. Luke. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 50 I have, and 60. I have 50 and 60, 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70, 60 and 70. The beautiful all hand reposés. 70 now 80, 80 now 90, now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. At 90 now 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. Very early reposé box. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. At only $100, 100 quarter if you like it. At $100 anymore. All in, all done at only $100 that reposé box. What's the underneath too? Oh, it's all done on the underside too. In silver. I have only $100 and 100 and a quarter if you'd like it. That early reposé box with St. Luke. I have only $100 once, twice, and for 1 and a quarter, it's a 1 and a quarter in time. And now 150. 1 and a quarter is much better than that. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 125, now 150 if you want it. 1 and a half. Of course, at 175, they're just waking up to its value. This is an early box. I have 1 and a half, now 175. All in reposé silver. I have 150 once, twice, and for 175. Any more? 150, Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have a sterling silver cigarette case with India and Burma on the map. Look at this. It has special engraving showing India and Burma and gold leaf lining on it. Nice, beautiful early cigarette case with a map. What's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have, and 275. I have 250 and 75 at 250 and 75. At 250 and 75 anymore. At 250, that beautiful early case, cigarette case right there. At 250 and 75 with the map. Any more? 250 once, twice, and Carol 250.
Online bidder.
2162 is next. 2162 is a vintage Seth Thomas porthole wall clock on the porthole wall clock with the oak frame. What's your pleasure on this one? 70 I have, and now 80. I have 70 and 80. This was hanging in the kitchen of the Plunkett estate. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. A nice Seth Thomas vintage porthole wall clock at only $70. 80 if you like it. 70 once, 70 twice, and for $80, 70 it is.
Online bidder.
Next we have a carved wooden cookie mold, a nice early cookie mold. A lot of these were made for England and Europe, and they would put the cookie dough in here and bake, and it would come out with a man on a horse. And what's your pleasure on this?
70.
70 I have, and 80, 80, now 90, 90, now 100, 100 and a quarter,
1 1/4.
half, 75,
175.
200, no. At 175, now 200. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. At 175 and 2 anymore? This is from the nice house in Camden, Maine. At 175 and 2, Carol, 175.
Online bidder.
Those are so fun. And this one has multiple. This is double-sided carved wooden figure cookie mold. The carved birds on one side, animals on the other side. A nice early piece right here. Look at this early cookie mold. Look at the other side, Rob. Look at this, both sides. And what's your pleasure on this one?
50.
50 I have, and 60 now. I have 50 and 60. This is the better one of the two. I only have $50 and $60 now in this early cookie mold. I have 50 and 60 and 60 and 70. Should wake up now. This is a rare one. I have 60 now 70. I have 60 and 70, 60 and 70. More? 61, 60 twice, aiming for $70 on that rare cookie mold at only $60. Sold $60. We got to move on.
Online bidder.
Next we have a 950, higher than sterling. It's 950 is 25 points higher than regular sterling. And on that set right there, what's your pleasure? Compact and lighter. How much? 60, I have now 70. I have 60 and 70 and 60 and 70. On that 70, now 80. Beautiful condition. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. On the compact with the lighter, 70 now 80 anymore. All in all, $70 and $80 if you want 80, now 90. I have $80 now 90, 80 now 90. 80 now 90 anymore. All in all done at only $80. Want to go 90? Yes? 90, and now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. At 90 once, 90 twice with Jamie on the phone at only $90 on that 950 sterling silver stuff. Jamie, $90, 90. 422, Jamie. Next we have a Dutch silver brandy bowl, 19th century, reposé, silver brandy bowl. Look at this piece right here. Carol, why do they call this a brandy bowl?
I guess it's to serve brandy.
Oh, I thought maybe you knew for sure.
You probably warm it up, so you probably hold on to it.
Oh, I see. Okay. So it's to warm up your brandy. And on that right there, if you want warm brandy, we have it. What's your pleasure on this one? 90, now 100, now quarter, half, 75, 200, at 175 and 2, 175 and 2. A beautiful piece of Dutch silver with the S 1876. At 175 and now 200. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2. At only 175, way under the money for that. At 175 and 2, going to sell it. 175, Carol. Any more? 175, Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have, this is a cute piece. This is from the Plunkett estate. This was in the cabinet with all the wonderful little pieces we sold today. On this little boy, he's riding a melon. It's a Native American boy riding a melon, and he's whipping this snail with a cattail on a leaf. Excuse me, on that rare little clock right there. What's your pleasure on this? 150, now 175. At 150, 175. This will clean up really nice. It's heavy silver plate. At 150, now 175. At 150 and 75 anymore? At 150 once, twice, and for 175. It's 150 it is.
Online bidder.
Excuse me, online. Next we have, from the Plunkett estate again, these rare Michael S. Giliberti painted silk panels in the manner of Alphonse Mucha. There's 3 of them. They're 94 inches high by 46 inches wide. And we took them down off the wall, and they were in lovely condition when we did. And what's your pleasure on those? 650 I have, and 700. I have 650 and 700 on the 3 of those beautiful pieces. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700 from the Plunkett estate. Only 650 and 700 on the 3 of those painted silk panels. I have 650 once, twice, and for 700. All in all, that's 650. Gonna go. All his stuff is unreserved. 650, Carol.
Online bidder.
All right. Next we have, oh, look at these. Boy, if you want a great pair of lamps, these are all solid bronze Atlas holding the world, and these incredible carved marble bases. Never seen anything as exquisite on the bases of a lamps like that. Of course, if you didn't want them to be lamps, you could just take those off and have sculptures. And what's your pleasure? What's your pleasure on those? Maybe we have, what, $1,000 to set them in? $1,000 where? And it's the $1,000. 600. 600 I have, and now 7. I have 600 now, 650 next. I have 600 now, 650. I have 600 now, 650, and 600, 650. Those fabulous lamps. I have 600 now, 650 anymore. All in all, then at 600, 650. Pass those away. That's one of the only things I had to reserve today. Pass those away. Almost everything is unreserved, but not those. Next we have this rare iridescent art glass vase with cast metal mounts attributed to Lotz, or one of the great companies that made this Art Nouveau glass, where the metal has the metal fittings on it. This came in on free appraisal day. It's all embossed with thistles in the glass. Look at the quality of this thing. It's red with iridescent, and it has these bronze mountings. And what's your pleasure on this right here? Should be 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 300 and 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/2 is on the phone? 3 1/2 and 375. I 375 and 400. I 375 need 4, Jamie. I 375 and 400. I 375 and 4. 400 I have, and now 4 1/4. That's a rare piece of art glass. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. 4 1/4 costing 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/2 of course, and 475. I have 450 and 475, and this beautiful piece of Art Nouveau glass, 475 and 500 now, and 500. 500 I have, and now 550. At 500, 550, 550 has thistle pattern holding it. 550 needs 600. I have 550 needs 600 if you want it. A fabulous piece. 600 I have, and now 650. I have 650. Look at the scale of this thing. I have 600 now, 650. It's on the phone. It's 600. 650. 700 now. Back to the phone. I have 650 online and on Live Auctioneers, and now 700. 700 with Jamie. Now 750. I have 700 now, 750. And this rare piece of art glass. I have 700 now, 750. That's 700 on the phone once. 700 on the phone twice, and selling this beautiful piece of Art Nouveau iridescent glass at only $700. Any more? Where's Jamie? Jamie, 700?
327.
327. Next we have a large white cauliflower coral specimen. And oh, look at this beautiful piece right here. On this coral specimen. Careful you don't poke yourself.
Yeah.
Did you already? And what's your pleasure on this? 650 I have, and now 700. I have 650 and 700, 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. Is the phone on, out? Phone's out. I have 650 and 700. With Carol at 650 and 700 on this large white cauliflower coral specimen at 650 once, 650 twice. Aim for 700. Carol, you got it 650.
Online bidder.
Next we have a bronze taza of a bird and a leafy pool, circa 1880. A beautiful piece of bronze right here. And from the Plunkett estate again. Look at this, it's gilded. It just needs to be cleaned up a little bit. It was right on in the house. We didn't have a chance to clean it up. But there's a little bird looking at all the grapes and things right there. It's bronze with gilding. And what's your pleasure on that? Chris, you want to hold it like that? What's your pleasure on this one? May we have what? A couple $100 set it in. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. 2 and a half is on the floor. 75 and 300. I have 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3, and that beautiful Taza right there. At 275 with Jen Epstein and 300. At 275 and 300 anymore. At 275 once, 275 twice, and for 300. All in all, that 275. We are. Jen, your player got it. 336 buys. Next we have 6 handmade stained glass windows and handmade stained glass windows by Leon McNeil. Circa 1916 to 2014 is when he lived. And on those right there, they are a 254 by 11.5, 432.5 by 11.5, and all those. What's your pleasure on all of those windows? May we have 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 now, 550. They're fabulous, all handmade and beautiful colored glass. I have only 500 now, 550. I have 5 and 550. Going to sell them at only 500 once, 500 twice. They're unreserved. Anyway, for 550. Those beautiful window, 550, 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 for all of them. That's 6 pieces. I have only 550 and 600 on those beautiful leaded glass panels. I have 550 and 600, selling once, selling twice. At 550, 600, if you 600 with Carol, now 6.5. I have 600 now, 650. I have 600 now, 650 is 600, 650, 650, 700. I have 650 with Carol and selling at only 650 for all those beautiful leaded glass panels by this artist. I have 650 once, 650 twice, and for $700. It's 650 then, Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have, oh, look at this piece here. Whew. This came in on Free Appraisal Day. Beautiful sterling silver Art Nouveau overlay over this blown dark emerald green blown glass vase right here. Look at the quality of this thing. Just needs to be polished. We didn't touch it. It's just the way it came in. What's your pleasure on this? 200 I have, and 250, 275, 300, 300, 3 and a quarter. I have 3 all over the place. 3 and a half, 375, 400, 400, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 75, 500, 550 on the floor, 600. I have 550 is on the 600, 650, 650 is on the floor, 700. I have 650s on the floor and 700. I have 650 on the floor and 700 if you want it. I have 650s on the floor and 700. Gentlemen seated at 650 and $700. That beautiful Art Nouveau vase at only 650 and 700. At 650 once, twice in for 700. 650 at 34. 650 at 34. Next we have a Repoussé Silver Sugar Shaker by Kirk & Son. Look at this beautiful Kirk & Son Sugar Shaker in beautiful condition, floral Repoussé, and of the period. What's your pleasure on that? 250 I have and 275. How much? 600 I have and 650. I have 600 Carol. She's not fooling around. 650, 700. I have 650 and 700, 650 and 700. At 650 and 700, that beautiful sugar shaker. Man, oh man, when you pour the powdered sugar on your pancakes tomorrow morning, you'll be glad you had this. At 650 and 700. At 650 and 700, 650 and 700. At 650 once, twice in for 700. Carol, 650.
Online bidder.
Next we have another complete brush set like the other one, like in brand spanking new condition with the silver, the whole thing right there. What's your pleasure on this one?
At 50.
How much? 50 I have and 60 now, 60 on that beautiful sterling silver set. 70, you caught 80, 80 now 90, and 90 now 100, 90 now 100. What a nice gift for somebody. 100. 100 I have it now quarter, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 is online now 150. No money for this. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 150 I have with Jamie now 175. I 150 now 175. Brand spanking new condition, sterling. I 150 now 175. 150 with Jamie 175. No money. I 150 once, 150 twice. Anyone for 175? Any more? Jamie 150. 422. Oh, look at this suite right here. This is 29 pieces of 19th century cut amber glass. Beautiful from the Plunkett estate. There's your finger bowls. These are all cut glass. Heavy, heavy, heavy. Beautiful condition. This was in a cupboard at the Plunkett estate. 29 pieces of this beautiful. This is all ground pontils. And what's your pleasure in all this? 225 and now 250. I have 225 and 250 and 29 pieces of this beautiful solid amber cut glass. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 from the Plunkett estate. At only 2 1/4, 2 1/2 in this beautiful glassware. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, way, way under the money. I'm going to sell it at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Any more? Not paying attention on this one. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Sold, 2 1/4. Got to go. Online bidder, 2 1/4. 2178, 2178, coming along. We have 7 art glass paperweights, 7 nice art glass paperweights. And what's your pleasure in these?
100.
100 I have, and now 1 1/4. 100, 1 1/4. There's some really good ones in here, especially that Millie Fury one. This one has gold, what do you call that gold? Can't think of it. Millie Fury. These 3 here, the top money ones right here. At 100, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2. For all of them, at 175 and now 200. No money for those. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and now 2. We should have sold them individually. There's one right one that's worth 500 by itself. At 175 and now 200. At 175 once, twice, and for $200 on all of them. 175 once, twice, any more? 175 to 78. 78.
Thank you.
Yep, sorry. Next we have, oh, look at this. Rob, you're getting all the heavy stuff. No, right there. This is from a local home right here. This was a newel post lamp. It's all done in cast metal and all jeweled with bronze. This is a bronze frame and all jeweled. When it's lit up, it's incredible. And that rare piece right there, that went on a newel post of a fabulous mansion, I'm told. Anyway, what's your pleasure on this? 550 having 600. I have 600, now 650. I have 650, 700, now 750. I have 7 all over the place, now 800. I have 750, 850, now 900. I have 850, now 900. Rare thing. 900 I have, and now 950, now 1,000. I have 950 with Emily online, now 1,000. On live auction, I have 1,000. 1,100 with Emily, now 12. I have 11 all over the place. They have 1,100, 1,200. So 1,200 I have with Zeb, 1,300 with Emily, and now 1,400. 1,400 with Sylvia, 15 with Emily, and 1,600. I have 1,500. There's a rare thing. 1,600 with 17 with Emily, now 1,800. I have 1,700, now 1,800. 1,800 with Sylvia, 1,900 with Emily, and 2,000. I have 1,900, now 2,000. I have 2,000 ahead of you. 2,100 with Emily, and 22. I have 2,100, now 22. I 2,200 with Sylvia, and 23 with Emily, and now 2,400. This rare item. I 2,300, now 24. I 2,300 with Emily, and 2,400. I 2,300, now 24. 2,400 with Sylvia, now 25. I 2,400, now 25. 2,500 with Emily, now 2,750. I 2,500, now 2,750 if you want it. 2,750 I have, and 3,000. You should see it when it's lit. It's unbelievable. 3,000 I have, and 32 and a half. I 3,000, now 32 and a half. It's all jeweled. I 3,000, now 32 and a half. At 3,000 with Emily, and 32 and a half. At 3,000 once, at 3,000 twice. You'll never find another one any more than $3,000 with Emily all the way now. Any more? Once, twice, and 3,000 Emily.
Live auctioneers.
Does that shade come off of there? It's on tight. Good. All right. I want to make sure it's good. Emily, you got that? Live auctioneers. Yep. Next, we have this large Faltzcraft floor vase in blue, and on that right there, we have what? $500 set it in, 500 I have, and now 550. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 to 550, 600 and 650. No, I have 600 now, 650. I have 600 with Sylvia and 650 if you like it. I have 600 now, 650 and 600, 650 anymore. All in all, 650 is on the floor and 700. I have 650 with the lady on the floor and 700 now. I have 650 need 700. I have 650 once, twice in for 700. All in all at 650, 700. You got it, 650, number 106, 650. 106, lovely floor vase. Next we have a lovely French Limoges game plate set, 11 pieces, all signed by the artist. What's your pleasure in this lovely set right here?
500.
500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 now, 550, and 550 in this beautiful game set. 500 and 550 anymore. All in all on it, only $500 on this game set with the pheasants. All 22 karat gold trim at 500 now, 550 anymore. Way under the money. Going to sell it at 500 once, twice, and for 550. And that lovely game set anymore. Emily, 500 then.
5 auctioneers.
Here to be sold. Next we have a Kaiser Zinn pewter charger of the ship Santa Maria, and on that rare piece of pewter signed by Kaiser Zinn. What's your pleasure?
100.
100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have 100, 1 1/4, and only 100, 1 1/4. Has a raised depiction of the Columbus flagship, and on that right there, I only have $100, 100 1/4 if you want it. It's signed Kaiser Zinn. He did all this beautiful pewter work. I have only 100, 1 1/4, and 100 once, twice in for 1 1/4. It's $100 then.
5 auctioneers.
Next we have another leaded glass lamp. Look at this one. This is a nice period one here. This is a period leaded glass lamp right here, and it has a lovely bronze base. And what's your pleasure on this one? Then we have what? $300 set it in. 300 wait up 300 wait up 300. 200. Anyway, to 200. 250 I have, and 275. I have 250 with Sylvia and 275. This is a period one now, not a replica. I have 250 now, 275. I have 250 and 275 at 250 and 75. At only 250 and 275. I can't believe it. This is a nice vintage period lamp at 250 and 275. At 250 and 275, 275 finally, and 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275. This is a period lamp now at 275 and 300. At 275 and 3 anymore. All in all on at 275. We are 275, 78 buys. 275, 78. Next we have, oop, I went too far. Next we go to another one. This is from the same family. This is from the same family. A nice 1910 electric leaded glass lamp. Beautiful leaded glass lamp, floral design. What's your pleasure on this one? 400, I would too.
100.
How much? 100. They want to rent it for the night. I have 100 now, quarter. Fabulous. Based on this, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 175, 150, 175. No money for this period lamp. I 1 1/2 is on the floor now. 175 and now 200. It's a gift. I 175 and now 2. At 175 and now 2. 175 and 2. Well, that's a nice lamp for no money. I 175 and now 200. At 175 and 2. We all in all done at only 175 and 200. 175 to 177. 175 to 177. Next we have a Gorham copper and silver loving cup right here. Early mixed metal 3-handle loving cup, or ting they call them. And what's your pleasure from the Gorham Silver Company? What's your pleasure on this piece?
250.
250 I have, and 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275, at 250, 75 anymore. All in all done 250, 275. We are 250 then.
5 auctioneers.
I have auctioneers buys. 2186. 2186 is a Tiffany Company Sterling Repoussé dresser box. Oh, this is a beauty right here. Look at this. And on this right here, with all floral repoussé in nice condition, what's your pleasure?
275.
275 and 300. 300, 3 1/4. I 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. I 300 now, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 is on the floor, and 375 and 400. At 375 and now 4. At 375 and now 4 anymore? Anymore? Jen, 375?
420.
420 buys. 420. 375. Next we have, look at this, Minton Florentine pattern china set. 88 pieces of this beautiful, beautiful set in Florentine pattern, in the early Minton Florentine China set. When this one is from the estate of Richard Plunkett again, and on from Boothbay Harbor, which a pleasure, and all this beautiful china.
475.
475 and 500. I have 500 and 550. I have 500 and 550. 88 pieces of this rare Minton Florentine china period set. What do we have? 500.
I have 500.
500 now 5 and a quarter. 550 rather. I have 500 now 550. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. No money for this. I have 550 and 600. 88 pieces. I have 600, 650. I have 600 now 650. Think about it. I have 600 now 650. A beautiful set. I have 600 once, 600 twice, and for 650. All in all done. It's $600 only. Any more? Sold 600. We got to move on.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Nice buy on that. Next, we have 107 gilded porcelain dinner services with floral sprig design on this beautiful set right here. The Gravy Boat. And this was all out of an estate in Camden, and it's all in early TV Limoges. It was sold at the Thomas Meyer Buck Company in Zurich, Switzerland, in beautiful condition. And on that whole set, 107 pieces. What's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on that beautiful set right there by TV Limoges? On that, what's your pleasure on that beautiful set? They had $300 and set it in. $300 where? 107 piece set. Lovely, lovely stuff from a house in Camden, Maine. And he went for 300. 200 I have. It's going to be sold. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter. An incredible porcelain dinner service. I have only 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 selling. They want it all sold. I have 200 once, 200 twice, 2 and a quarter. Anyone? What a buy. 200, 177. Next we have a novelty English mahogany needlepoint fire screen. This came out of the same house in Camden, Maine. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on the fire screen? What's your pleasure? How much?
50.
50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60, 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70. It has a little shelf with it. I have 60 now 70. Look at that. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70 and more. All in all, that's $60 only and 70 if you want it. No money for this at all. This is all hand needle pointed. I have 60 now 70. Any more? $60 to 313. Next we have an Art Nouveau figural accent lamp from the Plunkett estate. Look at this one. It has a stone base and silvered bronze. Lovely little lamp right there. And what's your pleasure on this one?
250.
250 I have and 275 and 300. 300 and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter. Your book is out. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter. 300 3 and a quarter. Any more? All in all done at 300 and 3 and a quarter. At 300 once, twice with Sylvia. 300 at 300 3 and a quarter. Anyone? And that nice Art Nouveau lamp from the Plunkett estate. I have only $300 and 3 and a quarter. We all good? It's $300 then.
Online bidder.
Next we have a Tiffany iridescent art glass shade on bronze base. And on that one right there, with your pleasure, this is a candle lamp.
50.
50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. 60 I have and now 70.
70.
70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. 80 I have and now 90. 90 I have and now 100. 100 I have now quarter. This is old. I have 100 now quarter. This is from Plunkett's too. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 once, 100 twice. This was all electrified once, so you could have it as a boudoir lamp. I have 100 now quarter. With 100 with you, Jamie? No, 100 here, sorry. 100 on the floor, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. Any more? A nice art glass lamp. Any more? $100, 178. Next we have silver and bronze medallions on this collection right here. What's your pleasure on this? 90 I have, and now 100. I'm 90 now 100, 90 now 100. All kinds of silver and bronze medallions. 100 I have. Here's 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. I 1 a quarter, 1 and a half, at 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 a quarter, 150, 175. At 150 now 175 in the whole group. At 150 and 75. At 150 once, twice in for 175. And 150 anymore. All in all done, 150, 175. Jamie, 150, your way.
422.
422 buys. Next we have the rare Erie Canal completion medal in the original wooden case with the paper label. Can you imagine that survived all these years? And what's your pleasure on that?
500.
500 I have, and now 550. I have 500, now 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 600 and 650. I have 600, now 650 at 600, 650. Wood Carroll at 600 and 650 on this rare metal 1826 Erie Canal completion metal in the original box with the old label inside. I've only 600, now 650. 600 once, twice, and for 650. Carroll, 600.
Online bidder.
Next we have a lovely Heinz sterling on bronze vase. On sterling on bronze vase, and what's your pleasure on this one?
50.
50 having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 with the Art Nouveau design of the flowers. I'm only 50 and 60. That'll shine up beautifully. Hardly anywhere at all. I have only $50 and $60 if you want it. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 anymore at only $50 in that beautiful Art Nouveau silver over copper vase. Anymore? $50 it is.
Online bidder.
Next we have a pair of sterling silver composts right here with the blue gouache enameling on these sterling silver composts. They're beautiful condition. What's your pleasure on those?
50.
50 I have, 60, 70, 100 I have, 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter, quarter and half, 1 and a half, and 175, and 200, 200, and 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. With Janet, 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half, and 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half anymore. Beautiful compost at only 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Jen, 2 and a quarter.
362.
362 buys. They're going to be happy. Next we have a Willard patent banjo clock. A Willard style patent banjo clock. And what's your pleasure on that lovely banjo clock right there? We have a couple.
50.
How much?
50.
50. 50. Where's all these 50s coming from? I have Willard's patent clock with the pendulum and everything in it. I have 50 and 60 now. I have 50 and 60. Look at that nice clock. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Any more? All in, $50. That nice banjo clock. At 60, now 70. It's unreserved, 70, now 80. It's unreserved. I have 70, now 80. 70, now 80. It runs for 8 days. I have 70, now 80. Any more? 70 once, twice, and even for $80. All in all, it's $70 only. Sold, $70.
5 auctioneers.
Next we have an Art Nouveau German pewter vase with figures. This one is signed. And on that right there, what's your pleasure?
100.
100 I have, and now 1 1/4 from the Plunkett Estate again. A beautiful piece of Art Nouveau in German pewter with the figures, raised figures. There's a dolphin here. All nautical feel to it. I have only 100 now 1/4. It is signed by the artist. I have 100 now 1/4 and 100 now 1/4. At only $100, 100 1/4 anymore. What a steal. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 175. Beautiful piece of pewter. I 150 now 175. A great piece 175 and now 200. 200 I have and don't 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 on the floor and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 is a bargain. At 2 1/4 once, twice, and 2 1/2. 2 1/4 and the number 175. 175. Buys. 175 is the buyer. And look at this, a Tiffany style iridescent scarab lamp. And on the scarab lamp from the, always have it ready. From the scarab lamp, this is from the Plunkett Estate also. It has a scarab in bold molded glass with a bronze base after Tiffany. And what's your pleasure on that?
3 1/4.
3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 on that lovely scarab lamp. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. All in, all done, sold. 3 1/4.
5 auctioneers.
Next we go to, oh look at this, a rare large art glass jardiniere with pewter trim. This is from the Plunkett Estate again. Look at this piece here. So the bottom rim is removable in pewter, and a beautiful piece of Art Nouveau glass right here on this jardiniere. Is it in there? Yep. And on that right there, may we have what? $500 to set it in. 100. Do you want to rent it for the night? I have 100. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 175, and 200. 200 I hit. 200, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, need 2 1/2.
Or, 2
I need 2.5. I have 2.25, 2.5. 2.5 is on the phone, 275. I have 250, now 275 in this rare piece. I have 275 and 300. I have 275 and need 300. I have 275, 300. I have now 3.25. I have 300 now, 3.25, 300, 3.25. I have 300, 3.25 anymore. All in all done at $300 in that beautiful piece of art glass at 300, 3.25. Once, twice, and 3.25 and 3.5 now. I have 3.25 and 3.5. 3.5. Where are you going to find another one like this? I have 3.25, 3.5 and 375. I have 350 and 375. At 350 once, 350 twice, and 375. It's on the phone with Zeb at 350 and gone. 350 Zeb.
327. Congratulations, sir. You won that at 350.
Next we have 3 small 19th century sewing implements. This is all from the Plunkett estate again. From the Plunkett estate. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure? 50 I have and 60 now. 60 now 70. I have 60, 70 now 80. Look at the scissors in here. There's a little acorn piece to put your needles into. There's all kinds of stuff. And there's a silver thimble, a measuring tape. What else is in there? All kinds of stuff in here. There's another thimble inside this little pincushion with the bird. Another one here with all the thread. What's in here? More stuff. Another pair of gilded silvers. There's 2 pair of these bird scissors. What's your pleasure now?
I'm 80.
80 now 90. 80 now 90. Should be everywhere. 90 now 100. 90 now 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter anymore. Last call at 100 and a quarter. 100 quarter. 150. At 125. 150. Wonderful little sewing collection. At 150 now 175. At 150 175. With Jamie at 150 175. Oh, I had you at 1 1/4. Sorry. Jamie's at 1 1/4. Now 150. Jamie's at 1 1/4. 1 1/2 anymore. Last call. Once, twice, and Jamie 1 1/4.
It's 422.
Next we have, after Edvard Stillmacher, Germany, a bust of an Arab man cast and painted patina. And what's your pleasure on this guy?
50.
50 I have and 60 now. This is from Plunkett too. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Look at that profile on that guy. At 50 and 60 anymore. At only $50, bargain time. I have $50 now 60 anymore. 50 once, twice, and for $60. A nice bust of that man. Any more? 50 it is.
Live auctioneers.
Live auctioneers. They want all their stuff sold. Next we have a leaded slag glass hanging lamp. On the hanging lamp right here. And on that right there, from the Plunkett estate again, they have 200 I have and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275. I have 250, 275, 275 and 300. I have 275 in that beautiful period hanging dome. I have 275 and 300. At only 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4. This was hanging over the dining room table in the Plunkett estate. I have 300 now 3 1/4. This is a good one. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4 anymore. Last call at 300, 3 1/4. All in, all done. Carol 300.
Online bidder.
Next we have a Meissen porcelain figure of a Brittany Spaniel. Look at this lovely Brittany Spaniel right here. And what's your pleasure on this Meissen piece?
3 1/4.
3 1/4 and 3 1/2. Beautiful mark on it, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 375. I 350 and 375 on that lovely Meissen Spaniel. I 3 1/2 and 375 of the Brittany 375 and 400. I 375 and now 400 now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4, 400 4 1/4. I have 400 4 1/4 anymore. All in all done at 400 4 1/4. Any more? Carol 400.
Online bidder.
Online bidder 400. Thank you. Next we have a French neoclassical Taza. Look at this beautiful Taza right here, all in bronze with a neoclassical figure in solid bronze. It weighs a ton, and on a beautiful early bronze piece like that, Richard Pleasure, man, $300 set in, 200 I have, and now 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275. I have 250 now, 275, 275 with Jen Epstein now 300. At 275 now 300. At 275 and 3 anymore. At 275 once, twice, and for 300. Jen, your player.
336.
336 buys. Next we have 2 crystal perfume bottles, including the Fleur de Lis Lalique bottle. This one is cut glass with a cornucopia cut glass with a sterling top. What's your pleasure on those? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 at Lalique. I have 50 and 60 at 60, and now 70. I have 60, now 70. The period perfume bottles. I have 60, now 70. 60, now 70. At 60, now 70. Much better than that. Has the original Lalique label still on it. I have 60, now 70. Going to sell 60 once, 60 twice, going for $70. Carol, 60.
Online bidder.
Next we have a Dresden plate portrait of the Princess of Wales, Queen Alexandra of the United Kingdom, British Dominions, Empress of India. She was Princess of Wales, and on that right there, in that beautiful painted portrait plate. What's your pleasure in that?
300.
300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 375. 350 and 375. It's all signed on the back. A 3 1/2, now 375, and all trimmed in gold, raised gold. A 3 1/2, 375. Any more? Wood, Carol, at 350 only. It's 350, Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have 6 Fritz and Floyd porcelain dinner plates and soup plates with a red dragon motif circa 1975. Look at these beautiful plates with the red dragons by Fritz and Floyd. What's your pleasure in those?
80.
80, I have it now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. Those cost a lot in the store. I have $80 now $90 if you want it. At $80 and 90, 16 of them. 6 dinner there's 8 dinner plates and 8 soup plates, and the Fritz and Floyd Red Dragon design of $80 only, and 90 if you'd like them. $80 once, twice, and for $90, way under the money. $80.
Online bidder.
Next we have a great pair of metal wall sconces of figural design and gilded patina. And look at these. These came in on free appraisal day. What's your pleasure on those candle sconces? Triple arm candle sconces. What's your pleasure on those? 175 and now 200. I have 175 and 2, 175 and 2, and 175 and 2 for the pair of those beautiful solid bronze candle holders, wall sconces. 200 I have, and 2 1/4, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/2 and 275. At 250 and 275. Great decorative objects at 250 and 275. 250 once, twice, and for 275. Sold. 250, Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have another gold-painted multi-stem torchère, 8 floor line from the Hollywood style. These are from the, they used to have these in the early movies in Hollywood. What's your pleasure on this one? I have 200, now 2 1/4. I have 200, now 2 1/4 on that beautiful chandelier. I have 200, now 2 1/4. I have 200, now 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I'm looking for 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. This is from Sally Jessica Raphael's mansion in New York. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, it's on the phone with Zeb at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, twice, even for 2 1/2. Zeb, 2 1/4.
407. Congratulations, sir. You won at 2 1/4. Oh, you're welcome. Have a good one, sir.
Next we have a gilt metal taza with relief decoration. Look at this taza right here. Beautifully done in gold leaf on the outside, and had birds and floral in the inside of it on this bronze taza. What's your pleasure on this one here? Beautiful piece right there. What's your pleasure on this one? May have what? $300 wear instead of $300 and go. 200 wear from the Plunkett estate again. 200 wear. Understand that piece at all? $100 I have, and 1 1/4. I have $100 now, 1 1/4. I have $100, only 100 1/4, $100, 100 1/4. No money for this at all. That's a lovely taza. At $100, 100 1/4. Any more? $100 to 78. Next we have a cased English fish set by Joseph Rogers and Son with a mother pearl and sterling fitted handles. Mother pearl and sterling fitted handles on these. The blades are even engraved with design. Beautiful design on the all mother pearl. These are sterling banded tops. What's your pleasure on this? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175, and 200. 200 I have, and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, Jen. Do you have 2 1/2 on that? 2 1/2 and 275, 75 and 300, and 300, and 300, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I 3 1/2 and 375. I 3 1/2 now 375. I 350 with Emily now 375 in that elegant set. I 350 and 375. At 350 once, twice, and for 375. All in all, done at 350, 375, and 400 on that elegant fish set. I 400 I have, and 4 1/4. I 400 now, 4 1/4. I 400, 4 1/4, 4 and 4 1/4 anymore. All in all, done at 400, 4 1/4. Any more? 400.
5 auctioneers.
5 auctioneers, 400. Next we have a Tiffany and Company cherub decorated sterling silver covered jar on this beautiful covered jar right here from the same family that's had all this great repoussé silver. And on the covered jar right now, what's your pleasure? 350 I have, and 375, and 400, and 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 475. I have 450 with Carol, now 4 and a half. I have 450 with Carol, and 475. I have 450 on the Tiffany jar. I have 450 with Carol, and 475. 475 on the phone with Jen, and now 500. I have 475, now 5. It's on the phone at 475 and 500. I have 475, now 500 anymore. On the phone with Jen in that lovely Tiffany box. 475 once, twice, and for 500. Jen, 475. 420. 175, 420. Next we have a pair of carriage lanterns on that beautiful pair of carriage lanterns right here. What's your pleasure on those? 50 I have, and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 at only $50.60 if you want them. And a nice pair of brass candles, carriage lamps. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 anymore at only $50 and selling. Once, twice, and $50 it is.
Online bidder.
Next we have a leaded glass window, a nice stained glass window. And on the stained glass window, what's your pleasure on that? I have 200, now 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 75, 75 and 300. I have 275 and now 3. I have 275 and 300. I have with Carol 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a half and 75. No, 3 and a half with Carol, now 375. I have 350, now 375. I have 350 and 75 anymore. 350 once, twice, and for 375 with Carol at 350 anymore. Carol, 350.
Online bidder.
Next we have a Steuben gold Aurine footed bowl. Look at this beautiful Steuben bowl. Wow. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one?
3 and a quarter.
3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. Rings like a bell. 3 and a quarter and footed. Look at this beautiful footed. It's signed right here with an open pontil. The beautiful footed bowl. I have 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half, and 375. I have 3 and a half, now 375. I have 350 and 75 in that rare piece of art glass. At 350, now 375. With Carol at 350 online and 375. Any more? 350 once, twice, and for 375. Carol, you get it, 350.
Online bidder.
Next we go to 7 clear apothecary display jars from the Plunkett estate. They used to use these in the windows of the drugstores, and they would fill them with candy. These ones here usually had peppermint sticks. And what's your pleasure on 7 clear glass original period apothecary jars? 50 I have, and 60 now. I have 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70. 70, of course, now 80. I have 70, now 80. This one alone is worth more than that. I have 70, now 80. 70, now 80. I have 80, now 90. 80, now 90. These are great, filled with candy. 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100, of course, now 1 and a quarter. These are of the period. I have 100, now 1 and a quarter. I have 100, now 1 and a quarter for all of them. I have 100 once, twice, and for 1 and a quarter. Way under the money on those. 100, 1 and a quarter. Any more? $100.
5 auctioneers.
Moving on. Next we have 12 Tiffany and Company plates, Grosvenor Roslyn pattern, and on those right there, what's your pleasure? 275 and 300 and 300 and 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half, 75, 400, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 475. 500, no. I have 475 at Carol and 500. The book is out. I have 475 and now 500. I have 475 and 500, 475 and 500. 475 once, twice, and for 500. They're all out, all in, all done. 475, Carol.
Online bidder.
Beautiful pattern, Tiffany. Next we have 7 George's Bread onion form covered tureen with 6 handled bowls. And what's your pleasure in this group right here? 80, I have it now 90. 80 now 90. This is for French onion soup. Look at this. I have 80 now 90. 80 now 90. Any more? 80 once, 80 twice, 90 if you want it. Nice set at only $80. 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100. 90 now 100 for French onion soup. I have $90 once, $90 twice, and for a $100 bill. Any more? 90 sold.
Online bidder.
Next we have the rare pair of Lincoln bronze bookends. On the bronze bookends of Lincoln right there. What's your pleasure on those? 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2 on the pair, 2 1/2 on the phone, and 275. Seated Lincoln reading at 250, now 275. I have 250 and 275 anymore. At 250s on the phone, at 250 once, at 250 twice, anybody 275. Zeb phone 250.
331. Yes.
331, 250. Nice, great buy on those. Next we have 3 carved wooden sculptures signed, all signed MA, and on those right there. These are all done to hang on the wall, and they look like clothing. Very unusual. And on those right there, may have a couple hundred, 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and 275. I have 250 and 275 with Carol at 250 and 275 for all 3. They should be that a piece. I have 250 once, twice, and for $300. Carol, 250.
Online bidder.
Next we have Vincenzo Corleone, late 19th century, a large painted tapestry of a woman serving serving a cavalier in a tavern from the Sally Jesse Raphael collection. It's 70 by 89 inches framed. What's your pleasure on that? On that original painted on cloth, right, on tapestry, painted tapestry. What's your pleasure on this? May we have what? $500 to set it in, 400, 300, $300. Nobody wants that? Once, twice? Anyone no interest in that piece? Pass away. Next we have 4 glass apothecary jars. There's a nice pair of bulbous ones, a square one with a sort of an amethyst color to it. What's your pleasure on all these?
50.
50, have them 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. These are period jars. 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70, 70, now 80. 70, now 80. A nice pair of them. 80, now 90. 80, 90, now 100. 90, now 100. I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 100 and a quarter for all 4. Any more? Once, twice, any more? $100 it is.
Live auctioneers.
Next we have another amber cut crystal set right here. These are lovely. Right here. We have a blown decanter with stopper and the squirrel wine glasses. This is high quality, all ground pontal cut glass in the solid amber glass. What's your pleasure in this from the Plunkett Estate again? 60, and now 70, now 80, 80, now 90, 80, now 90. No money for this stuff at all. 80, I have 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90. Unbelievably low for this stuff. I have 80, now 90. This decanter alone would be in the store about $350. I have 80, now $90. All in all 80, now 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100. No money for this at all. I have 90 once, 90 twice, even for a $100 bill. All in all then, $90. $90 to 85. Next we have, oh look at this, circa 1870 banquet lamp with a red hobnail shade, a squirrel and hobnail shade. Beautiful condition, brass base, and on that from the Plunkett Estate, again, what's your pleasure on this one? 50, I have 60 now on a $300 lamp. 60, 70, 70 now 80, 70 now 80. The shade's worth 200. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. Any more? All in all, then, is $70 on that lovely period banquet lamp with a hobnail, cranberry hobnail shade at only $70 and selling. Any more? $70.
Online bidder.
Next, we have a leaded glass shade, and on that right there, maybe a 200 I have and 2 1/4, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275, and 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3, 275 and 3 from the Plunkett Estate again. At 275 anymore? Jen, 275? 180, 275. Next we have a 2-pot jardiniere. On that right here, on this lovely 2-pot jardiniere right here. What's your pleasure on this? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. And this beautiful piece right here from the arts and crafts movement. It has the Dutch children with their mother and windmills. And it has a lovely standing base in a green glaze. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. No money for that standing jardiniere with the base. I have only 1 1/4, 1 1/2. All in all, 1 1/4, 1 1/2 is 30 inches high. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore? It's 1 1/4 then.
Online bidder.
All right. And now we have from the Doris Buffett Estate, We have two early Italian carved wall plaques of angels. These are very early. They're probably 19th century. And on those right there from Doris Buffett's estate, what's your pleasure on those?
200.
200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. At only $200 and 2 1/4 if you'd like them. At 200 once, twice, in for 2 1/4. It's $200, Carol.
I just got 2 1/4.
2 1/4, we'll take it. We're 2 1/4. I didn't say sold. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Any more? With Carol at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. We're all in, all done at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Now it's sold. 2 1/4, Carol.
Online bidder.
This is a rare piece from the Plunkett estate right now. It's an 1876 Philadelphia exhibition glass inkwell, all in molded glass of the exhibition in Philadelphia in 1876. What's your pleasure on that?
200.
200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and 275 in this rare piece. I have 250 and 275, 275, 300 I have, and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4 from the Plunkett estate. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 once, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, and 75. I have 350 and 375 in this rare inkwell. I have 350 now, 375. At 350 once, 375 in time, 400 I have, and 4 1/4. I have 400 with Emily and 4 1/4. On live auction is at 400 and 4 1/4. At 400 once, 400 twice, and for 4 1/4. All in, all then at 400, 4 1/4. So 400 Emily.
Live auctioneers.
Live auctioneers in that rare piece. $400 live auctioneers. Watch the lid on that when you move it. Next we have a Heisey glass flat panel fruit jar on this right here. All signed Heisey in nice Heisey crystal. It has the Heisey triangle with the H on the bottom. And what's your pleasure on that?
50.
50 I have, and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 from the Plunkett. 60 I have, and 70. I have 60 and 70. Great for cigars. I have 60 and 70. It's 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80 from the Plunkett estate. At 70 once, 70 twice, and 80 if you like it. A nice crystal piece of Heisey glass in the flat panel. What do we have, Chris?
We have
70, now 80. I have 70 with Carol, now 80. 80 on the floor, now 90. 80's on the floor, now 90. 80 and 90 anymore? At 80's on the floor, $90, 90, now 100. I have $90, now 100. Nice piece of glass. I have $90, now 100 anymore? 90 once, twice, in for a $100 bill. 90, Carol.
Online bidder.
Online bidder, of course. Next we have, oh, look at this one here. A Victorian brass inkwell wired as a lamp. If you don't want it as a lamp, you can take the lamp out and keep it as a period inkwell in solid bronze. Solid bronze. It's pretty as a lamp, though, isn't it? And what's your pleasure on this?
50.
50 I have, and 60 now. Is that a draw? I have 50 and now 60. I have 50 and 60 in that beautiful piece of bronze. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have $50 only and 60 if you like it. I have 50 and 60 anymore from the house in Camden at $50 only in that beautiful inkwell in solid bronze from the Victorian era. I have only $50. It has a lion head in the back. I have 50 once, twice, and for $60. 50 it is then.
Online bidder.
Next we have a Staffordshire blue and white tureen set by William Ridgway and Company's England, 1850. What's your pleasure on this one?
150.
150 I have it, now 175. I have 150, now 175. 175 on the phone, 200. With Sylvia at 175 and now 2. At 175 I need 2, 175 and 2. At 175 I need 200. I have 175 once, twice, and for 200. Look at that, beautiful tureen and underplate. At 175 and 200 on the phone, at 175 and selling. Sold, Sylvia, 175. 376, 175. Next we have, from the Plunkett estate again, 3 Staffordshire dark blue transfer. Oh no, this is not. This is from the estate in Boothbay, another estate in Boothbay. And on those right there, we have what? 200 I have, 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 and a half, and 75, and 300. I have 275 and now 300. I have 275 and 3, and 275 and 300. At 300 I have, and 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4. I have C now 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 375. They're out. I have 3 1/2 with Emily online, and 3 1/2 is now 375 on all that rare Staffordshire. I have 3 1/2 for 375, 350 once, twice, and 375. 350 it is.
Live auctioneers.
Live auctioneers. Next we have 2 silver overlay decanters from the from another estate. This one's in green glass with silver overlay. This one has almost like a racing trophy with a raised silver resist on the horse. What's your pleasure on those? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 and 70. 70 now 80. 80 now 90. 80, 90 now 100. No. I have 90 with Carol now 100. At 90 and 100 now. 90 once, 90 twice, and for 100 on those two silver overlay bottles. Any more? 90. Carol.
Online bidder.
2234 coming up is a Murano glass poodle. On the Murano glass poodle, he's cute with a green interior from Murano glass. It's Italy. What's your pleasure on that?
50.
50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 on that nice Murano glass poodle. This is from the 1950s. Beautiful condition. I have $50 now 60. 50 once, twice, 60, now 70. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70. Any more? 60 once, twice, and for 70, I have you at 60. Any more? $60 to number, what's your number? 411. $60 to 411. Next we have another nice slide glass table lamp with the fringe. Look at this one. With the fringe on this right here. This is from the estate near Cundy's Harbor, Maine. Has all these amber frills hanging down off of it in amber slide glass. What's your pleasure on this one? Couple $200 where? 80, now 90. 90, now 100 I have, now quarter. I have 100 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and then nice lamp, 1 and a half, of course, at 175. At 150, 175. At 150, now 175 anymore. At 150 once, 150 twice, you went for 175. On the phone at only 150 and selling once, twice, and 150.
326. Thank you very much, sir. You won that 150.
Next we have a period hand-painted Gone with the Wind lamp. A hand-painted Gone with the Wind lamp. And what's your pleasure on this one here? These are so hard to find now with the original shade. What's your pleasure on this one? 50 and 60 now. I have 50 and 60, at 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Just needs to have the glass washed off. I have $50 only and 60 if you like it. At 50 and 60 and on that nice period Gone with the Wind lamp. I have 50 and 60 anymore. All in all on it. Only $50 in selling. 50 it is.
Online bidder.
Next we have from the Plunkett estate. Look at this beautiful TV Limoges hand-painted punch bowl on a pedestal base with 22 karat gold trim. Lovely piece right there. What's your pleasure in this?
100.
100 I have. Look at the quality of the painting on this. Gold leaf trim. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100. It says who painted it. It was painted by M. Green, 222 Mass Avenue. And I have 100 now, 1 and a quarter. I have 100, 1 and a quarter. Any more? At only 100, 100, 1 and a quarter if you want it. That's no money for this at all. I have $100 in selling. 100 once, twice. I can't believe it. Anyone for 100 and a quarter? 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. And 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a half, and 175, 175, and 200. 200 and 2 and a quarter. I forgot to bid the FC bid. 200, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 275, and now 300. I have 275 and 3, 300 and 3 and a quarter. I have 300, now 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter anymore. At 300 and 3 and a quarter anymore. My people are out. Carol, you got it, 300.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. I almost forgot that FC bid. I've been shot. Here we go. Here we go. Look at this piece. A nice piece of Roseville Monticello vase. And on the vase, on the very arts and crafts, large vase, Monticello by Roseville. What's your pleasure on this? Has the original paper label. Pleasure on this? What is it at?
1 and a quarter.
1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter and 1 and a half. Very techo looking. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Any more? At 1 and a quarter with Emily. And 1 and a half if you want it. Any more? Any more? Emily, 1 and a quarter then.
Live auctioneers.
Next I have a Victorian brass cranberry hanging hall lamp with the prisms. A nice cranberry, inverted cranberry with a fancy, fancy frame. Look at that frame. It has all the prisms and everything. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? On that cranberry hanging hall lamp. 50, having 60 now from the Plunkett estate. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. At 50 and 60, no money for this stuff. $500 crimped edges. 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70. Beautiful when it's all hung up. It was in the hallway, lighting up the hallway. I have 60, now 70, and 60, now 70. Way, way under the money for this. Sold $60.
Online bidder.
They want it all sold. Next we have another cool lamp right here. This one is a bronze blacksmith nightlight with alabaster base. Look at this one. Can we light this one up? I don't know. Somebody taped it. I wonder if there's a bulb in there. Before I do that. Oh, there's a bulb. I want to see this lit. I haven't seen it lit. This is from the people over in Cundy's Harbor. Move it back a little bit. Like that. There you go. Come on. Well, there we go. Oh, look. So the blacksmith's forge lights up. It's all done in alabaster. What's your pleasure on that? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. That's a fun thing. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At $125, $125 only. At $125, now $150 with the blacksmith. All in, at only 1 1/4. Any more? Sold 1 1/4.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next, we have a a large pair of Abington pottery urns. And what's your pleasure on those? Circa 1940 from the Abington Pottery, Illinois. What's your pleasure on those? 50. I have them 60 now. I have 50 now 60. I have 50 now 60 now 70. With Zeb at 60 now 70. 70 now 80. 70 now 80. 70 now 80. 80 now 90. 80 on the 90 now 100. I'm 90 now 100 for the pair. 100 of course now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 quarter 1 1/2. 1 1/4 1 1/2. 1 1/4 1 1/2. 1 1/2, 150 with Zeb on the phone, now 175 and 200. At 175 need 2. At 175 need 2 in the pair. 200 I have and now 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 online, now 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, 2 1/4 twice, and for 250. Well, then all in 2 1/4 with Carol online. Any more? Carol, 2 1/4.
Online bidder.
2242 coming up. From the Plunkett Estate again, a hand-painted lamp with a marine theme. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? A nice electrified kerosene lamp. It's 27 inches high with the marine scenes, all hand-painted. What's your pleasure on that one? Maybe we have $100 set it in. $100 where? $50 where? They want it all sold. Anyway, for $50 on that nice painted electrified kerosene lamp. Any answer to that? Once, twice, and... Can't believe it. Next item. Next we have a vintage electric lamps. One is the little wall bracket with books, and one's a parrot. One's a parrot. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that one? 60 and now 70. 70 now 80. 80 now 90. 90 now 100. Now I have 100, a quarter and a half. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175. At 150 now 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2. 175 and 2. 175 and 2. 200 I have and 2 1/4. Has this got a bulb in it? It does. Oh, this screws into the base. Isn't that nice? Let's see if that lights up. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I want to see these. I haven't seen this one either. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Oh, look at that parrot lights up. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Hold that like that. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275. At 250 now 275. At 250, 275 anymore. At 250 once, twice, and with 275. Carol, 250 then.
Online bidder.
Next we have a Villeroy and Bach Delft charger, a large charger. And on that right there, it is a 15.5-inch diameter, that beautiful blue and white charger with the ships. What's your pleasure on this one? 50. I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have $50 only and 60 if you like it. At $50 only and that nice Villeroy and Bach Delft charger. I have $50 only. Once, twice, any more. Wow. 50 it is.
Live auctioneer.
Live auctioneers buys. Next we have this. We don't want to bring this up. It's too rare. Too delicate too. This is a period brass chandelier with cranberry hobnails, crimp shades. Beautiful piece. This was hanging upstairs at the Plunkett House. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 275 and now 300. At 275 and 300, fabulous cranberry hobnail shades on the all period. At 275 only and now 300. At 275 and 3 anymore. At 275 once, twice, and for 300 on that beautiful hanging chandelier with 4 shades. Any more? It's 275 then.
Online bidder.
Some great buys here today. Next we have, this was in the bedroom at Sally Raphael's mansion. This is Margot in blue after Mary Cassatt. Painted like Mary Cassatt, oil on canvas in a very expensive carved and gilded frame. What's your pleasure on this one? And you see in this piece, 500 where? 500 after Mary Cassatt. Mary Cassatt painting like that would be around $3.5 million. Maybe we have $300 then. 300 where? No inch net piece, put it away. Next item. Next we have another great leaded table lamp right here. And on this leaded table lamp right here with a floral pattern. Phone's out. With a floral pattern on this one right here. What's your pleasure?
100.
100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100, now quarter. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 175. 150, now 175. 150, now 170. Plug that boy in, okay? 200 I have, and 2 1/4. This is a beauty. I have 200, now 2 1/4. It's all jeweled. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. You had to pull the chain. There we go. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and selling. At 2 1/4, a nice lamp right there with the jewels. At 2 1/4 anymore? It's 2 1/4 then.
Online bidder.
Next we have, look at this one, a Tiffany style 3-light lily lamp with art glass shades. Plug that one in. See how that looks, Bob. There we go. There you go. There we go. And it's all lit and beautiful, ready to go in the lily pattern. What's your pleasure on that?
1 1/4.
1 1/4 from the Plunkett estate. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore? 1 1/2 and 75. At 150, 175 and 200. At 175 and 200. At 175 and 200 anymore? 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, now 2 1/4. I have 200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4 with Carol at 200 and selling. And sold 200, Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have an Italian copy of a famous Toulouse-Lautrec painting from Sally Jesse Raphael's estate again in upstate New York. What's your pleasure on the Lautrec style painting in a gilded frame? There we have what? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. 250 and 275. And only 250 and 275 anymore. After the original painted in 1895 by Henry Toulouse-Lautrec. And anymore at 250 once, twice, and 275. We haven't just paid for the frame, maybe. Anymore? It's Carol, 250.
Online bidder.
Next we go to a vintage nickel-plated brass with the original shade adjustable student lamp. What's your pleasure on this one? You got a phone on that? Yep. And on this right here, what's your pleasure on this right here? You have 100, I have now quarter. I have $100 and 100 1/4 on this period student lamp. I have $100 and 100 1/4. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 150 and 175. 175. I've never seen any Benter. The 175 and 200. All original at 175 and now 2. It's on the phone at 175 and 2. Any more than 175. Once, twice, and 200 if you want it. 175. Phone.
366.
Next we have a vintage wooden table lamp with a painted shade with a ship on it. What's your pleasure on this one here? What's your pleasure on this lamp right here? 50, having 60 now. Nice 1920s lamp. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. At 50 once, 50 twice. Going for $60. All in, all in, $50? It's $50 then.
Live auctioneers.
Next we have Victorian hand-painted, looks like a book, but it's secretly a box on frame. It's all painted with a scene, gilded decoration. Opens up like this to hide your money or whatever you want to hide in it. And then what's your pleasure on this right here?
50.
50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. This is from the house in Bucksport. They had all the tools. I have only $50 and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 anymore. All in, all done at only $50 on that rare book. Any more than $50? 60. Anyone for 60? 50 it is.
Online bidder.
Next we have Prattware glazed pottery sheep, circa 1790 on a pair of Prattware. Hey, Rob. And on the sheep with the little baby sheeps. What's your pleasure on these?
150.
150 have, and 175 and 200, 200 and 2 1/4.
2 1/4.
2 1/4, and 2 1/2. This is an early Prattware, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4, sitting at 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275. This is the early stuff. 275 and 300. I have 275 and now 3. 300 I have now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2 with Emily on live auction. Is 3 1/2 with Carol now, and 375, 375 and rare Prattware and 400 now. 375 and 400. 400 I have and 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2. 4 1/2 and 475. 450, 475 and 500. And 500, 500. It has an old price tag under here from years ago. They were $950 years ago. I have 550 and 600. 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 I have and 650. 600 now 650. 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. The old tag from the 1940s is 950, 700, and 750. I have 7 and now 750 on the sheet. As 700 once, 700 twice, and it was for 750. 750 and 800. I have 750 with Emily on live auctioneers, now 800 on the Prattware. 800 I have, and now 850. I have 800, now 8 1/2. At 800, now 8 1/2. At 800, 8 1/2. At 800 once, 800 twice, and over 850. We all in all the 850, 900. I have 850 now 9. I have 850 now 900, 850 now 9. 850 with Emily on live auctioneers and selling. 850 once, 850 twice, and for 900. We all in all then at 850. Any more? 850 it is.
Live auctioneers.
Next we have Dominica Palomara Fencing Club logo gouache on board, 1967. And what's your pleasure on that?
50.
50 I have and 60, 60 and 70, 70 and 80, 80 now 90, 80 now 90, 80 now 90, at $80 now 90, at 80 now 90, with Jen, 90 now 100, 100 now quarter, I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, from Sally Jesse Raphael's collection, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore, at 125 only and selling, at 125 anymore, 125 it is.
Live auctioneers.
Next we have Robert Sargent. This is funny. Casanova Joe, a funny-looking bird, serigraph on paper, pencil, signed title. And on this right here, with your pleasure. 150 have, and 175, and 200, and 200, and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, 300, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 375. No, I have 350 on the bird and 375. This is also from Sally Jesse Raphael's collection. I have 350 and 375. 350 once, twice, and for 375. All in all, the 350, 375. 375 and 400. I 375, but Carol now 4. I 375 and 4, 375 and 4. Any more than 375 and 400? It's 375. Carol.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we go to, oh look at this, beautiful. Wayman Marples and Son presentation set in the original box. In the original box, you need to open these. Look at this set. Look at the condition of this set right here. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? What's your pleasure on that set right there? Beautiful silver set, napkin ring, fork, knife, and spoon with a bone handle. Any bid on that? $100 where? 100 where? $50 where? It said $50. A beautiful gift set from the 19th century. Interested in that? Passed away then. Next object. 8 large Royal Doulton Toby jugs. This is the first lot. These are all from the same family. They have a huge collection of these. And on all the Royal Doulton Toby jugs, there's 8 of them. Look like all pirates. What's your pleasure on these? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have $100 on 8 of these. They should bring in 100 or so apiece. They're all signed on the bottom. I have 100 now, 1 1/4 for 8 of those Toby jugs. At 800, 101, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and no money for these at all. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 for 8 of these. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4 once, 1 1/4 twice, and for 150. Ridiculously low. Any more? 1 1/4. We got to move on.
Online bidder.
Next we have 8 Royal Doulton Toby jugs from the same family. What's your pleasure on these? What's your pleasure on these? 8 of these. Maybe we'll have $100 in these. No money for these at all. Any interested in these at $100? Pass them away. Next object, we're gonna move right through these. We have 7 large Royal Daltons. What's your pleasure in these? 50, I have, and 60. 60. Look, oh, these are great pirate ones. 60 and 70. 70 now, 80. 80 now, 90. 90 now, 100. I have 90 now, 100. 90 now, 100. No money for these. And $90, they're worth that a piece. And $90 once, 100 now, quarter. 100 now, quarter. Any more? Last call at $100. 100 a quarter? $100. Down they go.
Online bidder.
Next we have 5 Royal Dalton character Toby jugs. And on these are the character jugs. Yeah, we have what? 250 I have, and 275. 75 and 300. 300 and 3 and a quarter. No. I have 300 online and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. All from the same family. I have 300, 3 and a quarter. $300. Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have 7 Sietzendorf Henry III, Henry VIII and his wives, figurines, and all these porcelain figurines in high quality. What's your pleasure on these?
50.
$50 and 60 now. I have 50 and 60. 60, of course, and 70. Henry VIII with all his wives in porcelain, 70 now, 80. And 70, Catherine of Aragon and Boleyn, Jane Seymour, 90 now, 100. 100 now, quarter. I have 100 now, quarter. It's a ridiculously low price. 1 a quarter, 1 and a half. Well, this is high quality porcelain. 1 and a half and 175. I have 150 now, 175. And 150 now, 175. These are high quality porcelain. 175 and now 200. 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, and 75. At 250 now, 275. These are out of the house in Camden. 275 and 300. At 275 and 3. They should have started there. 300 now, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. I have 300 once, twice, in for 3 and a quarter. All in all done. 300 and 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half.
3 and a half.
3 and a half on live auctioneers and 375. I have 350 and 75. 350 once, twice, in for 375. All in 350, 375. We are 350.
Live auctioneer.
Next we have a pair of Staffordshire Toby jugs, a nice pair of Staffordshire Toby jugs. We have Soder, Johnny, and Tam O'Shanta. And on those right there from the house in Camden again, a wonderful estate in Camden, Maine. The lady had a house in Camden and London. What's your pleasure on these? What's your pleasure on these nice porcelain Toby jugs? The nice old ones in good condition. $100 wear. Starting them for nothing. $100 wear. $50 wear, and he said 50 for the pair. They want them sold. And for $50, no money for these at all. Moving on, next item. Now we have 4 Royal Dalton character Toby jugs. What's your pleasure on these? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 on the 4 of those. Nice Toby jugs at only $50. 60 if you want them. Any more? 50 it is.
Online bidder.
Oh, now we're coming into the objects from Japan. Some wonderful Japanese objects right here. And this one here they're holding is a 19th century Japanese carved ivory box from the Meiji period with the mice on top. And what's your pleasure in this? 1100 I have, and now 1200. I have 1100 now, 12, 11, and 12. 12 on the phone, now 1300. I have 1200 on the phone, and now 1300. It's 1200 on the phone with Zeb, and now 13. What a fabulous little box that is. I have 1200 now, 1300. Has a little mice going all around the box. 1300 I have, and now 1400. I have 1300 now, 14. I have 1300 now, 1400 on the phone, and now 1500. Exquisite little ivory box with little carved mice all over it. We have 1400 on the phone, now 15. I have 1415 anymore. 1400 once, twice, and for 1500. All in all done. 15 and now 16. I have 1500, 1600. I have 1500 now 16. I have 16 on the phone with Zeb, and now 1700. I have 1600 now 17. I have 1600, that fabulous box. 1600 once, twice, and for 1700. Zeb, 1600.
309.
309. Tell Doc he has great taste. Zeb, is he off the line?
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to tell him something. Never mind. Next we have Hiroshi Yoshita, Fujihama from Mashihano. And on that right there, what's your pleasure?
600.
How much? 600 I have it, now 650. I have 600, this rare one is 650. I have 600, now 650 is 600, 650. At 600, now 650 anymore. At 600 once, twice, even for 650. We're all in, all done. At $600. Any more? 600 it is. Emily.
Live auctioneer.
Some wonderful Japanese things today. Now we have a pair of Japanese mixed metal bronze vases right here. Look at these. With the mixed metal bronze vases with flowers, Meiji period. Meiji period. They're all inlaid with silver and gold and copper. Fabulous pieces right here. What's your pleasure on these?
500.
500 I have, and now 550. They're in solid bronze. I 500, now 550. I 500, no money for these. At 500, now 550. Look how big they are. They're 12 inches high. I 500, 550, and 600. I 550 and 600. 600 I have, and 650 and 700. I 650 now 7, now 750, now 800. I have 750 now 800, of course, now 8.5. At 800, now 8.5. At 800, 8.5. These are from the estate of the sea captain's home in Steesport. I have 800, now 8.5. With Carol at $800 only, and 8.5 if you'd like it. At 800 once, 800 twice. Anyone for 8.5? We all done at 800, 8.5. Any more? 8.5, and now 900. 8.5 and now 9. At 900, now 950, now 1,000. A 950, now 1,000. These are fabulous. A 950, now 1,000. At 950 and now $1,000. These mixed metal pieces. They're solid bronze, 12 inches high, inlaid with silver and gold work from the Meiji period. From the Meiji period. It has a little bumblebee on it and everything else. What do we have? 950, now 1,000. I have 950 once, 950 twice, and 1,000 if you want them. All in, all done at 950, and those fabulous mixed metal vases. Any more? 950, 78. Next we go to, look at this one, a Japanese Meiji period large bronze dragon vase, 26 inches high. 26 inches high in solid bronze, a fabulous piece of bronze work right here. There's turtles coming off the side, off the base. Turtles coming off. There's turtles on all the sides around. Turtles coming up here around the dragon. A lot of great symbolism in this piece right here on this Japanese bronze. What's your pleasure on this? 450, 500, 550, 600, 550, now 600, 650, 700, 650, now 7. I have 700, 750, 800. I have 750, now 800. Should we bring in a couple of thousand? I have 750, now 800. That's fabulous. 19th century Meiji bronze dragon vase. 900 where? Oh, turn it around. Here we go. There we go. You want to turn it slowly? 800 I have, and now 8.5. At 800, 8.5. At 800, 8.5. 800, 8.5. This is a fabulous thing. I have $800 only, and 8.5 if you like it, from the sea captain's estate in Bucksport. I have 800, 8.5. 800 once, twice, anyone for 850 in that beautiful vase. Any more? Carol, 800.
Online bidder.
Next we have two 19th century Japanese carved ivory neskis with open work from the Meiji period. Look at this one. This one has someone, looks like someone talking, and this one is incredible. It's all entwined dragons, it looks like. It is. Entwined dragons. It's almost like a bead or neski. What's your pleasure on these? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At only 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 3 1/2 and 375. I 350 and 375. These are rare ones. I 350 and 375. 375 and 400 I have, and 4 1/4. I have 400 and 4 1/4. These are rare ones. I have 400 now, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 and 4 1/4, 4 1/2 and 475. I have 450 with 75 with Carol, now 500. I have 475 and now 500. These are rare ones. I have 475 and now 5. At 475 and 500 if you want them. At 475 once, twice, and for 500. All in all done at 475 once, twice, and any more. Sold 475.
Online bidder.
Next we have a large pair of Japanese floor vases with figural decoration standing by Bob right here. Look at these with dragon, food dog handles and dragon motif. These are from these were on either side of the mantle of this fabulous Victorian house in Searsport, Maine, Sea Captain's house. What's your pleasure on these?
500.
500 I have, and now 550. This pair of the beautiful floor vases, they're 42 inches high, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. No money for these at all. In porcelain, I have 550 and 600. I have 600, of course, and 650. Should be bringing 2 or 3,000. 650, 700. I have 650 and 700. No money for these. I have 650 and 700. Quickly, I have 650. I'm going to sell them. 700 and 750 from the sea captain's house. 750, 800. Probably came over on a ship years ago. I have a 750, now 800. Quickly, I have 750 once, 750 twice. I'm going to lose them. 800, 8.5. On live auctioneers, 800 and 8.5, and now 9. 8.5 and now 900. Quickly, I have 8.5 once, 8.5 twice. Those fabulous vases, all gold leaf. At 850, now 900 on that great pair of floor vases. 850 once, 850 twice, and 900 if you want them. They're well worth it. Any more? 850 it is then.
Online bidder.
Next we have a Japanese 6-panel floral and bird screen on that right there. Overall size is 31 by 101.5 inches. What's your pleasure on this one? On that nice Japanese screen. 6-panel screen. 31 inches high, 104 inches wide when it's extended. What's your pleasure on that? May we have what? $300. Set it in. Here to be sold. 300. Any is at 300. 200. Nobody wants it? Once, twice, and moving on. Pass that away. Next we have a rare Japanese silver vase by Miyamoto Kinsai, Meiji period. Look at this fabulous vase in silver. What's your pleasure in this? 850 I have. Look at this piece here. All incised with flowers. 850 now 9. I have 850 now 9. It's all signed on the bottom. 900 I have it now 950. 950, 950, 1,000, now 1,100. I have 1,000, now 1,100, 1,000, 1,100. That rare vase at $1,000, 1,100 if you want it. At $1,000, a silver vase by this fabulous artist. I have $1,000, now 1,100. Any more? Passed at $1,000. That had one of the other things that are reserved today. I think there's only been 3 or 4 things all day long, if that. Everything else is going for whatever. Here we go. Hiroshi Yoshida. That Harikawa Bridge, and on that nice original block print by Yoshida. What's your pleasure on that? 450 and 475. I have 450 and 75. Look, 75 and 500. Look how dramatic that is. At 475 and 500. Turn it around the other way. 500 I have and 550. I have 500 now 550. I have 500 now 550 and 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. That fabulous 600, 650. I have 600 now 650. He's a wonderful artist. I have 600 now 650. That's 650, 700. I have 650 and 700. That lovely block print. That's 650 and 700. 700 and 750 now. I have 700 now 750. I have 700 now 750. Any more? 700 once. 700 twice. Gonna lose it. And 750 if you like it. Any more? Carol, 700. Online bidder. Next we have another rare Japanese large bronze vase. It's 22 inches high. Look at the craftsmanship in that vase. It has elephant handles, birds in flight. Oh, it has cranes in flight. What's your pleasure on this Japanese bronze vase? 22 inches high. 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. Rob, can you show me the bottom of that? I want to see if there's a signature on it. I have 250 and 275. It's from an old collection because it's numbered on the bottom. I have 250 and 275. At only 250 and 75, I'm going to sell it. What a fabulous vase that is. At 250 and selling. Any more? Once, twice, and 250, Carol.
Online bidder.
Next is a large Japanese cloisonne charger. A beautiful Japanese charger that Chris is holding. And what's your pleasure on this? How much? 700 I have. It's 18-inch diameter in that. 750, 800, 800, 850. I have 800 with Sylvia, 8.5 with Carol, now 900. I have 850, now 9. 900, now 950. I have 900 this Meiji period, 950 and 1,000. I have 950, now 1,000. A fabulous charger in cloisonne. 1,000 I have and 1,100 from the sea captain's estate. And the Sisport, 1,100, now 12. 1,100, 12, 11, and 12. 12 and now 13. Look at I didn't see the back. Look at the back of this thing. No wonder. 1,300, I have 14, now 15. I have 1,400 and 1,500. 15, now 16. I have 1,500, now 1,600. 1600, now 1700. I have 1600, 17, now 18. I have 17, now 1800. No wonder it's so fabulous piece. 19, now 2000. A 1900, now 2000. I have 1900, now 2000. I have in 2100. I have 2000, now 21, 21 and 22. At 2100 and 2200. At 2100, 22 and 23. All the way with Carol at 2223. At 2200 once, 2200 twice, and for 2300. 2300 with Carol all the way. And now 24. And 25, at 2400, 25, and 25, and 2750, fabulous charger, 2750 and 3000, 3000, 32 and a half, at 3000, 32 and a half, 32 and a half from the sea captain's house, probably brought it back on the ship, 3500 and 3750, at 3500, 3750, 3750 with Carol all the way in 4000, at 3750 and 4000, at 3750 once, 3750 4,000 and 42 and a half. At 4,000 and 42 and a half with Carol. 42 and a half and 45 still with Carol. At 42 and a half now 4,500. At 42 and a half once, 42 and a half twice, and 4,500 anymore. All in all done at 4250 and 4,500 anymore with Carol all the way. Sold 4250 Carol.
Online bidder.
A rare piece of cloisonne. Next we have a Japanese tanto sword with a carved bone sheath. With a carved bone sheath. And it has depicting children playing with an elephant. A beautiful piece right here. And children under a tree. And over here, on here, there's more figural decoration. More children playing over here with a boat. What's your pleasure on that tanto? 400 I have, and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. A rare piece and beautiful Meiji period carved ivory or bone. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4. Any more? 4 1/4. Thank you, and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 on Live Auctioneers, and 4 1/2 is exquisite carving on this. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Any more? 4 1/4 once, twice, and for 450. 4 1/4 it is.
Live auctioneers.
Next we have 6 Japanese Amari porcelain chargers with gilt decoration. What's your pleasure on this group? On all these chargers. What's your pleasure on this group? May have a couple $100 set in. 200 way on all the chargers. 6 Amari chargers. Any interest in those? 200 I have, and 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Anyone for 275? 275. Past that, one had a reserve. That's from the same consigner. Next we have a Japanese 2-panel folding screen with peony and floral tassel design. It is 55 and a half inches high, 53 and a half inches wide. What's your pleasure on this one here?
100.
How much? 100? 100 I have, now 1 1/4. I have 100, now 1 1/4, 100, 1 1/4. I have 100, 1 1/4. No money for this. A beautiful painted screen. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Quickly, at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? 1 1/4 once, twice, and 1 1/2, and 175. This is a period piece. At 150, now 175. And 150, 175. Any more? And 150 once, twice, and 175, and sold 150.
Live auctioneers.
Look at this one. A triptych. Yutigawa Fasitan. And on that right there, triptych woodblock, 1863. What's your pleasure on this one?
1 1/4.
1 1/4 and 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. 150. Now, I have 150, need 175. Need 175. I 150, need 175. Couldn't frame it for that. I 150, now 175. I 150, 175. Any more? Quickly. I 150, 175. Yes, and 200 now. At 175 is on the phone, and now 2. At 175 and 2. No money for this triptych. At 175 and 200 is 22 and a half by 37 and a half inches overall size. I 175 and selling to the phone with Zeb. Any more? Zeb, 175.
346. Congratulations, you won that at 175.
Next, we have a pair of Japanese Meiji period mixed metal vases with landscape and wisteria from the Meiji period. These are absolutely exquisite. Look at these. They're solid bronze. They have gold wisteria, silver. The birds are done in 2 colors of silver. There's copper inlay. There's vintage on the back. What's your pleasure on these?
3 1/4.
3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 375 and 3 1/2. I have 375. 400 I have, and now 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. Any more? All in all then at 400, 4 1/4. Any more? Beautiful pieces. 400 to 85, 400 to 85. 400 to 85. Next we have a carved and lacquered bracket shelf. Look at this beautiful shelf, probably Asian, 19th century. What's your pleasure on the bracket shelf in the Plunkett estate? It's carved and lacquered bracket shelf. What's your pleasure on that?
60.
60 I have, and now 70. I have 60, now 70. That lovely carved shelf right there. 70, of course, now 80. 80, now 90. It's 19th century. I have 80, now 90. 80, now 90. 80, now 90. Now 100 from the Plunkett estate. I have an 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. 100, now quarter. 100, now quarter. Beautifully carved. I have a quarter and 1 1/2. 1 1/4 in live auctioneers and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore? 1 1/2 and 175. I have 150, now 175. From 175 and 200. All from Plunkett. I have 175 and now 200. 175 once, twice, 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 on Carol's site and now 2 1/4. At 200 and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 in live auctioneers and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 in that rare shelf. 2 1/2 and 75. 275 on live auctioneers. Should have started at 300, and now 300 I have. There we go. I 300 now 3 1/4. I 300 now 3 1/4. I 3 1/4, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. Look at exquisite carving. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/2 and 375. I 350, 375. Making me work today. 375 and 400. I 375 and 400, 375 and 4. At 375, 400 I have and 4 1/4. With Carol at 400 and 4 1/4. We all in 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I 4 1/4, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4 once, twice, and for 4 1/2. 4 1/2 and 75. 475 and 450, now 475. 475 and 500 now. I have 475 and 500 if you want it. 475 once, 500 with Carol, now 5 1/2. I have 5 1/2 and 600. I have 550 and 600. A great shelf. At 550 and 600. At 550, 600 with Carol. Now 650. I have 600 with Carol and 650. It's a battle. Live auctioneers at 650 and now 700. At 650 on live auctioneers and 700. At 650 once, 700 and 7 1/2. I have 700 now 750. 750, 800. With live auctioneers at 750 now 800. I have 750 now 8. Last call. 750 once. 800 with Carol. Now 8 1/2. At 800 now 8 1/2. At 850 with Sylvia, and now 900. At 850 now 9. At 850 now 900. 850 now 9. 850 once, twice, and went for 900 I have with Carol, and now 950. I have 900 on the shelf, and now 950. At 900 once, twice, and for 950. All in, all done. 950 in time with Sylvia, and now $1,000 bill. I have a 950, now 1,000. I have 950, now 1,000 if you want it. I have 950, now 1,000. Anymore? 1,000 I have with Carol, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 with Carol, 1,100 I have, and now 12. 1,100 now 12 from the Plunkett estate. 1,100, 12, 11, and 12. With Sylvia on live auctioneers at 1,100 once, 1,100 twice, and for 1,200. We're all in, all done. 1,100, going, gone. 1,100.
Live auctioneers.
Live auctioneers. Great shelf. It shows with the price. Oh, look at this beautiful piece here. Look at this lovely 19th century Japanese ivory okamono. Graceful standing geisha with a lingxie staff. Flowers bundled in her robe and supported in her left hand. What's your pleasure in that? 14 1/2 inches high. What's your pleasure in this?
650.
650, of course, and 700. I have 650 and 700, that fabulous sculpture. I have 650 and 700 from the Meiji period. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700 if you want it. I have 650 once, 650 twice, and 700 is going to go. That beautiful sculpture. Any more? Sylvia, you got it, 650.
Live auctioneers.
Live auctioneers got it. 2282, 2282, off we go. Oh, look at this piece. Talk about a fabulous piece that Cloisonne Chris has brought up. Look at the quality of this. The last time we had a quality vase like this, it brought 27,000. And on this one, vintage enamel on copper Cloisonne with chrysanthemum and butterfly decoration on pale blue ground. 7 inches high, 6-inch diameter. What's your pleasure on this one? 175 and 200. I have 175 and 2 in fabulous condition. I have 175 and 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. At 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4 anymore. All in, all done at 200, 2 1/4. Can't believe it. That's way, way under the money on that. Is it signed on the bottom, Chris? No? I have 200, 2 1/4. Nice early piece. Look at the glazing on the bottom. You can tell it's a nice early piece of Cloisonne because of the glaze on the bottom. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. At 200 once, twice in for 2 1/4. All in, all done at 200. $200, just 78. What, are you going to change the battery?
No, it's not the battery. It's just cutting out. I think it's got loose wires. It's fine.
You good?
Yep, yep. It's probably just the way it's caught around here. That should be better.
Okay, great. Here we go. Next item is a large Japanese Meiji blue and white covered jar. I've never seen one this big. It's 24 inches high, 13.5-inch diameter. And what's your pleasure in this rare Japanese porcelain covered jar at this height, 2 feet high? What's your pleasure in the covered jar? What's your pleasure in that? May we have what? A couple $100 and set it in. Set it in. No money for $200 in this rare 19th century porcelain jar, lidded jar. A couple $100 where? So at 200 and go. And you said 200. Nobody wants that? Once, twice, and go away then. Next item. Next item is a Japanese World War II Japanese battle flags in one frame. 2 flags in one frame. What's your pleasure on these? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I 100, now 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 175, 75, 200. I 175 and 2. These are rare to find. I 175, all for 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 with 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/4 with Emily, now 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 once, 2 1/4 twice, even for $250 on these rare framed flags at only 2 1/4 anymore. Sold, 2 1/4.
Live auctioneers.
Next we have Yoshida Toshi. Yoshida Toshi, The Stone Lanterns, 1941. A nice original block print by Yoshida Toshi. He worked from 1911 to 1995. This one was done in 1941. What's your pleasure on this one? 90 I have, and now 100. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100. This rare Chinese block print, a Japanese block print. I have 90, now 100. 100 I have, now quarter. I have only $100, 100 quarter. Beautiful block print. At 100, now 1 1/4. At 100, 125, of course, and 150. Way under the money. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. Going to sell it at 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. 1 1/2 and 175. Still under the money. At 150, now 175. Quickly. 175 and 200. At 175 and 2, that lovely original colored block print. At 175 and 2, 175 once, 175 twice, and for 200. We all in all done 175. We are 175. Online bidder with Sylvia. From the Plunkett estate, he had that large crab today, and today we have 5 Japanese bronze crabs. 2 of them are inkwells. 2 of them are inkwells. Here's 1 inkwell here, here, and 1 inkwell here. And all these in bronze. And what's your pleasure in all the bronze crabs, the Japanese Meiji period crabs?
400.
How much? 400 I have, and now 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, and all, 4 1/4 is on the phone with Zeb. 4 1/2 with Emily, and now 475. I have 450 now, 475 on the phone with Zeb. 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500, need 550 if you want them for all of them. 550. I heard Sylvia first. Now 600. I have 550 now, 600. I have 550 now, 600. 600 on the phone with Zeb. And now 650. I have 600 on the phone with Zeb, and 650 I have with Emily, and now 700. At 650 now, 700. I have 650 with Emily and 700. 650 once, twice, and for 700. Emily, 650.
Live auctioneers.
Next we go to a large Japanese Meiji bronze vase with high relief of a dragon and wave motif, 13 inches high, on this lovely one right here. Look at this. Early bronze. What's your pleasure on this one? 70 I have, and now 80. I have 70, now 80. You have anything on that, Jen? 90, and now 100. I'm 90 now. Now 100. 90 now, 100, 90 now, 100, 100 now quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2, 175, 200. 200, 2 1/4, no. I have 200 on with Sylvia. Online at Sylvia, 200, 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. With Sylvia all the way, 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275 and 300. At 275 and 3. With Sylvia all the way now. 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Look at the quality of that. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 350, 375. I have 350 once. 350 twice, and 375 and 400 now. I 375 and 4. I 375 and 4, 375 and 400. I 375 and 400 anymore. All in all done at 375 once, 375 twice, and even for $400. Any more? 375, Sylvia. Next we have a lovely 19th century Meiji period Japanese ivory okamono of the happy old man with a cane traveling. And what's your pleasure on this one?
375.
How much?
375.
375 and now 400. I 375 and now 4. I 375 and 4 in that beautiful little guy. At 375 and 400. At 375 and 4, 375 and 400. At 375 and 4, reasonable for him. 400 I have and now 4 and a quarter. I have 4 and now 4 and a quarter, 4 and 4 and a quarter. Beautiful condition. Nice patina. 400 now 4 and a quarter. Oh, it's signed. It has the Cinnabar signature on the bottom, which is very, very significant. I have 400 now 4 and a quarter. I have 400 once, twice in for 4 and a quarter. All in all then 400.
425.
4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. Has that rare, I have the important Cinnabar signature on the underside inlaid. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half anymore. 4 and a quarter once, twice in for 450. It's 4 and a quarter.
Online bidders.
Next we have a Japanese floor vase, 22.5 inches high, from the Plunkett estate. A beautiful floor vase right here. On right here, look at this here. Wow, with the two exotic birds in blue and white porcelain from the Meiji period again. What's your pleasure in that lovely vase right there from the Plunkett estate? Beautiful.
100.
How much?
100.
100. Oh my God. 125, I would hope so. 125, 150, 150, 175, and 150 now 175. Should be bringing $500-$600. At 150 now 175. At 150, 175. Any more? All in, all then. At 150s, 175 and 200. That's no money for this. 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2. Any more? From the Plunkett estate. At only 175 and 200. Going to sell it. Way, way under the money in that fabulous porcelain piece, Japanese porcelain. At 175 and now 200. 175 it is. Live auctioneers. And next we have, what else we got here? We have a two-fold Korean screen, 67 by 29.5 inches. Each panel is 29.5 inches. What's your pleasure on this Korean screen?
250.
250 I have and 275. A 250 with the cranes, a 250 and 275. It's a pair of cranes in pine tree, polychrome silk flame stitch. Oh, it's flame stitch, not just painted. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? I have 250 now 275. I have 250 and 275. Any more? At 250 once, twice, and it was for 275. It's 250 then.
Live auctioneers.
Live auctioneers buys. Next we have Ohara Kosan, heron and snowy willow. On that one right there, what's your pleasure on this one?
900.
900 I have, and now 950. I have 900, now 950. At 900, now 950 in that rare print. At 900, now 950, and 950 if you'd like it. At 900, now 950. At 900, now 950, thank you. At 900 once, 950, and now 1,000. 1,000, now 1,100. I have $1,000, now 1,100 if you want it. I have $1,000, now 1,100. Is your phone out? I have $1,000, now 1,100. 1,100, now 12. 1,100 in that rare heron and snowy willow. 1,100 now 12, 1,100, 12, 11 and 12 anymore. 1,100 once, 1,100 twice, and for 1,200. It's 1,100 then.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Beautiful, beautiful Japanese print. Here's another one. A pair of Japanese bronze seated Buddha. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on those? These are Japanese bronze. Oh, they're all signed. This one's signed underneath. Probably has something. Oh no, it's just an open little pot. And what's your pleasure on these?
100.
100 I have, and now 1 1/4. This one's all fully signed on the other side in one bronze, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I think they're better than that. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I'm going to sell them at only 1 1/4, 1 1/2. If you'd like them, they're much better than that. I have 1 1/4 once, twice, and in for 150. 1 1/4 then.
Online bidder.
Next we have two 19th century Japanese ivory netskis and okamono on the figures. And what's your pleasure on these?
225.
2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Any more? At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Any more? 2 1/4 once, twice, and for 250. All in, all then 2 1/4, 2 1/2. It's 2 1/4 then.
Online bidders.
Next we have a Japanese blue and white porcelain floor vase from the Plunkett estate. This was in the dining room. This is 35 inches high, 17 by 17 inch diameter. And what's your pleasure on this one? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60. 50, 60, of course, and 70. 70, 70, now 80. I have 70 now 80. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. Of course, a 90, now 100. A 90 now 100. It's a $400 base. And now 100. 100 I have with Zeb, now 1.25. I have $100 only on that great floor base, 35 inches high, with a 1.25 finally, and 1.5. I 1.25, 1.5, 1.5, yes, on the phone, and 175. I 150, now 175. I 150, 175 and 200. I 175 need 2 with live auctioneers. 200 with Zeb on the phone, and now 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25. I have 200 once, twice in for 2.25. All in all done at 200. Zeb 200.
346.
346. Nice buy on that. 200. Next we have a Japanese 4-panel screen with figural landscape. This one is 61 by 107 inches. 61 by 107 inches. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this folding screen? 4-panel folding screen. 61 by 107 inches when it's open. Any interest in this piece? Any interest in this piece? Couple $100 where? 200 where? 200. Interested in this piece and no interest in this piece? Once, twice, and passed away then. Next we have a Japanese carved inkstone with cover, 4 by 4 inch diameter. Oh, that's nice. Let's see the top of that. Oh, look at this one. It has a carved, the top of it has a carved koi fish on the top, or a fanfish. And what's your pleasure on this?
100.
100 I have, and now 1.25, 1.5, 1.5, and 175. I 150 now 175, and 150, 175, and that beautiful little piece right there. 175 and 200, 200 and 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25, 200, 2.25. From an estate in Ellsworth, Maine. I have 200 now, 2.25. I have only 200, 2.25 anymore. At 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2.25. All in all, on $200 anymore. Sold at 200 then.
Live auctioneers.
Next we have a Meiji period cast Tetsubin 19th century tea kettle. What's your pleasure on this? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. This early cast iron tea kettle. I have a very early piece right here. I have 50 now 60. I have 50 now 60 and 50 and 60 anymore. All in all done. $50 once, twice, way under the money. Gonna sell it. Anyone for 60. Sold $50.
Online bidder.
$22.98. Off we go. Oh, more little Netskis. More little Netskis. This time we have, a monkey. 2 carved Netskis, a depicting monkey and a crouching monkey grabbing a snake. And what's your pleasure on these? 175 and now 200. At 175 and now 2, 175 and 2. The little monkey's sitting on a drum. Look at this. 200, now 2.25. I have 200 signed on the back. Beautifully signature signed on the back. 2.25, Carol? 200, now 2.25. I have 200, now 2.25. These are nice period ones. I have 200, now 2.25. I have 200, now 2.25, 2.25 anymore. At 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25, 2.5. At 2.25, 2.5 and 75. I have 250 and 75. I'm going to sell them. I have 250 once, twice, and 275 if you want them. All in all done at 250, 275. Carol, 250.
Online bidder.
Next we have a Japanese polychrome stoneware vase, Meiji period. Look at this. With raised enamel decoration, and it has that exotic duck on the front, signed on the bottom. Signed on the bottom, is that tag over the signature? And on this right here, what's your pleasure on that lovely vase right there? 90 I have, 100 I have, and 1.25, 1.5, 75, 200, 2.25, 2.5, 275. All over the place. 275 and now 300. A 275 and now 3. A 275 and 3. The abscess is out. A 275 and 300. A 275 once, twice, and 300. Carol, you got it.
Online bidder.
Next we have this horizontal dragon painting, probably Japanese, 19th century or earlier. Wow. When did that come in? I didn't see that. Oh, yeah, this is very, very early. It's probably 17th or 18th century, actually. On that rare piece right there, what's your pleasure on this?
250.
250 I have, and 275 and 300. 300 and 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. 3 and a half and 375. This is 17th or 18th century. It's 400, 400, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, way 4 and a half and 75. This is something serious. 475 and 500. I have 475, 500 and 550, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 600, 650. 650, 700. Two people know what this is. I have 700 and 750. 17th or 18th century painting. 750, 800, 850. Look at the toes on the dragon. 8.5 and now 9. 900, 950. I have 900 now 950. At 900, this rare piece at 900 now 950. At 900, 950 anymore on this rare early 17th or 18th century painting.
950.
Painting. It's actually it's Chinese because it has 5 toes on the dragon. 1,000 I have now 1,100. It's 1,000 I have 1,100. It's Chinese rather than Japanese, I believe. Anyway, I have 1,000 now 1,100. 1,000 with Carol once. 1,000 with Carol twice. In for 1,100 on this rare early painting. Any more? Sold. $1,000 Carol.
Online bidder.
This needs a great oriental frame. Look at these. Shujihara, Fujita, Switzerland, and Japan. And on the drawings of the kitties, we have 4 feline portraits, all framed by Fujita. And what's your pleasure on these? 1,900 I have, and now 2,000. I have 1,900, 2,000 I have, and now 2,100. I have 2,000, now 2,100. I have 2,000, now 2,100, 21 and 22. I have 2,122 and 21 and 22. At 2,100, 2,200. These are wonderful. I have 2,100 once, twice, in for 2,200. With Carol at 21. Selling once, selling twice. At 2,100. Carol, 2,100.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Great Japanese stuff today. Look at this. Another great piece. Japanese mixed metal bronze plate signed by Yuki Muni. Meiji period mixed metal. Look at this piece here. Mixed metal. Has a silvered moon. It's signed by the artist. Bronze with gold legs on the crane. Gold legs on the crane. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 1 and a quarter. 1 and a half. All up 175 and 200. 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. Under the money on the 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a half with Jen. I've seen now 275. I have 275, 300. The book is out. I have 275 and now 3 in that rare mixed metal plate. I have 275 and now 300. I have 275 and 3 and 275 and 3. Beautiful piece. All signed by the artist. I have 275 once, twice, in for 300. 275.
Online bidder.
They're getting all the good stuff. Next we have a Japanese wooden floor lamp. On this floor lamp right here, what's your pleasure on this?
50.
50 having 75.
That's 60.
60 now. Oh, look at this. 60 now 70. It has mother of pearl signed inlays on the side. Is that bulb loose? Here we go. There you go. And on that right there, all in rosewood on that Japanese lantern. Beautiful early piece. This is from the Sally Jessica Raphael estate. What's your pleasure in this?
I have 70 now.
70, now 80. 80, of course, now 90. Nothing for this. I have 80, now 90, now 100. 100 I have, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 100 once, twice, I'm going to sell it. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. I have 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. That's a beautiful floor lamp. I have 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. I have 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Look at the quality of this thing. All carved, 1 and a half and 175. At 150, 175. At 150, 175. 175 and 2. You want to unplug it? 175 and now 200. At 175 and now 2. 200 I have and now 2 and a quarter. At 200, 2 and a quarter. This is all carved. All carved with mother of pearl inlays on the top. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter once, twice, then 2 and a half. Any more? You won't find another one like that. 2 and a half and 275. I have 250 and 75. All in all, 250, 275. Yes, we are. 250.
Online bidder.
Next, we have three nice early Japanese ivory netskis from the Meiji period. We have a rat, dog, a snail on a leaf from the Meiji period. What's your pleasure on all these? 250. Look at the little mother with the mother dog with the puppy. That's signed on the underside. The snail on a leaf, and this one here signed also. And what's your pleasure? Do you have 250 and 275? 250 and 275. I like these two mice crawling all over each other. I have 250 and 275 for the three of those. No money. I have 250 and 275. Any more? At 250 once, twice, and 275 if you like it. It's Carol, 250 then.
Online bidder.
250. Next we have a Japanese glazed ceramic vase with crab and snail design. What's your pleasure on this? 50 I have in 60 now. I have 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60, 60, 70, 70, now 80. I have 70 on the phone, now 80. I have 80, now 90. Need 90. I have 80, now 90's on the phone with Sylvia. Now 100. A 90, 100. Beautiful piece of porcelain. I have 90, 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 100 and a quarter with Sylvia. And now 150. A 1 and a quarter is on the 1 and a half and 175. And 175 back to Sylvia. And 175 if you like it. I 150 now 175. And 150 is online with Carol. 175 if you want it. 150 once, twice, and for 175. Carol, 150 then.
Online bidder.
They're getting all the good Japanese stuff. And off we go. Next we have a Japanese hanging scroll of a tiger among bamboo, signed Kodo, K-O-D-O. And what's your pleasure on this one? Is 70 by 23 inches. And I have two. Go ahead. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 175, 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 275, 300. She's out. I 275 with Carol, now 300. I 275 and 300. That great scroll of the tiger in bamboo at only 275. 275 once, twice, any more from a Northeast Harbor home. Any more? 275.
Online bidder.
Next we have a box Japanese scroll by Torei Kayonaga. And what's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one? This one is 79 by 25 overall size. Beautiful scroll in the box. What's your pleasure on this one?
500.
500 I have it now 550. I have 500 now 550 and 5 and 550. It's from a famous Japanese collector. I have 500 now 550. I have 500 once, twice, and for 550. Going to sell it. 500 once, twice, and for 5.5. Any more? 500.
Online bidder.
Oh, here's a beauty right here. A Meiji period Japanese bronze with raised relief of frogs. Let me see that thing. Isn't that great? It has frogs crawling around the vase in raised decoration. Beautiful piece of Meiji bronze right here. What's your pleasure on this? Should be several hundred, 200, now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, and 275, and 300, 275 with Carol, 300 I have with 300, 300, I have 300 with 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, I have 3 and a quarter with Carol, 3 and a half, I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, and there's great frog vase, I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, any more? At 350 with Jamie on phone, and now 375, I have 350, 375 online, now 400, I have 375 now 4, I have 375 and 400 with Jamie, now 4 and a quarter, I have 400, 4 and a quarter, beautiful vase, 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half, I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 450 with Jamie on the phone, 475, I have 450 now, 475 and now 500, at 475 and 500, I have 475 and now 500, at 475 and 500 online at 475, 500 if you want it, all in all at 475, with Carol at 475, phones are out, at 475 once, twice, and for 500. Carol, you got it, 475.
Online bidder.
Next we have 4 yards of a modern Japanism upholstery fabric. It's 150 by 56 inches in the vignettes of families in gardens on verandas of homes in Bluefield, quality damask brocade, mint condition. What's your pleasure in all that fabulous fabric?
50.
50 I have and 60 now. Should be several hundred. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 on 4 yards of that great fabric. I have $50 only and 60. Just think of all the pillows and stuff you could make with it. 60 and 70. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80. No money for this at all. This is good stuff. 80 now 90. 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100. Come along now. I have 90 now 100. And 90 now 100. 90 now 100. Any more? 100 I have now quarter. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Should have started at 300 or 400. I 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and 175. 150, now 175. I 150, 175 in that fabulous fabric. And 150 once, 150, 175 and 200. And 175 and now 2. No money for this stuff. I 175 and 2. And 175 once, twice, and 200 if you want it. All in all, 170, 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. Going to sell it. 200 once, 200 twice. Anyone for 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, at 2 and a quarter and a half. Any more? 2 and a quarter once, twice, in for 250. Gonna lose it. Emily, 2 and a quarter. We gotta move on. Next we have 3 more wooden carved neck seats from the Meiji period. What's your pleasure in these? 100 I have, and now 1 and a quarter. I have 100, 1 and a quarter. There's a guy with a fish. This guy's got a monkey, I think, on there. What is this? A guy riding an oxen. What's your pleasure in this? 100 I have, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. At only $100 and setting in on those nice early wooden Meiji period net skis. And he went for 100 a quarter. 1 and a quarter, Carol? And 1 and a half. I 1 and a quarter, now 1 and a half. Selling quickly, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Any more? 1 and a quarter, Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have, ooh, look at this. A rare Japanese Hirado blue and white pierced dragon vase from the Meiji period. How they could do this work is amazing. It's all pierced and there's stuff inside. And what's your pleasure in this? 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half, at 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, and that rare piece of Japanese porcelain. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter once, twice, and for 3 and a half. 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, and 375 and 4. This is a rare piece of porcelain. With Carol at 375 and now 400. At 375 once, twice, I went for 400. 375 once, twice, any more? Carol, 375.
Online bidder.
Next we have Takishui Kishu, lady in coat. And what's your pleasure on this one, this block print here? Then we have what? How much? 50, having 60. I have 50 and 60. Jen? 60 and 70. 70, 80, 80, now 90. 90, now 100. No, I have 90, now 100 on that nice print. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100. And 90, now 100. That's an early print. I have 90 once, 90 twice, and for 100. All in, all done. And $90. Carol, $90.
Online bidder.
Next we have another great Japanese bronze inside incense burner in a Meiji period again. Look at this one here. It all bamboo leaves, and there's a bug on top of the bamboo leaves in bronze. Lovely early piece right there with 3 feet on it. What's your pleasure in this? 175 and now 200. I have 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2 in that incense burner. I have 175 and 2. Beautiful piece on that. At 175 and 2 in bronze. From the 200 I have in 2 and a quarter. Look at the quality of this thing. I have 200 now 2 and a quarter. I like the bug on top of the bamboos. I went 200 now 2 and a quarter. With Carol at 200, is that correct? 200 looking for 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Under the money. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. You just saw what we got for the frog vase. Look at this thing. High quality. I 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Gonna sell it. 2 and a quarter once, twice, and for 2 and a half. It's 2 and a quarter then. Next we have a 19th century Japanese mother of pearl on horizontal oval lacquered plaque on that with the birds, a multicolored mother of pearl. What's your pleasure on this? We have $100 and set it in. A nice vintage piece from the 19th century. And he went for $100, that Meiji period. Shimbayama deep bas relief, a pair of doves in a tree. And he went for $100, that beautiful piece right there. And he went for 100. Nobody wants it? Pass it away. Next object. Moving on. Next we have a very fine Japanese scholar ivory netsuke signed with red cinnabar mark on the underside. This is a real good early one right here. Beautiful detail on the other side. What's your pleasure on this one? 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. A fabulous one right there. At 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. Don't miss it. At 4 and a quarter once, twice, and for 450. 450 and 475. 75 and 500. It's an exquisite one. At 475 and now 500. With Carol at 475 and 500. 475 once, twice, and for 500, of course, and 550. I have 500 and 550. At 500 and 550 on this one. At 500 and 550, every inch of it is engraved or carved. I have 500 now 550. Has a cinnabar signature on the bottom. I have 500 once, twice, and for 550. We're all in, all done at 500. We are 500, Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have a large Japanese blue and white porcelain charger. And what's your pleasure on this one? 400 I have in 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. Look at the quality of that. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 400, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 and 4 1/4. Any more? Look at that piece. Show them the back of that. I have 400, 4 1/4. This is exquisite work. A nice early piece. I have 400 once, twice with Emily at 400 selling. Once, twice. Any more? Emily, 400 then. Live auctioneer strikes again. Oh, look at this one. A beautiful piece right here. You got the phones? Yep. Again, from the same family that's had a lot of the great Japanese things from Ellsworth, Maine. This is the Meiji period Japanese bronze carp vase. This one is signed by the maker and with a three-dimensional carp coming right out the side of that bronze vase. Beautifully signed on the bottom. Beautifully signed on the bottom of this piece right here. Where's the camera on that? Oh, it's different. Oh, sorry.
It's on the screen behind.
Oh, it's on the screen. Okay, great. And on this piece right here, just moving this tag off this signature. And on this piece right here, which a pleasure. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 and 475, and 450, 475, 75, 500. I have 475, 500, 550, 550, 600. I have 600, 650. I have 600 now, 650, 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 700 and 750, a rare thing. I have 700 now, 750. I have 700 now, 750. At 700, 750, 800. Online at 750 now, 8. I have 750 now, 800. The phones are all weak. I have 800 now, 850. I have 850 now, 900. I have 850 now, 900. Look at the exquisite work on this. I have 850 now, 900. 900 now, 950. I have 900 now, 950. 950 now, 1,000. I have 950 now, 1,000. If you want 1,000, I have it now, 1,100. I have 1,000 now, 1,100. That great piece. At 1,000, 1,100 anymore. 1,000 once, 1,000 twice. With Emily at $1,000 only on that beautiful raised carp vase. I have 1,000 once, 1,000 twice. Any for 1,100. Any more? 1,000 Emily. Well worth it. That was a great piece. The Meiji period of Japanese art is the most exquisite stuff. And 2 more Netskis, 2 19th century Japanese ivory Netskis. One of them is signed. What's your pleasure on these? 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 2 and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. These are all from the same family. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Old Seafaring Company family. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. I have 2 1/4 once, twice, and 2 1/2. Selling once, twice, and 2 1/4 it is.
Online bidder.
Oh, look at this. Look at this fabulous piece of porcelain. How did that ever survive? Wow. This is was in the left side of Sally Jesse Raphael's bedroom, on the left side of her bed, on a pedestal. Look at this fabulous piece of porcelain right here. A Blanc de Chine complex porcelain. These are all hands. These are all hands behind her. Look at the amazing work on this. It's absolutely astounding piece of porcelain work. How it ever survived is unbelievable. What's your pleasure on this? 350 and 375 and 400, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/2, 475, 500, 500, 550, 600, 650. I have 600 now, 650. Should be bringing thousands, I would think. I have 600 now, 650. I have only 600 now, 650. I have only 600. It's the halo of 1,000 hands, 8 immortals gathered around her knees. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? I have only $600 and $650 if you want this fabulous Blanc de Chine sculpture. Remember the one we sold for $765,000? That was this tall? I have $600 only. Once, twice, any more. It's going to be gone. $600.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Fabulous thing. Next we have 2 Japanese wooden Netskis, both of dogs. Both are signed from the Meiji period. What's your pleasure on the little wooden dog, Netskis? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, these are so cute. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. This guy is a mother dog with a little puppy. At 1 1/4 in rosewood. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. 1 1/4 it is.
Online bidder.
And next we have 8 Japanese Meiji porcelain plates with peacocks design, and they're all signed. And they are 8 1/4 inches diameter. What's your pleasure on these? 50 having 60 now. 60 and 70. Look at the qualities. 60 and 70. I have 60 and 70. They're all 70, now 80. They're all signed. 70 now 80. Quickly. 70 now 80. That's not even $10 a piece. I have $70 now 80. 70 once, 70 twice. Going to sell them at only $70. Can't believe it. 70 once, twice, any more? $70 it is.
Online bidder.
Next we have another rare piece, a Japanese silver commemorative box with ivory Showa. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one?
90.
90. Oh, isn't this cute? It's sterling silver with a little tiny carved mouse or rabbit. It's all signed under here. All signed under here. There's a note inside. Let's just say what's inside. Do not sell for less than $1,000. Here we go. And on this silver little covered box, where are we, Carol? 90. Now 100 I have, now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter, one a quarter, one and a half, 175. I have 150, 175, 200 now, two and a quarter. I have 200 now, two and a quarter, 200, two and a quarter. I have 200 now, two and a quarter in that rare little box. At 200 now, two and a quarter, any more. At 200 once, twice, in for two and a quarter, $200, 78, $200, 78. And now we're bidding on 6 Japanese erotic porcelain pieces, bless you, in including Katani box, Meiji period. And on that erotica, which your pleasure knows? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. On the Japanese porcelain, 60 and 70. I have 60 now, 70, 60 now, 70, 60 now, 70, any more. At 60 once, 60 twice, in for $70. 70 and 80. I have 70 now, 80, 70 now, 80. I have 70 now, 80. Are they sake cups? It could be. I have 70 and 80, now 90. I have 80 now, 90, 80 now, 90. I'm going to go. 80 once, 80 twice, going for $90. Carol, $80.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we have, oh, here's a great piece right here. A Japanese Ko Omote Noah mask. A very rare mask. And what's your pleasure on that? A finely carved Noah mask. And what's your pleasure on this? May we have what?
I have a 1 and a quarter.
1 and a quarter, 150, 175, 175, 200, 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 275, 300, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a half. I 3 and a half, 375, 375, 400, 400, 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter in that rare mask. I have 400 and 4 and a quarter. At 400, 4 and a quarter only. At 400 once, twice, and for 4 and a quarter. That's a great early mask. Any more? Carol got it. Carol gets it.
Online bidder.
400 online. Next we have a 19th century Meiji period ivory okamono of a standing man with a broom, and he's holding a little chick in his hand. Beautiful patina on this. He's got a little chick in his hand with a broom. It's all signed. What's your pleasure on that one? 375 and 400. I have 375 and 4. At 375 and 400, 370, 400 and 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half anymore. Last 4 and a half and 475 and 500. I have 475 and now 5. At 475 and 500 if you like it. At 500, 550. At 500 now 550. At 500 once, twice, and for 550. All in, all done. At 500 and 550 if you'd like it. All in, all done at 500. We're good. 500, Carol.
Online bidder.
You're getting everything good. Next we have another one. 19th century Chinese carving of a bearded man holding a freshly caught carp, 9 inches high. What's your pleasure on this one? 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Great carving. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, and 75. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275 and 250 75 anymore. Last 275 and 300, 300 and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter, 3 and 3 and a quarter. Gonna sell it. 300 once, 300 twice. In for 3 and a quarter. Sold 300. Live auctioneers gets that one. Next we have another good one, a 19th century Meiji Kabi Okimono, a kabuki actor with mask, pipe, and monkey. This one is not signed. And what's your pleasure on this one? 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. A 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. A 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half anymore. Isn't that got exquisite detail? A 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. I like the monkey pulling on the cord. A 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half anymore. All in, nice polychrome decoration on that one. A 3 and a quarter once, twice, and 3 and a half. It's 3 and a quarter then.
Online bidder.
A 19th century carved Japanese ivory bird, and on the bird right there, and that rare little bird, what's your pleasure? 300, how much? 4 and a quarter. I like that even better. 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. I wanted to see this. This is love. Wow, that's a solid chunk of ivory with bronze feet, glass eyes, 475. This is very early. 500 I have, and now 550. 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 before he flies away. I have 600, now 650. I have 600 with Carol and 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700, 700 and 750. I have 700, now 750. I have 700, now 750 and 750 where? I have 700, 750 anymore? 700 once, twice, anyone for 750? Carol, 700?
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Great piece right there. Next we have a pair of Japanese net ski, a fisherman and a farmer. What's your pleasure on those?
60.
How much?
60.
60. I have now 70. I have 60, now 70, 60, now 70. Have 60 and 70 anymore? Last call at only $60. 70 if you want them. Once, twice, and sold. $60. Carol.
Online bidder.
2330. 2330 is next. 5 Japanese net skis. 5 Japanese net skis, and these have the boxes with them. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on all the net skis?
3 1/4.
3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore? Last call at 3 1/4, 3 1/2 for all of them. Anymore? 3 1/4 it is.
Online bidder.
Next we have a pair of Japanese okimotos, elderly couple in winter robes, holding an oversized pearl and a broom. He's holding a fan. And what's your pleasure on those lovely okimonos?
150.
150 have it, now 175. Awfully cheap for those. At 150, now 175. 75, and 200, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, now 2 1/4. I have 200, now 2 1/4. I have 200, now 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, now 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250, now 275. I have 250, now 275 at 250 and 75. At 250 and 275. I have 250 and 75 anymore? 275 and 300. They're lovely. I have 250, now 275. 275 and 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3 anymore? At 275 once, twice, and for 300. All in all at 275. We are 275. Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have 3 net skis. What's your pleasure on these?
2 1/4.
2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, at 2 1/4 and a half. For all 3 at 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore? From the same family again. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Sold. 2 1/4. Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have another Japanese Meiji period ivory okimono of a proud man and his son at his knee holding his father's woodcutter axe on a raised stump. What's your pleasure on this lovely one here?
600.
600 I have, and 6 1/4. I have 600 now, 6 1/4. Beautifully carved, 6 1/2 and 675. It is signed under here on the stump. 6 1/2 and now 675. I have 650 now 675. At 650 once, twice, and 675. We all done. 650 once, twice, anymore? It's 650 then, Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have, look at this here, a vintage Korean enamel on silver vase with ram's head handles. This is fabulous, fabulous piece right here. Look at this. And maybe we have what? A couple $1,000 set it in where? 1,100 I have, and now 12. 12 I have, and now 13. I have 13 and 14. Look at the quality of this. 13 and 14. 15 I have, and now 16. I have 1,500, now 1,600. Never going to find another one of these. At 1,500 and 1,600. I have 1,500, now 1,600. At 1,500, 16 anymore. Look at the enamel work on this rare piece. At 1,500 and 1,600. At only 1,500, the monumental piece of Korean silver, all enameled at 1,500, 1,600. At 1,500 once, twice, in for 1,600. We all in all done at $1,500 only. Pass. That had a reserve. That's from the other one from that same family. They had 4 items, and all 4 items have a reserve. That was so close, so close. 36 ounces of silver right there. Next we have, oh, this is fun, a cased Asian 900 silver rickshaw in a little case. It must have been a gift for somebody. What's your pleasure on that?
50.
50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. That's all silver wire work. Can you imagine doing this? Does that come off? Oh, it's sealed. Oh, it is sealed. On here, and it works too. It's all silver wire work. I have only 50, 60, now 70, 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80, 80, now 90, 90, now 100, 90, now 100, 90, now 100, 100 I have now 1/4 and a half, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Incredible work. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore? 1 1/4, number 49. Next we have this rare Chinese white jade amethyst necklace with phoenix pendant, 19th century. This is what makes this important. According to the family on a typed note, The Phoenix pendant was originally given to William Austin Van Dyke by Mrs. Eleanor Stoddard Marsh in 1920s. It had been acquired by Mrs. Marsh from Queen Lily Kuani's royal advisor in Hawaii as part of the group of jade and amethyst ornaments collected during that time. Provenance is included in this rare necklace. What's your pleasure in this? 250 I have, and 275 and 300. I have 275, 300, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/2, 75 and 400. I have 375 and 400. I have 375 and 4. At 375 and 400, 375 and 4. Much, much better than that. At 375 and 400. At 375 and 4, we all in, all done. At 375 and 400. Any more? 400 I have, and 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 against you, and 4 1/2. 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Any more? All in, all done. 4 1/4, 4 1/2. 4 1/2 and 75, 75 and 500, 500 and 500. At 475 now 500. At 475 now 500 anymore. All in all on at 475 and 500. 500 I have, 550 now and 600. I have 550 and 600. This is a rare, rare thing. I have 550 and 600. I have 500 and 600. Wouldn't work so hard if it wasn't worth so much more. I have 550 and 600. Are we all in? 600 I have, now 6 1/2. I have 600 now 650. I have 600, 650. The significance of this is amazing. I have 600 now 650. I'm going to sell with Carol on the phone, online now at 600 now 650. Fabulous piece, great history. Any more? Carol, 600 then.
Online bidder.
Next we have, hey, look at this great 19th century Meiji period Chinese ivory cribbage board. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 275 and 300. 275 and 300, 275 and 3. 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 300 and 3 1/4. This is the box it came in. Came in on free appraisal day. It's got carved dragons all over it. This opens up so you can put the little pegs inside. Oh, the pegs are inside. The little ivory pegs are inside. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4, 3 and 3 1/4 anymore. With Carol at 300 and selling. 300 once, twice, and for 3 1/4. Carol, 300 then.
Online bidder.
And now we're moving into Chinese things. A 19th century Chinese carved cinnabar lacquered box. And what's the pleasure on this nice piece of cinnabar right here? What's your pleasure on this? A nice early thin piece of cinnabar. Has an old museum label on the bottom. What's your pleasure on this?
70.
70 I have, and now 80. You should be bringing 300 or 400. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. From the house that gave us all the great Japanese bronzes. I have 70 now 80. At 70 now 80. It's much better than that. I have 70 now 80. Any more? Gonna sell it. 70 once, 70 twice, and for $80. Way under the money on that.
I have 80.
80, I would think so. And now 90. I would 80 now 90. It's a very early piece of cinnabar. I have 80 now 90. 80 once, 80 twice. We got to move on. Any more? $80. Emily.
Live auctioneer.
Live auctioneers. Next we have this Chinese robe, a fabulous Chinese embroidered silk dragon robe. Hey, Bob, that fits you perfectly. Look at that.
44 long.
44 long. Well, if it wasn't you, it'd probably be Zeb. And on that, what's your pleasure on this wonderful Chinese robe? 175 and 200, 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4 anymore. All in all, then 200 and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Way under the money on that. 2 1/4. Bob does not go with it. I had 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 in that great Chinese robe with the dragons all around it. Great condition. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I'm going to sell at 2 1/4 once, twice, and for 2 1/2. Any more? Nice buy, 2 1/4, sold. Live auctioneers. Next we have a 19th century Chinese scholar stand, rosewood stand with a stone inlaid top. It's 36 inches high by 16 by 12. What's your pleasure on that stand? 50. Somebody wants to rent it for the night. 60, 70, 70, 80, 80, now 90, 90, 100, now quarter, now half. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. No money for that. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 for that great stand. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. That's for nothing. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. This is a nice 19th century stand. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4 once, 1 1/4 twice, and 150. Any more? Wow, 1 1/4.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Oh, here we go. Look at this. A pair of 19th century Chinese ivory carved emperor and empress figures. Look at these. Beautiful patina on these. What's your pleasure?
900.
900 I have, and now 1,000. 1,000 all over the place. 1,000 with 11, now 12. 1,100 now 12, 11 and 12. 1,100 now 12, 11 and 12 anymore. 12 and now 1,300. I have 1,200 now 13. These are fabulous. I have 1,200 now 1,300. Look at the carving in the back. I have 1,200 now 1,300. 1,300 I have in 14 now 15. I have 1,400 now 1,500. At 15, they have rosewood stands. 1,500 now 1,600. 1,600 now 1,700. I have 16 now 1,700. I have 16 now 17 for the pair. I have 17 now 18. Look at the quality of these. There's dragon carved all through his robes. Every bit of this braid is all carved. I have 17 now 1,800. I have 1,700 with Carol. Is that correct? I have 1,700, 1,800, at only 1,700, 1,800 if you like it. Boy, these are exquisite. I have 1,700 once. 1,700 twice. Anyone for 1,800? Look at the quality carving on these. Add any more than 1,700, they're going to go. It's 1,700.
Online bidder.
Who got those? Carol, you're getting all the good stuff. 1,700, online bidder. Next we go to a pair of early 19th century cloisonne, Chinese cloisonne vases. Now, we've sold Chinese cloisonne before. These were signed on the bottom, and some idiot drilled them for lamps. Anyway, there's beautiful early cloisonne right there. What's your pleasure? 175, and now 200. At 175 and 200. At 175 and 2. On a nice 200, I have 2 1/4. Very early cloisonne. I have 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. Any more? 200 once, twice, aiming for 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 now. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Moving on at 2 1/4, 2 1/2 and 75. At 250 now 275. At 250 and 275. Any more? 275 and 3 with Carol all the way. I have 275 now 3. 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 3 1/4, 3 1/2 and 75. I have 350 and 75. They're very early. 375 and 400. Holding with Carol at 375. 400 with Carol. Now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4. 4 1/4. They'd make a nice pair of lamps. 4 1/2. And now 475. I have 4 1/2 now 475. At 4 1/2 once, 4 1/2 twice. Anyone? 475 and 500. At 475 and 500 from a house in Brunswick, Maine. We have 500, Carol? 500 now 550. As is. Once, twice, anyone for 550. Sold. Carol, 500.
Online bidder.
Next we have a green quartz, Chinese green quartz vase as a lamp. You don't need to plug it in. Wait, does the inside light up?
I don't know.
It might. Try it. Sometimes they light up the inside. Nope. Just the outside.
That works.
Yep. What's your pleasure on this?
50.
50. What? 50, 60, 70, 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. Nothing for this. 1 1/4 costs 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. And 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Any more? Last call at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. With Zeb at 1 1/4. What a buy. Any more? Zeb, 1 1/4.
382.
382 buys. That's from the house in Camden. Next we have a narrow Chinese reverse painted mirror, 19th century. 42 inches by 12 inches wide. This is from the estate of Bowdoin professor William Collins Waterston on that nice early piece right there with the cat. Has 2 cats on the bottom. Carol. What's your pleasure on this? May we have, what, a couple $100 to set it in? $200 to set it in, 200 where? 200 where? $100 where in that nice early piece. Anyone for 100? Nobody wants that? That's a nice little reverse painted mirror. Anyone for 100? Nobody wants. 100 I have and now quarter. We're going to sell it. $100, 100 1/4. $100, 100 1/4. Any more? 100 once, 100 twice. Going to sell it. They want it all sold. It's a valuable mirror. Anyone for 100 1/4? Sold. $100 then. Off it goes.
Online bidder.
Next we have this rare Chinese 5-tiered wedding food box, 19th century. 34 by 21 and a half. Look at the quality of that. May we have, what, a couple $1,000 and set it in. 2,000, wait a minute, 2,000 and go. Instead, 2,000. $1,000 and go. I don't want 500. I need 1,000 to open it. 1,000 where? I have 1,000 where instead of $1,000 and go. Instead of $1,000, rare thing. Pass it away. That one had a reserve. Next item. Next item is the Buddha, a fantastic 17th or 18th century monumental Burmese or Thai seated Buddha. He's sitting right out back. He's this tall. And on the Buddha, what's your pleasure?
2,500.
I have 2,500 and now 2,750. I have 2,500 now 2,750, and this rare piece is 37 inches high. 2,750 now 3,000. I have 2,750 and this rare 3,000 and 32 and a half. I have 3,000 now 32 and a half on this 32 and a half and now 35. He's 32 and a half now 3,500. It's 37 inches high. 3,500, 30 inches wide and 19 inches deep. A fat 3,750 and 4,000. 3,750 and 4,000. This rare piece. I have 3,750 and 4,000, of course, and now 42 and a half. I have 4,000 now 42 and a half. I have 4,000 now 42 and a half, and this rare Buddha. I have 4,000 now 42 and a half. Early Buddha. I have $4,000 only once. 4,000 twice. Where are you going to find another one of these for that price? And 4,042 and a half anymore? With Carol at 4,000. Once, twice, and Carol, your winner, 4,000.
Online bidder.
It's unreserved. Next we have a late Qing Dynasty scroll painting of a mountain tiger and a mountain and tiger unframed. And on that right there, overall size 50 by 23. What's your pleasure on the scroll with the mountain, the line with the tiger on the mountain? What's your pleasure on that? We have a couple $100 to set it in. 200 where? So 200, starting at low enough. 200, anyone for 200? Nobody wants it? Once, twice, and pass away. Moving on. Next item. Next item is a carved jade, a Chinese jade covered footed bowl. Look at this here. Beautiful big piece right there. 5 by 8 by 4 inches. Nice, beautiful colored jade. Very translucent. What's your pleasure on this? 100. I have it now 1 1/4. I have 100 now 1 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and only 1 1/2 and 175. I have 150 now 175, 175 and 200. I have 175 and 2, 175 and 2, and 175 and 2 anymore. All in all that 175 and 200. Anymore. That's a nice piece of jade. Sold 175. Next we have a rare Chinese enamel and filigree fan, 19th century fan. Look at the workmanship on this. In the original box, we believe. It's all gilded bronze, the framework, and it has paintings and all reticulated bronze and enamel in between the fan blades. What's your pleasure in this? 550, having 600. I have 550 and 600 at 550 and 600 and 650. I have 650, 700. I have 650 and 700. That rare fan. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700, 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. Any more? All in all on 650, 700. Who has a 650? Carol, 650 to you.
Online bidder.
650, online bidder. Next, we have a Chinese blue and white porcelain vase coming right up. Look at this bottle form vase that Rob has. And what's your pleasure in this beautiful vase right here? 275 and 300, 3 1/4, all over the place. 350, 75, 400, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/4 and half, 475, 500, 500, 550, 550. The book's out. I have 550 and 600. A great early piece of porcelain. I have 550 and 600 with Carol now at 550 and 600. She's getting all the good stuff. At 550 once, twice, and for 600. It's 550, Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have this really early Chinese Qing gilt bronze Shiva, an 18th century piece figure of Kuan Yin, the goddess of mercy and compassion. And oh, look at that, fabulous, all gold leaf. What's your pleasure on that?
2750.
2750 and now 3,000. At 2750 and 3,000, that's a fabulous piece. At 2750 and 3,000, look at the quality of this piece. At 2750 and $3,000 if you like it. Gold leaf all over this thing. At 2750 and 3,000. At 2750 once, 2750 twice, and went for $3,000. All in, all done. And scan them all away, Carol. Any more? 2750 it is.
Online bidder.
Next we have 2 Chinese Kangxi style blue and white porcelain Republic period cups, we think. What's your pleasure on those?
50.
50, I have 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I think they're better than that. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Any more? At only $50 on those, and 60 if you like them. Any more? 50 it is, Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have a portrait of the Emperor and Empress. It's from the Dao Guang reign, 1821 to 1850. What's your pleasure on these? There we have, what, a couple $100 to set them in. $200. It's 74 high, 47 inches wide. These are all hand painted on silk now. A couple $100 wear. 200 wear, sub to 200 and go. That's 200 wear, sub to 200. And it's 200. Nobody wants those? Pass them away. The Emperor and Empress are going back in the storage. Next we have, oh look at this, a large Chinese carved green hardstone model of a dragon boat. This came out of the sea captain's house in Searsport, Maine. It was on the mantle. On this piece, it's 34 inches high by 32 inches wide, or 32 inches high and 6 3/4 inches deep. What's your pleasure in that great hardstone carved model of a dragon boat? What's your pleasure? How much? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275 and 300. 300 of course and 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4 from the sea captain's house. I have 300 now 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/2 and 375. With Emily at 350 and 375.
375. 4.
400 on live auctioneers. 4 1/4 with Carol on the 4 1/2. 4 1/2 on live auctioneers and 475. Monumental piece of carving. 475, 500, 550. I had 500 now 550. 500 once, 550 in time, and 600, 600, 650. I have 600 now 650. I have 600 now 650 and 600, 650. 650 and 700. This monumental piece of carving. 700 and 750. I have 700 now 750. 750, 800, 800, 850. At 800 now 850. 850, 900, 900, 950 now. At 900 now 950. At 900 now 950 and 1,000. 1,000 now 1,100. I have 1,000 with Emily on live auctioneers. And now 1,100 Carol. And now 12. 11 and 12, 11 and 12. 1,100 once, twice, in for 1,200. All in, all in. 1,200, now 1,300. I have 1,200 on live auctioneers, now 13. At 1,200, now 13 with Carol, now 1,400. I have 1,300 with Carol online, now 1,400. 1,300 once, 1,300 twice. In for 1,400, 14 with Emily. And now 1,500, please. I have 1,400, now 1,500. I have 1,400, now 15. At 1,400 once, twice, in for 1,500. We're all in, all in. 1,400, 1,500. So, 1,400. Live auctioneers gets it at 1,400. I saw the sea captain's home in Searsport, Maine. Next we have a Ming pattern Chinese low-back dignitary's yoke top throne, 19th century. 43 inches high by 22 inches wide, 17.5 inches deep. What's your pleasure in that great period chair? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have 100, 1 1/4. This is a vintage chair, at only $100, 100 1/4. I have $100, now 100 1/4, $100, 100 1/4. Circa 1880, it's a good one. I have $100, 100 1/4 anymore. That lovely Chinese chair, anymore. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. It's unreserved. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4 once, 1 1/4 twice. I'm going to sell that beautiful chair for no money anymore. Carol, 1 1/4.
Online bidder.
Next we have, oh, look at this. A Chinese Shiwan stoneware food dog right here, 10 3/4 inches high. Look at that beautiful little dog with the glass eyes. And what's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on the little dog? Maybe we have $500 to set it in. 500 wear that little dog right there. 500 wear some that nice little dog right there. And you said 500. Nobody wants them? Pass them away then. Next item. I'm going to move right through this stuff. Nearly 11-foot long Chinese gold work on silk, 19th century panel. And on that right there, depicting the Taoist immortals. It's 28 inches high by 142 inches long. What's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on that piece of silk with gold inlaid thread? Figural thread. What's your pleasure on that? Maybe a couple $100 and set it in. It's unreserved. $200 wear. Set it at 200. $200 wear. Any for 200. 100. They want it sold. Anyone for $100. Unbelievable. This is a rare early thing. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have $100 once, twice, and for 100 and a quarter. And that fabulous piece of silk work. Any more? 100 did it. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4 with Carol, now 1 1/2.
1 1/2.
1 1/2 and now 175. A very valuable thing. I have 150 now 175. 150 once, twice, and for 175. All in, all in, 150. We are 150.
Online bidder.
Next we have a 19th century Chinese coral figural carving of Guanyin, 3 5/8 inches high on that rare carving in coral. What's your pleasure in that?
50.
50, I have in 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have $50 and 60 if you'd like it. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. No money for this. I have 50 and 60. It's all carved in white coral. White coral. Nice early piece. I have only $60. Any more? Carol,
Online bidder.
60, right?
Goes $50.
How much? Oh, 50, sorry. It's even worse. Next, we have a Chinese red lacquered pigskin travel case, 19th century. What's your pleasure on this one right here? We have a couple $100 and set it in. 200, where's it at 200? 150, I have now 175. I 150, now 175. 175, you like it. I 150, now 175 in that beautiful box. 175 and now 200. I 175 and now 2. And 175 and 2, that nice early lacquered and gilded pigskin travel box. At 175 and now 2. Any more? Sold, phone, 175. Next we have a Chinese wild goose and fish bronze lamp. And what's your pleasure on this? It's 32 inches high by 21.5 inches. What's your pleasure on this one? On this large bronze. What's your pleasure on this? There we have what? $500 and set it in. 5 where and set it in. And he's did 500. And he's did 500. Pass it away. Next item. Chinese porcelain charger and a with a Chinese soapstone water coupe. And what's your pleasure on these? What's your pleasure on these? Come along here now with a bid. $100 where? $100 where on the lot? 50, having 60 now. I 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. At 50 and 60, any more than $50? Once, twice, any more? 50 it is. One of auctioneers. 2362. 2362 is a Chinese gilt bronze figure Kuan Yin, Qing Dynasty. This is fabulous. 10 and 3/4 inches high. What's your pleasure on this? $32.50 and now $3,500. I $32.50 and 30. Oh, this is a really good one. I $32.50 and $3,500. I $32.50 and $3,500. That fabulous early bronze at $32.50 and $3,500. There's traces of gilding still on her at $32.50 and $3,500. Are we all in, all done? $32.50 once, $32.50 twice, and $3,500 if you want to own this lovely little statue. Any more? All in, all done at $32.50. Sold, $32.50.
Online bidder.
Oh, look at those. A great pair of Chinese covered cloisonne urns. Look at the quality and detail of the soldiers. The soldiers are all set in goldstone and is gilded bronze. What's your pleasure on these with carriages and horses? Beautiful quality. What's your pleasure on these?
60.
How much?
60.
60 and now 70. Of 60 now 70. 70 now 80. Of 70 now 80. 70, 80 now 90. 90 now 100. 90 now 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. Look at these. They're fabulous. I have only $100, 100 a quarter. I have $100 once, twice, even for 1 1/4. What a bargain these are. The quality is incredible. I have 100 now, 1 1/4. This is all done in goldstone. You only find that in Kandahar, Afghanistan. I have $100 only, 1 1/4. Any more? Selling once, twice, and sold $100.
Online bidder.
Next we have a pair of silk paintings in the style of Shen Quan framed. And what's your pleasure on these? What's your pleasure on these? Pair of these. They are 33 inches by 14 inches wide. What's your pleasure on these, please? And even for a couple $100 and set them in. Starting things low. 200 where's 200? It's to 200. Nobody wants those? Pass them away. Next object. We're going to get through this stuff. Oh, look at this here. Minwei Ung, Myanmar. Towards the monastery, too. A lovely piece dated 2004. On the receipt is 60 by 60 inches on this rare painting. What's your pleasure on this one? Here we have what? 5,000 where to open it. 5,000 where? 5,000. 2,500. We'll take 2,500. And he said 2,500. This fabulous painting, all in gold leaf, with the monks going towards the monastery. And he went for $2,500 in this rare painting by this artist. And he went for $2,500. Then it'll go back on the wall. Next we have Xiao Yangshu, Colorado and China, 1961. Mother and child. Mother and child. What's your pleasure on that? On a nice original painting in a big frame. What's your pleasure on this? There we have what? $1,500 to set it in. 1,500 where instead of it 1,500. Instead of 1,500. Pass that away too. Next object. We have a pair of Chinese blue and white crackle glazed 19th century vases, floor vases, 24 inches high, 9.5 inch diameter. What's your pleasure on these nice 19th century floor vases right here? 250 I have and 275. These are the real deal. These are not copies. I have 250 and 275 for the pair. I have 250 and 275 and 300. I have 275 and now 300 of course and 3 1/4, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 75. These are fabulous. I have 3 1/2 with Carol and 375. They're 19th century. I have 3 1/2 now 375. I 3 1/2 with Carol and selling at only 350 and 375 for 2 of these now. They should be bringing that a piece. 3 1/2 once, twice, and for 375. Carol 350.
Online bidder.
Next we have an 18th century Chinese solid bronze figure depicting a scholar holding a stone, and it's 4 1/2 inches high. This is very early piece of Chinese bronze. His robe is engraved with flowers and stuff. What's your pleasure on that? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275 anymore. I have 250 and 275. This is way under the money on this. At 275 and 300. 275 and now 3. At 275 and now 300. 275 and 3. At 275 and 3. Going to sell at 275 once, twice, and for 300. It's going to be 275 then. Live auctioneers? I'm sorry. It was on 78, got that. Sorry. Next we go to this one, a Chinese famille vert lion-lidded jar. On that nice period lion-lidded jar. What's your pleasure in this? 60 I have, and now 70. This is of the period. I have 60, now 70. Show them the bottom of that, will you? See if there's any marks on it. Let me see. A nice early piece. You have this orange peel glaze. That means it's 19th century. And the 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70, 60, now 70. Only $60 only in that nice early Chinese lidded lion jar. At 60, now 70. Any more? 60 it is. 2370 coming up. 2370. 2370. And we have this Chinese carved white jade, Qilong Bai, Qing Dynasty. What's your pleasure on that rare piece of white jade? 3,500 I have, and now 3,750. I have 3,500, now 3,750 on that rare piece. At 3,500, 3,750. At 3,500, 3,750. Any more? It's a fabulous piece of white jade. At 3,500 and 3,750. At 3,500 once. 3,500 twice. And for 3,750. Any more? Emily, 3,500. Just get them all off. Live auctioneers, 3,500. Next we have a Chinese blue and white garden seat with a dragon motif on that nice garden seat in porcelain. What's your pleasure on that? 175 and 200. And 175 and 2 from the estate of Richard Plunkett. A nice garden seat, Chinese garden seat, blue and white with a dragon, and only 175 and 200. At 175 only, and 200 if you want it. And 175 once, twice, and for 200. Any more? 175 that is then.
Online bidder.
Next we have a pair of Qing both Shiva in bronze. A pair of Qing brought Shiva in bronze. Look at these. They're seated on these Kai Lins, and these are beautifully done. Great patina. Great old patina on these. What's your pleasure on these?
250.
One's holding a Rui scepter. And on that, I have 250 only and 275. I have 250 and 275, those nice early bronzes. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 once, twice, and for 275. Going to sell them at only $250. Any more? 275 and 300. They're much better than that. 300 and 3 1/4. Beautiful patina on these. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300 with Carol and 3 1/4. Any more? At 300 once, twice, and for 3 1/4. All in all, done $300. Once, twice, and Carol 300.
Online bidder.
Nice buy on those. Next we have a Chinese porcelain fish bowl, large vintage blue and white vessel with dragons and floral motif. It's 19 by 21 by 21 round from the Plunkett estate. What's your pleasure on that? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 on that great, 60 and 70. I have 60 now, 70, 60 now, 70. At 60 now, 70 more. All in all, that's 70 now, 80. No money for this. It's 70 now, 80, now 90. I have 80 now, 90. 80 once, 80 twice, 90 now, 100. 90 now, 100, 100 now, a quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. With Emily all the way. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175. 200, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275. And 300. 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. Any more? At 300 once, twice, I went for 3 1/4. 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. I had 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half anymore. All in, all done at 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half if you'd like them. With the porcelain fishbowl, 3 and a quarter with Emily all the way. 3 and a quarter once, twice, anymore? 325 it is. That's from the Plunkett estate. You need a battery?
Oh, yeah.
All right, here we go. On this piece right here, we have a translucent pale green jadeite bangle right here. And what's your pleasure on this one?
150.
150 I have, and now 175. I 150, now 175 from the state in Florida. I 150, now 175. I 150, 175 anymore on that jadeite bangle at 150 once, twice, and 175 anymore. 175 with Carol and 200 now. At 175 and 2. 175 and 2. It's a beautiful piece. At 175 and 2, it's all carved. At 175 once, twice, and 200 if you want it. Carol, 175 then.
Online bidder.
Oh, look at this. Look at that great frame. This is all done in silk. All done in silk. A Chinese silk embroidery of a model's 19th century. And it is, hold on. It's 19 and a half inches high by 60 inches wide. And what you play on that? We have a couple $100 to set it in. A couple $100, that beautiful piece of silk work. It's all hand done in the 19th century. Passed away. Next object. Next we have a Chinese film mill rose porcelain vase by Qing Yangting, dated 1936. What's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have in 275. At 250 and 275, at 250 and 75. At 250 and 75. Any more? 250 once, twice, and for 275. 250 it is. Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have 3 Chinese ink paintings attributed to Kai Baishai, Chinese, 1864 to 1957. And look at these. Those are great. What's your pleasure on those? What's your pleasure on those? Maybe we have $200 to set them in. 200 where to set them in. 200 where? Excuse me. 200 where? Pass those away. Next object. Next we have a 2-part Chinese blue and white porcelain censer, cover and base. What's your pleasure on this? Lovely early piece right here. 475 and now 500. I have 475 with Emily, now 500 from the Richard Plunkett estate again in Booth Bay. 475 and 500. I have 475 and 500 anymore. 475 once, twice, and 500 with Carol. 550 now. 5.5 and 600. I have 550. Nice early piece. A 5.5 now 6. At 550, 600 with Carol. 650, 650, 700. I have 650 now 7. At 650 now 700, 650 and 700 anymore. 700 and 750, 7.5 and 800. I have 750 now 800. I have 750 now 8. Is 750 800? 850 900. 850 now 9. I have 850 now 9. That wonderful piece of porcelain. I have 850 now 9. 900 Carol now 950. 950 1,000 now. I have 950 with Emily on Live Auctioneers now 1,000. 1,000 I have at 1,100. I have 1,000 now 1,100 from the Plunkett estate. I have 1,000 now 1,100. 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, and for 1,100. All in all done at $1,000. Carol, $1,000.
Online bidder.
Next we have a Chinese Wang Jinzang style landscape scroll, 58.5 by 18.25. What's your pleasure in this? Nice early scroll right there. Landscape scroll, a couple $100 to set it in. 200 wear. It's from a very famous collection. 200 wear. It's set it in for 200. $100. They want it sold. Anyone for $100. That rare early scroll. Anyone for $100. Pass it away. Next object. Moving on. We have a lot of stuff to sell. Next, we have a pair of Chinese export porcelain figurines of hawks. These are wonderful. And what's your pleasure on these? 2.25 and 2.5. I have 2.25 and 2.5. Nice early pieces. 250 and 275. 275 and 300. 300 now, 3.25 and 3.5. I have 3.25 and 3.5 and 375. at 375, 375 and 400, at 375 and now 4. Great pair of birds, at 375 and now 400, at 375. It's not even 400 I have, not even it's $200 a piece for those great pieces. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. With Carol at 400 and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter anymore. At 400 once, 400 twice, and for 4 and a quarter. Sleeping on these, that's no money for these. Anymore? Sold, Carol, 400.
Online bidder.
Next we have a modern painting, Sea and Sky Impasto on Canvas, signed lower right by Qi Feng Ni. And on that right there, China, 1941. What's your pleasure in this? What's your pleasure in this painting right here? 17 by 13 inches. Any interest in this piece? Any interest in this piece at all? No. Passed away. Next object. Next object, we have a Chinese white crackle vase, a nice early crackle vase, 5.5 inches high. What's your pleasure in this one? This is from the house that had all the great Chinese and Japanese stuff in Ellsworth, Maine. It's signed with a 4-character mark on the bottom. A nice early piece of Chinese. What's your pleasure? 550. I have 600. I have 550 and 600. That great piece. At 550 and 600. Nice early piece of Chinese porcelain. I have 550 and 600. At 550 and 600 anymore. 550 once, twice, and for 600, it's 550 to Emily. Live auctioneers. Next we have a pair, these are rare to find, a pair of Chinese trade carved framed mirrors, 29.5 by 23.5. On the pair of those, these are also used on Chinese trade paintings, What's your pleasure on these? 50, I have now 60. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have now 70. I have 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. 70, now 80. Any more? All in, 80, now 90. There's no money for these at all. I have 80, now 90. 80, now 90, 80, now 90. Any more? 80 once, 80 twice. And for $90. Going to sell them at only $80 for that fabulous pair of frames. Who has the 80? Emily has 80. And 90, anyone? 80 it is. Next, we have a Chinese carved jadeite plaque. And on that plaque right there, it's 4 inches by 3 3/8. What's your pleasure on that? And that nice early Chinese jadeite plaque. 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Seems awfully reasonable for that early plaque, all carved. I have 50 once, twice, and for $60. All in all, that $50. We are, Carol, 50.
Online bidder.
Next, we have 3 Chinese red lacquered pigskin boxes from the 19th century. A beautiful little collection, all leaf, gold leaf design. And on the 3 of those, what's your pleasure on those? May we have a couple $100 to set them in. 200, where set them in 200 on those nice boxes with the bronze latches. 200 where? And here's to 200. Nobody wants those? Pass them away. Next object. Moving right along. Next we have a Chinese Langyou style red glazed vase in the copper red. And what's your pleasure on that? We have a couple. 70 I have, and now 80. This is when the house has had all the really good Chinese stuff and Japanese stuff, so you know it's good. They had 80, now 90. We had a little inkwell a few years ago from this lady. Brought 19,000 in this color. What do we have now? 90, now 100. 90, now 100. Any more? I have 90 once, 90 twice, and for 100. 90 it is.
Online bidder.
Next we have Feng Da, Chinese bamboo painting. It is 27.5 by 56 inches. What's your pleasure on this? We have a couple $100 to set it in. $100 where? 50, having 60 now. 60, now 70. 70, 80, 80, now 90. 90, now 100. Excuse me, I have 90, now 100. With Carol now. I have $90 once, twice, and for 100. Sold $90, Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have a pair of Chinese Qingjiang enamel porcelain lamps by Zhang Vi Tai. What's your pleasure on those? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60. Nice pair of lamps with pleated shades. I have 50, now 60. I have 50, now 60 anymore. That's ridiculous. It's a great pair of lamps. I have 50, now 60. Figure of lamps. The shades cost more than that. I have 50, now 60 anymore. 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70, 60, now 70. Couldn't buy the shades for that. I have 60, now 70 anymore. 60 anymore. 60 to 70, now 80. I'm going to sell them. Then unreserved, I have 70, now 80. Once, twice, anymore. 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90. No, it's a ridiculous price. We're going to sell them. I have 80, now 90. Any more? 90, now 100. 90, now 100. Beautiful. 100 I have, now quarter on that great pair of lamps. I have 90, 100, now quarter. I have 100, now quarter. Any more? 100 once, 100 twice. And for 1 1/4, they're sold for $100.
Online bidder.
Somebody got a nice buy on those. Next we have Chinese painting in the style of Wang Zhu on that 12th, active in the 12th century. And on that right there, it is 27 by 82, 27 wide, 82 inches high. What's your pleasure on this? We have a couple $100 to set it in. $200 on the scroll and set it in at 200. And it's at 200.
And 50.
You had what?
50.
50, I have in 60. 60, now 70. I have 60, now 70. No money for the 70, now 80, now 90. 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90. 80, now 90. It's no brainer on that one. I have 80, now 90. 80, now 90. Any more? $80. 90, and I almost sold it. I have 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. 100, I have now quarter. They're just waking up to the value. I have 100, now quarter. I have 100, now quarter. Any more? 100 once, twice, in for 1 1/4. It's $100 then.
Online bidder.
Next we have a Chinese red lacquered pigskin travel pillow box. And on that rare box right there, in beautiful condition, all embossed. What's your pleasure on that? Maybe a couple $100 to set it in. 200, where 100 I have now quarter. I have $100 and 100 1/4 on that rare box. I have $100 and 100 1/4, 100 and 100 1/4, 100 1/4 with Sylvia, 100 1/4, now 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4 once, twice, and 1 1/2 and 175. Beautiful bar. 175 and 200. 175 and 2 now. And 175 and 2. 175 and 2. On the phone at 175. 2 if you want it. Once, twice, and Sylvia, 175.
376.
Oh, look at this. Chinese turquoise inlaid beast form bronze. 16 3/4 by 15 by 11. What's your pleasure on this? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500, now 550 on this rare. It's all inlaid with turquoise. I only have 500, now 550. It looks like it's been inside of a tomb. I have 500, now 550. I have 500, now 550, and 500, 550 anymore. Last call at 500, 550. What a buy. Who's got, Carol, you had the 500? Anyone for 550? It's sold for 500 then.
Online bidder.
Next we have, ooh, here we go. 2 18th and 19th century Chinese carved jade archer's rings. Archer's rings. And what do you want to pay for those?
I have 100.
100 I have, and now 1 1/4 on the rare Chinese jade archer's rings. I have 100, now 1 1/4. I have 100, now 1 1/4, 100, 1 1/4 anymore. Last call at $100. What a buy.
1 1/4.
1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 175. Hello, they're unreserved. I have 1 1/2, now 175 and 200 on the rare archer's rings. 175 and now 200 with Carol, 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4. Beautiful color. You can see the wear where they were used. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. 200 once, twice in for 2 1/4 with Carol at 200 selling. Any more? Carol 200.
Online bidder.
Next we have a Chinese export Female Rose square vase. On that one right there, what's your pleasure?
80.
80, I have it now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90, and that nice Female Rose vase, 90 now 100. 90 now 100, 100 now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4, 100 now 1/4. 100 once, twice in for 1 1/4. Sold $100. Live auctioneers buys. 23.94. 23.94 coming right up. Is a Chinese style landscape painting on silk, 56 by 23 1/2. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe a couple $100 set it in. A couple $100 where instead of $100 on the scroll, frame scroll. Any up to 100? Who wants that? Pass away. Next object. Next we have a Chinese Song Dynasty style celadon glazed conical bowl. Look at this early bowl right here. Oh, that's nice. Very light quality. Has 3 boys incised in it with flowers. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that?
I have 60.
60, now 70. I have 60, now 70, 60, now 70. 60 and 70, and 60 and 70, 70, now 80. Has the boys incised inside of it. 70, now 80. 70, now 80. Any more? 70 once, 70 twice, and for $80. It's $70 then. Next we have a scarce format Chinese Qing ancestral painting, 60 by 43 inches. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one here? And he went for $500, that rare picture right there. And instead 500. Instead 500 on this one. 400, 300. And he was for 300. A nice portrait. What wants that? Passed away. Next object. Next object is a Chinese mirror black glazed miniature vase. Ooh, look at that. Very early. Has a little chip right here around the rim, just so you know. It says it in the description. What's your pleasure in this one? What's your pleasure in this one? Maybe have what? $100 where? 50 have, and 60 now. 60 now, 70. 80 now, 90. I have 80 now, 90. 80 now, 90. 80 now, 90. I have $80 now, 90 if you want it. 80 with Sylvia on the phone. 80 now, 90. Any more? Last call at $80. Sylvia, $80.
403.
403 buys. Next, we have a pair of Chinese-style scroll paintings on later mounts, 42 by 13 inches. What's your pleasure on the scrolls? Maybe what, $300, set them in. Starting things low, 300 wear, sip at 300 and go. Any 300? Nobody wants those? Nobody wants scrolls. You won't see any more here. Chinese blue and white figural porcelain jar, Republic period or earlier. What's your pleasure on this one? 1 1/4 and 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Look at this beautiful piece right here. Jar or vase. 4 character mark, 1 1/2 and 175. This is a nice early piece. And 150 now 175. And 150 now 175. And 150, 175, nice condition. And 150 once, twice, and 175. Anyone else? Anyone else? 150 it is.
Online bidder.
Next we have another Qing Dynasty's Chinese scroll portrait framed, 56 by 29. What's your pleasure on these? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275, at 250 and 75. Any more? All in, at 250, 275. A nice big painting. Any more? 250 it is. Next we have a pair of Chinese blue and white relief decorated porcelain tea caddies. These are lovely. On these early porcelain tea caddies. And what's your pleasure on these? They have an old Sotheby's label where they bought them at Sotheby's years ago. With the dragon on this one, and this one has a scholar with a fan. What's your pleasure on these? 90 I have now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100, and 90 now 100, 90 100 now quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175, and 200, and 200. 175 now 2. No money for these. These are of the period. 175 now 2. And 175 now 2 for the pair of those nice tea caddies. And 175 and now 2. Any more? Last call at 175 and 200. 175 to 78. 175. 78 buys those. Next we go to early 18th century Japanese folding screen, 55.5 by 142 inches. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this early Japanese folding screen, 18th century, 6 panel? Any bid on this? 500 where? 500 where? 500 where? And he said 500. Pass that away. Next object. Next we have a Chinese blue and white covered jar, a beautiful covered jar, cylindrical lidded Qing porcelain. And what's your pleasure on this one here? What's your pleasure on this beautiful blue and white covered Chinese jar, porcelain? What's your pleasure on this one?
I have 50.
50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. A nice early jar right here. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. Any more? Last call at only $50 and 60 if you want it. $50 it is.
Online bidder.
Next we have a Chinese carved gildwood decoration of pomegranates, 19th century. Wow, look at the size of that carving. It's all gilded and carved wood. What's your pleasure in this?
I have 50.
Nice old piece. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 and 50 and 60, 60 and 70, 70 now 80, 80 now 90, 90 now 100. I'm 90 now 100, 90 now 100 from the Plunkett estate. I'm 90 now 100 with Carol at $90 only, and he's selling 90 once, 90 twice, and for 100, it's $90.
Online bidder.
Next we have a Chinese Peking glass snuff bottle, a nice early Peking glass snuff bottle. It is glass, not white jade, right? Glass. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this? Then we have a couple, how much? 50 I have and 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. A nice early Peking glass with figures on it. Multiple figures in landscape. I have only $50 and 60 if you want it. 50 with Carol. Any more? Carol, 50. 60. And now 70. 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. It's a nice old one. I have 70, now 80. I have 70 once, twice, and for $80. 80 now 90. 90 now 100. of 9900, 9900. Beautiful little snuff bottle. 9900 is going to sell it. 90 once, twice, in for $100. $90.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we have a Chinese blue and white porcelain box with famille rose decoration. Look at this lovely box right here. A round box. Oh, look, a painting inside of a woman getting dressed. Woman getting dressed. And what's your pleasure on that? Couple $100. How much? 50. Having 60 now. I have 60, 60 and 70. 70 now 80. 70 now 80, 70 now 80. At 70 now 80, 70, 80 now 90. 90 now 100. 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. No money for this. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Any more? Any more? $100. 313 buys. $100. 313. Next we have a pair of famille rose porcelain sleeve vases, 12 inches high. Look at these. These are beautiful, aren't they? God, and this has a 6-character mark on it with incised and enamel decoration. What's your pleasure on those?
100.
100 I have, and now 1 1/4. You got a phone on that? No. 1 1/4. Thank you. 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 175. 175 and 200. 200 and 2 1/4. A 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, it's on the floor. 2 1/4 and selling. At 2 1/2 and 75. 275 on the floor. And 300 and 300. 300 and 3 1/4. No, thank you for your help. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. 300 3 1/4. Any more? All in all, then 300 3 1/4. You're back in 3 1/4. She's back in, and now 350. I have 3 1/4 on the floor for the pair. 350 and 375. 375 and 400. They're good ones. I have 375, 400 and 4 1/4. No, thank you for help again. I have 400 now 4 1/4. I have 400 now 4 1/4. I have 400 4 1/4. I'm surprised they're not bringing much more. 6-character mark. I have 400 now 4 1/4. Sold. 400 Emily. Next we have Chinese blue and white porcelain stem bowl. And on that nice stem bowl right there, what's your pleasure on this one?
200.
200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. That has a 4-character mark and it has an old museum label on the bottom. It looks like I have 200 now 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Any more? All in all done. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 on that beautiful footed bowl at 2 1/4 and selling. Any more? It's sold. 2 1/4 Emily. Next we have a pair of Chinese rouleau floor vases with genre scenes. Look at these. That Rob's got. And what's your pleasure on these? Look at these. With the foo dog handles and the children playing. What's your pleasure on all these? Well, we have what? $500 weight instead of 500, 400, 300, 200 on a pair of those beautiful floor vases. $200 wear. Instead 200. Instead 200. 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4, 200 2 1/4. Any more? Last call at 200 for that nice pair of vases. At 200 2 1/4. Any more? It's $200 then. 2410. 2410 is a Chinese female rose porcelain jardiniere with underplate from the estate in Waterville, Maine. And what's your pleasure on this? 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 now 1,100. This rare piece, and $1,000 1,100 from the estate in Waterville, Maine. 1,000 now 1,100, and 1,000 once, 1,000 twice. I went for 1,100. Any more? It's 1,000. 5 auctioneers. Yeah. Next we have. Oh, look at this, a Chinese carved fluorite snuff bottle with rotating core. 19th century. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, look at this. It's fluorite and it has a rotating center. That's interesting. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 60, now 70. Thanks, dear. I have 60, now 70. I have 60, 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. 80, now 90, 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. These are all from the sea captain's house in Searsport. What do we have with you? 100?
I have 100.
100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have $100 only. 1 1/4 if you want it. 1 1/4 anyone. 100 once, twice, and it's $100 Sylvia.
Online bidders.
Online bidder. Next we have another 4 Chinese snuff bottles in various materials. A lovely piece from the estate in Searsport, the Sea Captain's estate. What's your pleasure on all these?
50.
50 I have, and 60, 60, 70, 70, 80, 80, now 90, 90, now 100. This one's a smiling Buddha in stone. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 150, 175, 200. 200 I have, and 2 1/4. This was in Peking glass, 2 fishes. I have 200, now 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. This one's in agate. I have 200, 2 1/4. Any more? 250 and 275. I have 250, now 275. For all of them, I have 250 once, twice, and for 275. It's 250.
Online bidder.
Next we have a carved tiger eye, a gemstone tiger eye snuff bottle, 19th century, from that same estate. What's your pleasure on this one? Very rare, very rare. Tiger eye stone. It's a semi-precious stone. Look at the iridescence in that stone. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? With a nice stopper. Looks like a carnelian stopper. What's your pleasure on that one? A couple $100 where? $100 where? Instead of $100 in that one. I need it's 100. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Any more? 100 once, twice, and 1 1/4. $100 is 78. Next we go to another Chinese carved rose quartz snuff bottle, 18th or 19th century. This one here. What's your pleasure on this one? Very rare one. Rose quartz, a nice early one right here. What's your pleasure on that snuff bottle? Maybe we have a couple $100 instead of in. 200 where instead of 200? Let's do 200, 100 then. Instead of 100. And instead of 100. These are very good snuff bottles. Now we looked at these. Passed away. Next object. Next we have a carved agate snuff bottle with a beast handle, 18th or 19th century. On this one right here. This is a beautiful one in agate. This one. Couple $100 where? 200 where? 100 I have now quarter. I have $100 and 100 quarter, 100, 100 quarter. $100, 100 quarter. Any more? $100, 78. Bets that one again. Next we have another one, a carved Chinese agate snuff bottle with boy and buffalo, 19th century. What's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have, and 275. Oh, that's a killer one. 250 I have, and 275. I have 250 now, 275. Here you go, Rob. I have 250 now, 275, and 300. I have 275 and 3. This is a really good one. I have 250, 275, and now 300. I have 275 with Sylvia, now 3. I have 275 and 3. Any more? 275 once, twice, and 300 if you want it. Any more? 275. Sylvia gets that one.
Online bidder.
Next we have a Korean Celadon bowl. A Joseon Dynasty pale Celadon bowl right there. 2 3/8 by 6 1/8. What's your pleasure on this one?
100.
100 I have, and 1 1/4. I 100 1 1/4, that early bowl. I 100 now 1 1/4. I 100 1 1/4, 100 1 1/4. Any more? At only $100 on that early bowl. Any more? Sold $100.
5 auctioneers.
2418. 2418 is by Winnie Sue Davies, contemporary Hong Kong, women's liberation. And what's your pleasure on this one? Here we have a couple $100 to set it in. $200 where instead of 200 and go. And instead of 100, instead of 100. Nobody wants that? Once, twice, and pass it away. That's a nice painting, no money. Next we have a Thai carving from a section of an ancient tree. It is 39 inches high by 24. Don't lift that one. 39 by 24. Part of the property from the Sally Jesse Raphael estate in upstate New York. What's your pleasure on that? And that great ancient carving, Thai carving. Maybe we have what? A couple $100 to set it in. 200 where instead of 200. And instead 200. Nobody wants that?
250.
250 I have, and 275. It's going to sell 250 and 275. It's not reserved. I 250 and 275 at 250 once, twice, and for two.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, no, maybe.
Let me try 200.
You have 250 or no?
200 now.
200. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4 for that great carving. At 200 now, 2 1/4 anymore. At 200, 2 1/4, going to sell it. Sold $200. Online.
Online bidder.
Next we have a Nepalese gilt and patinaed bronze Vihara figure. Look at that. In bronze with gilding and painted. Lovely piece. What's your pleasure on that?
250.
250, I have in 275. I have 250 and 275, and 275 and 300. I have 275 and now 3. At 275 and 300, 275 and 3. Any more? At 275 with Emily and Live Auctioneers at 275 and 300 if you want it. Any more? It's 275.
Live auctioneers.
Live Auctioneers buys. Next, oh, look at this. A scale model of the Lion Throne of Mandalay, Burma in 22 karat or 24 karat gold. It has adorned with 55 ivory carved lions in each little alcove. And on that right there, what's your pleasure?
500.
500 I have, and now 550 in this magnificent piece. And and it's like, well, I can't see the size. It's like this big, by this big, by this big. I have only 500, now 550.
45 by 37 by 24.
It's 45 inches high by 37 by 24 inches deep, all in gold leaf and beautiful condition from an estate down in Scarborough, Maine. Her husband was involved in Burma back in the old days, and I only have $500, now 550. I have 500, now 550, I'm going to sell it. 500 once, 500 twice, anywhere for 550 in that beautiful gold temple. It's $500.
Online bidders.
Next we have toys. Here we go. You want to come up? Connor's going to sell for a while. You need a mic?
I'm gonna take yours, yeah.
Okay. We're going to do all the toys, and we have license plates still to go. Nope. There you go. There you go. And you're right here.
How about a round of applause for this guy for the long stretch of calling blocks?
I usually go 8 hours, but we got this gentleman in training in case something happens to me.
It's a lovely thought, isn't it?
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah. All right, here we are, 2422, Hubley Cast Iron Horse Reel Fire Wagon Toy. Let's start out the bidding. 250. Looking for 275. 250, looking for 275. 250's now 275. Look at that. Comes with the ladders, horses, wheel still moves. Rob's showing us. Anyone for 275 on this item? Once, twice, sold, 250.
Online bidder.
2423.
This is a good one.
Kaja likes it, so should you. Buddy L Steel Toy Dump Truck. Look at this. It's got a little lever here. Dump this stuff, you know, bring it around. You could use it for the house. Let's start out the bidding here. What's your pleasure?
150.
150. Looking for 175. 150. Now 175. 175. 200. 175 is online. Need 200 for this lovely dump truck working. Look at that. Imagine what you can put in there. Matchsticks. Anything. Buddy L, he says. Anyone for 200? Going once, twice, up, 151. We have one for 200, looking for 225. 200, looking for 225. 2 and a quarter. 250, 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter, looking for 250. Going once, going twice. Anyone for 250? Sold, 250.
2 and a quarter.
I'm sorry, 2 and a quarter, yep,
All right.
online. Okay, here's a fun one. This is a pull along.
This came from the Plunkett estate.
This is from the Plunkett estate, Kaja says. He likes it. And as you pull it, the little horse's legs walk along with it. It's really neat. If we could get if only had Zeb up here, he would give us a whole demonstration. But if I don't knock it off the table, Dave, you can get that?
Right.
Look at that. That's lovely. That's fantastic. All right, I was moving it. Circa 1900 American Wooden Milk Wagon Pull Toy. Let's start out the bidding. What's your pleasure?
You got 100.
Got 100?
Yep.
Okay, 100 looking for 125. Anyone for 125? We have 100 looking for 125 on this working pole toy. 1 and a quarter, 150. 1 and a quarter looking for 150. Any for 150? 150 looking for 175. 150, 175. 175, 200. 175, 2.
No, they're out.
175, 2. You're going once. 175 looking for 200. Anyone? Once? Twice? Last call on the circa 1900 pole wagon toy? Sold. 175.
Online bidder.
Thank you, Bob. All right. Here we are at Noah's Ark. All these little hand-carved animals. German. Noah's Ark toy. Perfect condition even after that. Early 20th century. Let's start out the bidding. 50, looking for 50, looking for 60. 50, 60, looking for 70. 60, now 70. 60, now 70. 70, now 80. There's so many little wooden toys here. 80, 90. 90, 100. 100, 125. 100, looking for 125. Look at all these little animals. 1 1/4, 150. 125, 150. Anyone for 150 on Noah's Ark with how many animals are in there? 10. 10 carved, hand-carved wooden animal fixture. What are we at? 150, is it, Carol? 1 1/4, looking for 150. 125, anyone for 150 on this Noah's Ark with all these wooden carved animals? Once, twice, last call. Sold. 1 1/4. Online. All right, here we are. 2426. Kaja, you want to have a little duel with me?
Yeah.
Rob, do you know how to?
This is before both your times.
Oh, yeah, Gene Autry. I know who he is, though. Yeah, yeah. Was born yesterday. All right, now look at these Gene Autry pistols. 2 different sizes, one earlier than the other. This one opens up, as he's showing, like a clamshell, but both of them have seen some use. They actually use, yeah, this one opens up differently. Isn't that neat? Look at that.
You got 200 open.
200, looking for 225, 2 1/4, 250, 225, need okay, 250, looking for 275, 275, 300, 275, okay, 275, 3. Anyone for $300 on these antique Gene Autry cap guns? 275, looking for 3. 275, looking for $300. Going once, last call, going twice. It's Gene Autry. Sold, 275, online. 377 actually. Yep. Another one. Now this one's cool. I don't know if it's, yeah. All right. Yeah, Buck Rogers. He thinks I don't know what this is, but I do. All right, Buck Rogers, toy ray gun. You got this, Dave? Cock it like this. Back in. Fire. Isn't that pretty sweet? That's pretty cool. All right, let's start the bidding here for this Buck Rogers toy ray gun. 60. 80. Looking for 90. 80, 90, 100. 100, 125. 125, 150. 150. Anyone for 125, 150? Yeah, I know. It doesn't shoot anything. Don't worry, Kaja. 125, 150, 150, 175. 150, looking for 175. Anyone for 175 on this Buck Rogers toy ray gun?
Made by the Daisy Company. They made all the BB guns.
It's the Daisy Company. Yeah, that's right, Kaja. The one that made all the BB guns. 1934. Where are we at there, Sylvia? 150, 175. Anyone for 175 on this Buck Rogers toy ray gun? Have you ever seen a gun cock like that? That's awfully cool. Last call. Going once, twice, sold. 150, live auctioneers. All right, Bob, Dave, you're going to wheel this around for us, guy? So this is a wind-up toy. Anyways, the Mark's 10 Toy Speed Boy 4 delivery motorcycle. It can wind up. That's how they're made. Let's start out the bidding here. 80, 90. 80, looking for 90, looking for 100. 100, looking for 125 on this antique toy. 100, looking for 125. Anyone for 125 on this delivery motorcycle. 10 Toy Speed Boy 4. 100, looking for 125. Anyone for 125. Kaja likes it, so should you. 100, 125. Anyone once? Twice, last call for 125. Up, 151, yep. 125, looking for 150. Anyone for 150? Going once, twice, sold, 151.
Nice buy on that.
Okay, little cast iron toy cannon. As Kaja explained the other day, these could be for your desk or something to get your, someone else's attention that you work with. That would really get their attention. And okay, small cast iron, pretty heavy, honestly. Look at that. You can get that, Dave? Yeah? 50, looking for 60? Look at that. Opens right up with a little shell there. Fire it off. A little string in there. 50, looking for 60. Anyone for $60 on a cast iron toy cannon? Anyone for $60 only on this beautiful cast iron. Wait, what year do you think this was made, huh?
Probably in the 20s.
He thinks Kaja thinks this was made in the 20s. Anyone for $60 only on this cast iron cannon? Going once, going twice, sold.
Live auctioneers.
Okay, here we are, 2430. Patrick's bringing it up, of course, and he was telling me earlier that he used to watch this TV show, Felix the Cat and Ferdinand the Bull. Now, we've seen these online. They go for thousands of dollars. Actually, this exact one right here, we saw it online. But we're only offering, estimating much lower than that. 2 jointed toys to start the bidding. What's your pleasure? 2430. 90. 90 for 100. 90, now 100. 100. This is wood with leather ears. 100 looking for 125. 100 looking for 125. Look at this thing. That's great. 125 looking for 150. 125, now 150. 150, 175. Anyone for 175? 175, 200. 175, 200. Let's wave at the audience. Hello. 175 for 2. Now 200. Anyone for 200 on these antique Felix the Cat and Ferdinand the Bull? You can't find them at this price. 175 looking for 200. Last call. Going once, going twice. Sold. 175. Thank you, Patrick. Okay. 1930s. Hubley cast iron Fido coin bank. Look at that. Whoa, that's heavy duty. That is heavy. All right, we'll start the bidding here. 50. 50 looking for 60. 50, now 60. Anyone for $60 in this cast iron Fido coin bank? Very heavy. Very heavy duty. 60, 60, 70. 60, now 70s. We have 60 live auctioneers looking for $70 only. Look at this cute face. Look at that. Is that not adorable? 50. We're at 60, you said there, Sylvia?
Yes.
60 looking for 70. 60 for 70. Anyone for $70? Going once, twice, sold. $60. Live auctioneers. Okay, 2432. Small early cast iron steel penny banks. Look at these. This seems like something Kaja would own. From the Plunkett estate. All right, let's start out the bidding here. What's your pleasure on this? 20? 20, we'll take 20. Looking for 30. $20 only. 151. Yep, 30. Looking for 40. We have $30 on the floor. Looking for 40. 30, now 40. Anyone for $40 on these early cast iron steel penny banks? All right, going once, going twice. It's a great buy. Sold. 4, 151. $30. Next. 2433. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah, I know it. I know it. I'll help you. Yep, perfect. You know what you're doing, Chris. All right. This is something my father would love to see. Now, this would be great at any home here, but especially around the coast of Maine. Could you imagine having that in your state cabin? This is a 1920 vintage Down East pond model. Great for the wall. 225, 250. 225, now 250 for this vintage Down East pond model. This was made by, I remember seeing it earlier. Oh, nope, doesn't mention that on there. But 225 looking for 250. Anyone for 250 for this beautiful pond model ship? 250. Anyone for 250? Last call. Going once, going twice. Anyone for 250? Sold. 225. Live auctioneers. Thank you, Chris. You should just like slide that right off. Yep. Nice. Oh, here we go. This is beautiful. Yes. Harry Chase Bickford, and he made this in when he was in Northeast Harbor, Maine. It's a coastal schooner, pond model, 1930s. Chase Bickford. Look at the paint on there. I mean, this is in excellent condition. Let's start out the bidding here for 2434. 250, looking for 275. 275, 300. It's in excellent condition. 275, looking for 300 only. You can't find these in an antique shop for that much. 275, looking for 300. It is absolutely beautiful. The sails are in great shape. Has all the staging going up the side. Anyone for 300 only for the schooner pond model. 300, looking for 325. Anyone for 325? Quickly. Got to keep it moving here, folks. Anyone for 325? Last call. Going once, going twice. Sold. 300 online. This is a Schuko toy monkey violinette made in Germany, Deutschland. Aber? Was? Violinist, yes.
You wind him, he plays the violin.
I see it. Yeah, look at that. That's really neat. If you wind him up, he plays the little violin. Isn't that cute? It slides right on there. All right, 2435. Let's start the bidding. Anyone for this lovely toy monkey violinist, Schuko. tin and felt with painted face. We get this working again. Wouldn't that be adorable seeing that play? Anyone? Anyone? Let's pass it along. 2436. An early teddy bear. Jointed tan mohair teddy bear with jewel choker. Look at that. What a cutie. Let's look at little pink paws. Let's start out the bidding here. 50. 50 looking for 60. 60, 70. 60 now, 70. It comes with this cute little choker.
Yep.
60 now, 70. 80. 80 looking for 90. 80, 90. Anyone for $90? 90.
I have 100 bid.
The 100. We have 100. 125. 150. Anyone for 150?
Here.
Okay, 175. 175 too. 175 looking for 200. Anyone for 200 on this lovely teddy bear? 175 going once, going twice. Last call. Sold. 275. I'm sorry, 175. Thank you. 175.
359.
All right, a German hide cover horse toy. Another pole horse toy. Well, look at that. But that's actually hide covered.
Those are around 1880 they're made.
1880. Oh, wow. All right, we'll start out the bidding here. 50, 50, 60.
175.
175, thank you. I like that better. 200. 175 looking for 2. 175 looking for 200 on this German hide-covered horse pull toy. Anyone for $200 on this German hide-covered pull toy? Once, twice, sold. Live auctioneers. It was 175.
Live auctioneers.
Okay, a Roosevelt-style teddy bear. Look,
Early one. I think he has a growler.
Kasha wants to see if it's a growler. He loves the growling
Has a
teddy bear.
growler. Yeah, it has a growler mechanism inside of it. There you go.
All right, a growler mechanism, Roosevelt-style teddy bear. Let's start out the bidding. 50, 50, 60. Anyone for $60? 50 looking for $60 on this Roosevelt-style teddy bear. Vintage jointed.
I got a bid at 60.
60, 60, 70. 60 now 70. Anyone for $70 on this mohair-like plush teddy bear? 60 looking for 70, 70, 70, 80. 70, 80, 80, 90. 80, 90. Anyone for $90?
Quickly.
80, 90 quickly. 80, 90. 90. Anyone for 90? Last call. Once, twice. Sold. $80.
78 buys.
78. Okay, 2439.
Yep.
Homemade cloth pig toy. White pig in flannel it is. Isn't that cute? Look, he's got a little articulation here.
Squeaker.
He's got a squeaker. Kasha wants to see if it squeaks. Oink, oink.
Yeah, it's a squeak toy.
It's a squeaker. That's why it does that. That's great. Start out the bidding.
175.
I'll take that. 175, 200. 175, 200 on this flannel cloth pig toy. 175 looking for 2. Last call. We got to keep it moving. 175 looking for $200. Once, twice, sold. 175. Live auctioneers.
Another great horse. Look at this one.
I think, yep, there you go.
Same family.
Same family as the last one. 1890 German-made horse pull toy. This one still's got a lot of that hair on there. Yeah, that's great. All right, chestnut horse ride. Real chestnut. All right, let's start out the bidding here. What do you guys think of this 1890 German-made horse pull toy? Anyone for, let's say, $50? Anyone for 50? 50 looking for 60. 60, 70, 70, 80, 80, 90, 90, 100, 100, 125, 150, 150, 175, 150 looking for 175 on this German-made horse pull toy. 150 looking for 175. Once, twice, let's call. Sold. Live auctioneers.
Online bidder.
It was online, I apologize. Online bidder. 150. Okay, yep, that's right. This one's a little bigger. Well,
These are all the same period.
this is all the same period. This is 1910 brown wool. Look at that. All right, let's start out the bidding here on this 1910 pull toy.
This is from Sally Jesse Raphael's toy room.
This one's from Sally Jesse Raphael, Kaja says.
She had a toy room.
She had a toy room in her house. Look at this thing. All right, let's start the bidding. Can we get $50? $50 on this 1910 pull toy. Anyone for $50? Pass. Thank you. Go ahead, Bob. Thanks. Okay, 19th century kaleidoscope. Lot 2442. Now this one's really cool. It's got a little wheel on there. Isn't that sweet? All right, let's start the bidding. Let's find my bidder. Anyone? It's a kaleidoscope, so you can't actually see through it, but you know. Let's start out the bidding here. Anyone for $50 on this 19th century kaleidoscope?
It's filled with colored glass.
Yes. Filled with colored glass as you turn the wheel.
Oh, yeah, it works
It's
great.
awfully neat.
Works great.
Anyone for $50? It's really neat. Going once? Anyone? Pass it along. Okay. I thought you were going to ride that in. No? Look at this. This is the original green and red paint on this Doodlebug Speedway pedal car go-kart. Isn't that cute? All right, let's start off the bidding here. 1930s.
3 1/4.
3 1/4, 350. 325, looking for 350 on this Doodlebug Speedway pedal car go-kart. Tell me you didn't want one of these growing up. Anyone for 350? 350 going once. 350 going twice.
No, we have 3 1/4 looking for 3.
I'm looking for, sorry, yes, 325, looking for 350, last call. Sold, online, 325. Thank you.
Online bidder.
Okay, Stife Teddy Bear Collection. Look at all of them.
Wait, are they all going at once?
This one is a 7-piece set. Yes, it is. This is a 7-piece. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, this 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7. Yep. All right, so I'm surprised that Kaja would just pass this up because this is a Coca-Cola teddy bear right here. That seems right up his alley. 7 of these teddy bears. Can you get all those in the picture? Look at that. This one's got a little wagon like a train car. That looks like it's G-scale. So if you like G-scale trains, you can have a little teddy bear going around with your train. All right, we'll start the bidding here for this Stife teddy bear collection. 7 pieces. Anyone? For starting at $250. Anyone starting at $250? Looking for $250.
I got a bid. 250.
$250. $275. $250. Looking for $275. It's got the Coca-Cola bear.
No money for those.
Who doesn't love that? $250. Looking for $275 only on a collection of 7 bears. Last call. Going once. Going twice. Sold. $250.
313.
$313. Got a G-scale train, I hope. Okay. Raja Jungle Tiger, 45 by Stife, Germany. So it's Stife plus Tiger Cub. Okay, well, boy, soft. Little tail here.
He's got the label on it.
He's a cutie. Let's start the bidding. 50, looking for 60. Look, if you can get that in there, he's got his original little label on there. 50, looking for $60. 60, 70. 60, 70, oh, sorry, 70, 80. 70, looking for $80.
Never been used.
70, looking for 80. Never been used, has the original tag. 80, 80, 90. He's got his little whiskers on there, if you can capture that, Dave. You say 80 there, Emily? Yes. 80, looking for 90. 80, 90. Boy, those are cool little whiskers. 80, 90 is in perfect condition. Seems like it's brand new. 80, 90. Anyone for $90? Going once, going twice. Sold, $80. Oh, so she got me. She got me right there, right in the middle of it. 90 with online. 90 looking for 100. 100 looking for 125. 100 looking for 125. Anyone for 125? 1 1/4, 150. 125, 150. Looks like it's never been used. 125, 150. Has a tag on it still. 125, 150. Last call. Once, twice. Anyone else? Sold. 125. Online.
Online bidder.
This is one of the rarest, earliest dolls.
So we're about to go into our doll collection now. And as you'll see in all these dolls, they have amazing, amazing dresses. Like such fine quality dresses. Some in silk and others. This is one of the rarest we have in the collection right here. It's a carved and painted period Queen Anne doll, and you can see these little tiny wooden arms on her, and it's in amazing condition for its
All
age.
the dolls came out of a house in all these first dolls came out of an estate in Brunswick.
As Kaja's told me, all of these first few dolls are coming from an estate in Brunswick, Maine. So it's carved and painted with an original quilted, polished crown, bound bell shaped skirt. Let's start out the bidding. $650, looking for $675. I'm sorry, yes, 7, looking for $750. 750, 800, looking for 850, 890, I'm sorry, 900, 950,
950,
1,000,
1,000,
1100,
11,
12,
12,
13,
13,
13, looking for 14,
14,
15,
15,
16,
16,
16, 17,
17,
18,
18,
1800, looking for 1900, 19, look, 2000,
2000,
2100,
21,
21, 2200. Anyone for 2200? 2100, looking for 2200 on this rare carved and painted period Queen Anne doll. 2100, looking for 22.
Blown glass eyes.
Blown glass eyes. Look at that.
Won't find another one.
2100, looking for 2200. Like I say, Kaja likes it, so should you. 2100, 22. Anyone for 22? Last call. 22, 2300. Anyone? Phone out? 22, looking for 2300. Anyone for 2300 on this rare carved and painted period Queen Anne doll? 22, looking for 23. Last call. Going once, going twice. Sold. 2200. Live auctioneers. That was a good one. Now this French fashion doll, I was checking. We got a lot of condition reports on this doll, and I've seen this one before. This is an amazing quality dress here, and is it? It looks like the right doll there, Carter.
That's the right number?
That's the right one.
Okay. There's a couple of French fashion dolls. The other one's smaller.
We have a few French fashion dolls, so we got a little confused there. But this is the right one. This is an incredible condition. Got a few condition reports out of this one. Same family. Let's start out the bidding here for this French fashion doll.
150,
150, 175. 150, looking for 175. Anyone for 175 on this French fashion doll? That's a steal. Anyone for 175? They put a bid down for this French fashion doll. Amazing dress. Everything's a great quality. Look at the hat, the hair. Anyone for 175? Okay. We're going to sell at 150. Sold. Live auctioneers.
This is either, I think this is a Brew or a Jamo. I can't remember.
Kaja thinks this is either a Brew or
it's a
Jamo.
Jamo. It's a Jamo.
It's a Jamo, and it's a bisque head doll. Blonde curls. Another one in great condition. Look at this dress. That's lovely. Little leather boots on her. Probably real leather boots. Same family. Let's start out the bidding. 1700, looking for 1800. 17, looking for 18. Anyone for 1800 on this French bisque head doll with blonde curls? 17, looking for $1,800. 1800. Going once. Anyone for 18? Going twice. Last call. Sold. 1700 online. That was a nice one. Here's a French fashion doll.
That's a real early French.
And here's another one with an amazing dress. That's a cute little shoe. These are real leather shoes. Look at that. French fashion doll in a black dress. And this, look at how long it spans out here. It's all weaved together. Let's start out the bidding here on this French fashion doll. 657. 650 looking for 700. 650 looking for 750. 700 looking for 750. It's got a little shoe here. 700, 750, 800. 750 looking for 8. Anyone for 800 on this French fashion doll in a black dress?
She's in a morning gown.
It's a morning gown. Yes, it is. Yep. You said, I'm sorry, 750 did you say? 750 looking for 800. 750 looking for 8. Anyone for 800 on this French fashion doll? Last call. Once, twice, sold. 750 online.
Online bidder.
Thank you. Now another Jamo doll.
No, that's a Brew.
It
Oh,
does.
Jamo. Oh, we have 2 Jamos. Wow. I think there's a Brew in here somewhere. Sorry.
Okay, with a bonnet. Isn't that adorable? Wow.
Next.
Little porcelain leg. Let's start the bidding here. 11 looking for 12. 1100 looking for 1200 on this Jamo ball bonnet. Thank you. 12, 1300. 13 I heard online first. 13 looking for 14. 1300 with online looking for 1400.
It's with Carol at 13.
It's it with Carol. Yes, with Carol at 1300. Anyone for 1400 on this Jamo doll with bonnet? 1300 going once, going twice. Anyone for 14?
15,
1500 with live auctioneers. 16. 16 looking for 17, 18. Anyone for 1800? I'm sorry. The 18 looking for 19.
19.
19, 2,000. 1,900 with live auctioneers looking for 2,000. 2,100. 21, 22. 2,100 looking for 2,200. That's Jamo Dahl with bonnet. 22 looking for 23, 24. Anyone for 2,400? 2,300 looking for 2,400. 2,400, 25.
25.
Going 250 now? 2,750. 2,500 looking for 2,750. 2,500 looking for 2,750. 3,000. 3,000, 3,250. 3,000 looking for 3,250 on this Jamo Dahl with bonnet. We got to keep going, folks. Get your bids in. Water's warm. You said 3,000, Emily, looking for 3,250. 3,000 looking for 3,250. Last call once, twice. Sold. 3,000. Live auctioneers.
Live auctioneers.
I like how you're doing the writing. Okay. 2451. German French Bisque Head Dolls. Let's try Stan. You want to hold one of those up for me, pal?
The rare one's the boy doll.
The rare one is the boy doll, as Kaja tells us. Let's see, 1930.
Wait, that's the wrong date.
The wrong lot, yep. Backtrack, reboot. We just rewinded. That's also the wrong.
He's the big one.
Here's the big one, there's two more.
I couldn't figure out the other ones.
Okay, so we have the big one here. There's also two smaller doll with this set, 3 total. German French Bisque Head dolls. We're on 1930. Let's start out the bidding. He's got amazing hair, excellent condition. Another incredible dress. Try getting a real dress like that at a store. Imagine how much that would cost. All right, let's start out the bidding here.
50.
50, looking for 60. $50 only. Well, that's low. 50 looking for 60. Kaja said you couldn't get the hat for that. 50 looking for 60. $60. Anyone for $60 for this German French Bisque Head dolls. Anyone for $60. Last call. Got to move on, folks. Going once, going twice. 60. 60 looking for 70. 70, 80. Anyone for 80? You have $70 live auctioneers looking for 80. Let's call for 80. Looking for 80. Going once.
That's for all $3.
That's for 3 dolls. You haven't paid for one of them yet. $70 looking for 80. Last call once, twice. Sold. Oh, I sold it.
90.
Keep going.
Keep going. 90. Live auctioneers. 90 looking for 100. We have 90 looking for 100. Anyone for $100 in this German French Bisque Head dolls? No money. 90 looking for 100. Going once, going twice. $90 sold. Live auctioneers.
Live auctioneers.
2452. Getting a new wire for this thing. Antique German Bisque Head dolls. Got the right ones. Oh, they do that? Oh, go ahead, Bob. Show them, Bob. So Bob's showing how they open. I don't think Bob likes it. All right, antique German Bisque Head dolls. Let's start out the bidding here. Late 19th century.
They're called Dream Baby Dolls.
Dream Baby Dolls by Armand Marseille. Start out the bidding. 50. 50 looking for 60. $50 only looking for 60 for these 2 dolls. 60, we 70. 60, 70. 60 now $70. 60 looking for 70. Anyone for $70 on these antique German Bisque Head dolls? 70, 80. 70 looking for 80. Anyone for $80? $70 looking for 80. Last call. $70 going once, going twice. Sold. $70 online. 2453.
That's the one.
This is the one with the rare boy doll here. Vintage Bisque Head dolls. Seemingly German. So this is the rare one, as Kaja was pointing out.
Hard to find the boy dolls.
Look at that. Hard to find the boy dolls, Kaja says. All right. Let's start out the bidding here.
50.
50. 50 looking for 60. $50 only looking for $60. There's 3 of them. And we have a rare boy doll right here. I don't know how we can give away for $50 only.
Way under the money.
For 3 Bisque Head dolls. Anyone for $60? This rare boy doll alone is a steal for $50. Let alone 200 or 300 is the estimate. Anyone for $60 on the set of 3 Bisque Head dolls. Last call. Going once, going twice. Sold. $50.
Live auctioneers.
Okay. 2454. Parenting, oh, here we go. The Cupid dolls. Those are really popular these days. Those are blowing up. Look at those. Noah likes them.
I love them.
Noah loves them, actually. Look at this. Cupid.
These are important because they have the original labels on them.
Wow.
On the front.
As
Boy,
you can
boy,
see in the
boy.
image right here, as Dave's pointing out, or Dave's zooming in on, that has the actual Cupid labels on here. Let's start out the bidding. 275, 3. Looking for 300. 275, looking for 3. Anyone for $300 on these Cupid dolls? These are antique Cupid dolls. Can't find them like this. 275, looking for 3. 300 going. 275 going once. Going twice. Anyone for 300? Last call. Sold. 275 to online. Yep. Good job.
All the next group is from the Plunkett estate.
Okay, the next groups are from the Plunkett estate. 2455. Large, late 19th century dolls. Look at that porcelain head. Oh, Jenny Lind. You can tell it's Jenny Lind by that hairstyle. That pulled back hairstyle is what makes it a Jenny Lind doll style. All right, well, let's start out the bidding here for these. 1 1/4, look, 150, 125, 150. It went for 150 for this Jenny Lind style doll. 125 is 2 dolls. 125, 150. He went for 150. 2 large late 19th century dolls for only $150. Anyone for 150? Last call. Once, twice, sold. 125. Live auctioneers. Need 2, 4, 5, 6. We have 5 small late 19th century dolls. Another boy doll. I can't.
What's rare about these?
What's rare about these,
little
Kaja?
dolls like this are used for, they're called dollhouse dolls, so they could play in the real dollhouses.
Dollhouse dolls to play in the real dollhouse. Probably like that giant dollhouse we sold recently. Yep. Boy, wow, did you hear that? That's amazing. No, I'm just saying, isn't that amazing? Yeah. All right, we'll start the bidding here.
70.
70, looking for 80. 70, now 80. Anyone for $80 on a set of 5 small late 19th century dolls? 70, looking for $80. Anyone for $80? Blue glass eyes. Well, the glass eyes on this one specifically. Look at the blue glass eyes on. Can you get that, Dave? You got it. Blue glass eyes on this one. Anyone? You said $70, Emily?
Yes.
70, looking for 80. Last call. Once, twice, sold. $70. Live auctioneers. Live auctioneers is getting a lot of these. Large German sleep eye bisque head doll in white. So you're going to show them the old sleep eye trick. Look at that. This one's really working well. And look at that on there.
Cameo.
Little cameo right at the top of her dress there. That's awfully neat. Large German sleep eye bisque head doll in white. Let's start the bidding. 90 looking 100 looking for 1/4 150. 100 looking for, I'm sorry, 1/4 looking for 150. 125, 150. Anyone for 150 on this large German sleep eye bisque head doll in amazing condition. 1/4 looking for 150. Last call. Once, twice. Anyone else? Sold. 125 online. 2458. Flat top china head doll in cradle plus shoes. You wouldn't finish the outfit without some shoes. And this is another one of those Jenny Lind dolls. Yep. Look at that little rocker. Let's start out the bidding here. Flat top china head doll and cradle. Look at these shoes. I mean, that completes the outfit right there in my mind. Anyone? Let's start out the bidding here. Anyone for 100? $100? 75? 50? Let's pass that one along. 2459. So one of these is the large compo head, actually. Check this out. And they made these as a more durable alternative to the bisque head and the porcelain head dolls. So here we have a composition head dolls, 2 of them, and 1 compo head doll. Let's start the bidding here.
1/4.
125, 150. 125 looking for 150. Anyone for 150? 125, 150. Anyone? Anyone else? Last call. We have to move on, folks. 125 once, twice, sold. Live auctioneers. Okay, another Jenny Lind. Somebody, is this still the Plunkett?
Yeah.
Plunkett, they like Jenny Lind. They like Jenny Lind.
All these dolls.
Big fan of Jenny Lind. 18 inches tall, pale pink cotton dress. Look at the little rosy cheeks. Isn't that cute? Let's start out the bidding here. 50, 56, 60, 70. $60, now $70. Anyone for $70 only on a Jenny Lind porcelain head doll. $60, $70. These are estimated $300 to $400. That's a steal. Anyone for $70. We're at $60 only. 60, 70. Once, twice. Was that with you, Emily?
Yes. No, she is 60.
I'm sorry, yes. With Carol, $60 sold online. Okay, 2461, 22-inch Jenny Lind. Well, a lot of these Jenny Linds. Looks like Bizet's Opera Carmen. Okay, never appeared in that role though. The costume does. All right, we'll start out the bidding on this.
200.
200, looking for 225. 2, looking for 225. It's got an amazing dress on this one. 200, looking for 225. Look at little sock shoes on here. 200, looking for 225, looking for 225. This Jenny Lind vintage Spanish costume. 1875, around there. 200, 225. Let's call once. Did you say 200? Is that what you said? 200? Let's call once, twice, sold. Live auctioneers, 200. 2462. Another large vintage Jenny Lind doll in oval frame. Well, that one's awfully neat. Look at that. Little embroidery in there. Let's start out the bidding. 1879. 50, 50, 60. 50, now $60. Anyone for $60? Look at the frame. You couldn't buy the frame for $50, let alone $60. Anyone for $60? You get this beautiful, this is all embroidered frame here inside. 50, looking for 60. Anyone for 60? Last call, once, twice. You can't find it like this. Sold, $50 online. 2463. 3 large porcelain head Jenny Lind dolls, around 1850. All roughly 18 inches. Okay, wow, 3 of them. Let's start out the bidding. 175, 2. 175 looking for 200. We have 175 online looking for 200. Anyone for 200 on 3 large porcelain head Jenny Lind dolls? 200, anyone? 175 going once. 200, thank you. 225. 200 looking for 225. Anyone for 225? 200 looking for 225 once, twice. Sold, 200 online. Thank you. 2464. Okay, 28-inch. Another Jenny Lind doll, with this one with blonde hair. Now this was one of the largest ones I've seen of the Jenny Linds. Painted blonde hair, blue-eyed. Let's start out the bidding. 125, 150. 125 looking for 150. Anyone for 150? 125, 150. Anyone? Jenny Lind doll. One of the last ones in the collection, I believe. 125, 150. Anyone else? Once? Twice? 125. Live auctioneers. Have you used this thing once?
28-inch.
Another 28-inch porcelain head doll. Let's see this one. Little hat on there. Don't you have a hat like that, Dave? All right, we'll start out the bidding on this one. For 2465, 28-inch porcelain head Jenny Lind doll. 50. $50 looking for 60. 60, 70. 70, 80. 80, 90. 90, 100. 90 looking for $100 in this Jenny Lind doll. Anyone for $100? 90 going once, twice. Last call. Gotta move on. Sold, $90. Live auctioneers. 2466. You got it. Okay. 14-inch late 19th century Jenny Lind dolls. 3 of them. Thank you, Rob. Boy, that one's a nice dress. Like a velvet. No, thank you. I don't think it would fit. It's not my size. All right, let's try 3 of them. Let's start out the bidding here. 80, 90, 80, 90. $80 for 3, a set of 3 Jenny Lind dolls. $80 looking for 90. Anyone for $90 on a set of 3 Jenny Lind dolls? That one has a lovely hat, as Rob is showing us. 80 looking for 90. Anyone for $90? Last call. Once, twice, sold. $80. Live auctioneers. 2467. Here's a period Jenny Lind porcelain head doll. 11 inches on a stand. Let's see this. Look at the gold in her hair here. Boy, that's awfully pretty.
I've seen one like that. Oh, she has a different style of hair, too.
Yeah, Kaj is not familiar with that style of hair there. All right, let's start out the bidding here. 125, 150. 125, looking for 150. Anyone for 150 on this lovely Jenny Lynn porcelain head doll? It's period. It's of the period. 125, 150. Anyone? Once? Twice? You got to keep it moving. 125 once, twice. Sold. Live auctioneers. 2468. Another sleep eye bisque head doll in red. Currently the eyes are very asleep. You can't even see them at the moment. They are not there. They are in the back of the head, can be fixed easily. Okay, let's start the bidding here. 2468, large German sleep eye bisque head doll in red. 50, 50, 60. $50 looking for 60. Anyone for $60 in this large German sleep eye bisque head doll in red. 50, 60, last call, once. This is one of the last dolls here, people. Once, twice. Sold, $50. Yeah, I guess there's still a number of them, aren't there? Live auctioneers.
Bobby.
Here it is, Barbie.
2 Barbies.
Now this is so cool. We did some conditions on this one, and it looked lovely at one time, but many conditions has resulted in us tearing this, looking through each and every garment. But as you can see, there's actually drawers for each thing, and in each drawer there's more outfits. There's even shoes in this drawer here, like a load of different shoes and other hats and things like this. This is a 1962 Barbie doll, Jackie Kennedy Camelot era. Let's start out the bidding. 350, 370, 375. We have 350 looking for 375. Anyone for 375? Look at the case itself. I mean, that's a lovely case in great condition. 350 looking for 375. 375, 400. 375, 400, 425. 400, 425. You have a daughter, a granddaughter, they would love to dress up. They have endless options for outfits. 4 1/4. What, you like this one, Kaylor? That is a Jackie Kennedy. That's very cute. Yes, 4 1/2, 475, 450, 475. 1962 Barbie doll in case. There's 2 Barbies and infinite options for outfits. You said 4 1/2. You said, Carol, 450. Looking for 475. Anyone for 475 on this 1962 Barbie dolls in case? Can't find it for that price. Last call. Once, twice, sold. 450 online. What's that? You want some help here? Yes, 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 yes. Do, 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 do. That is a really cool set.
Next is 2 bags of doll clothes.
2 bags of doll clothes. 2470. 2470. Okay, okay. So there's 2 bags of doll clothing for 24-inch dolls. Let's start out the bidding. 2470. Let's open up, how about $50? Anyone for $50 for 2 bags of doll clothing? 50, 30. Anyone for 30? 20? Let's pass that along. 2471. Here's a large tray of tiny dolls, mostly bisque. We bringing that one up? No? Okay. Okay, plus there's also accessories included. Let's start out the bidding.
70.
I heard 150, 150, 175, 150, 175. Anyone for 175 for this large set of tiny dolls and mostly bisque? 150, 175 going once, twice. Last call. Got to keep moving. Sold. 150 online. 2472. Approximately 50 pieces of dollhouse furniture. If you have a large dollhouse, if you were in our last auction and you bought that huge dollhouse, this is for you. 50 pieces. 2472. Let's start out the bidding.
80.
80, 90. 80 looking for 90. $80 looking for $90. And this 90 looking for 100. 100 looking for 125. 100 looking for 1 1/4. Looking for, thank you, 175. 150 looking for 1, thank you, 200. 175, 2. 175 looking for 2. Anyone for $200? 50 pieces. 175 looking for 2. Last call. Once, twice. Was it you, Carol? 175 sold online. 2473. Here is some awfully neat vintage doll-sized sideboards china cabinets. This real wood.
These are all from the turn of the century, and they belong from Doris Buffett's estate.
Turn of the century and from the Doris Buffett estate. All wooden cabinets. That's really neat. All right, let's start out the bidding. 50, 60. 50, now 60. Anyone for $60 on this set of 5 doll-sized sideboards and china cabinets? 50, looking for only $60. They're all wood. 50, looking for 60. Anyone for $60 only? Last call. We got to move on. Once, twice. I hate to say. Thank you. 60. I'd hate to sell it that low. 60, looking for 70. Anyone for $70? $70 for this set of 5 sideboards and china cabinets. 60, 70, last call. Once, twice. Sold online. 60. See how I did it. 2474. 4 pieces. Vintage doll-sized furniture. All right. Wow. Look at that. Look at that little, what do you call that? Chaise lounge? Yeah, that's what I thought.
As an organ?
And an organ? That's great. And look at the chair. That's fantastic. Desk. Yeah, I know. All right, let's start out the bidding here. Anyone for 4 pieces of this vintage doll set. You got a desk, a chair, a chaise lounge, and an organ. You got all the furniture for your house. Anyone? Anyone interested in this? Last call? We'll pass that along. 2475. Vintage doll beds. Those are great quality wood. 3 of them. Let's start out the bidding. There's a large doll bed with turn spindles. And there's also a bunk bed. Look at that. Let's start out the bidding here. How about $50? Anyone for $50 on this lovely set of 3 vintage doll beds? No? All right, pass it along. 2476. Got a lot of stuff. Got to keep it moving. 12 vintage doll-sized dining tables and chairs. 12 of them. Look, there's even a wicker chair in there. Let's start out the bidding. Look at this amazing dining table and chairs for dolls made out of wood. Anyone for, say, $100? Do we have 100? 50? Anyone for want to open up at $50 for a set of 12? Nope, pass it along. 2477. Vintage doll-sized dressers. 4 of them. Collection of 4 wooden chests. Look at that. These are incredible. All these are made out of wood. It's unbelievable. Let's start out the bidding here. Anyone interested in this lovely 4-piece vintage doll-sized dressers? Nope. Pass it along. Not a lot of people interested in the dressers and the other furniture for dolls. All right. 37 mixed media figurines and miniatures. 19th and 20th century.
Oh, there's some good stuff in there. It's from Plunkett.
Kaja says there's some good stuff in there. It's from Plunkett. All right, let's start out the bidding. Anyone want to open up at, say, $60? Anyone for $60? Want to open up at $50? Anyone for $50 on a 37-piece set? Mixed media figures and miniatures. Anyone for $50?
It's a good group.
It's a great group, Kaja says. You're missing out. Wake up. Water's warm. Jump in. All right, pass it along. All right.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Get the glasses untangled. Here we go. Here we go on the on the car items. And right now we have an early Studebaker 8-day car watch. These would screw into the dashboard so you could take them with you or leave them in the car. What's your pleasure in that watch?
70.
70, I have now 80, 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90, and 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100. They're hard to find because people stole them. I have 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. Now 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter anymore. All in all done at $100, 100 a quarter. At $100, 100 a quarter. Any more? Sold, $100.
Live auctioneers.
Live auctioneers. And now we're going into this private collection of license plates. A private collection of antique license plates from one family in Massachusetts. The father was a long-time Mercedes dealer and collected these plates. And on these right now, we have the antique California red license plate, 1914. What's your pleasure on that?
175.
175 and now 200. I have 175 and now 2 and 175 and 2 on their rare license plate in California. I have only 175 and 200. I have 175 and 2 and 175 and 2 anymore. And only 175 and 200. Well, then all that 175 and 200 anymore. Carol, 175 then.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we have 5 enamel plates from various states, circa 1910. What's your pleasure on all the plates right there?
2 1/4.
2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 75. I have 250 and 275 on the floor and 300. I have 275 is on the floor and 300 now. I have 275 and 3 and 275 is on the floor and 300. I have 275 is on the floor and 300 if you want 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 3 1/4 on the floor and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 3 1/4 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and selling. It's 3 1/4 on the floor and 3 1/2 anymore. 3 1/4 on the floor once, twice, aim for 3 1/2. 3 1/4 number 88. 3 1/4 number 88. 2482, moving right along here. We have three Pennsylvania plates, 1914 and 15. What's your pleasure on those? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60. They have their interesting shield mounted to them. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. At only $50 and 60 if you want them. 60's on the floor and 70 now. I have 60 and 70. I have 60's on the floor, go 70. I have 60, go 70 anymore. 60's on the floor and selling once, twice. It's only $20 a plate. Any more than $60. Once, twice, and $60 to $188. $60 to $188. Look at this one. A rare plate right here. We believe this was to fit on the front of a curved front Stanley steamer, possibly. A rare early porcelain enamel plate, 1909. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 550 having 600. 600 on the floor and 650. 6 1/2 and 700. 7 on the floor and 750. I have 700 on the floor and 750. A beautiful rare plate. I have 700 now 750. It's 700 once, twice, in for 750. 750, 800 on the floor, and now 850. It's 800s on the floor, 850, now 900. 900 I have on the floor, now 950. I have 900 on the floor, 950, now 1,000. I have 1,000 on the floor, now 1,100. I have 1,000 on the floor, now 1,100 if you want it. I have 1,000, now 1,100, 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, and that rare plate, and he went for 1,100. Sold, $1,000 to $188. $1,000 to $188. Did it go on a Stanley steamer?
We'll talk about that. I have all the information on it. I have the registrant, where they lived, all of that.
Oh, that's great. All right, so now we have 3 plates from, where are these? New Jersey. We have 3 New Jersey plates. What's your pleasure on these? 1915.
150.
150 and 175. I have 150 now 175. I have 150 now 175, 150, 175 for all 3. I have 150 and 75. Any more? At only 150, 175 on the New Jersey, 175 and 200. 200 I have them 2 1/4. Seems reasonable. I have 200 now 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4 on the New Jersey plates. At 200 2 1/4. Any more? At 200 once, 200 twice, and 2 1/4 if you want them. Any more? 200 Emily.
Live auctioneer.
Next we have 5 vintage Massachusetts Lexington bicycle license plates. I can't imagine you had to have a license plate in Lexington, Massachusetts to ride a bicycle. What's your pleasure on those?
50.
50 having 60 now. I've got to be rare as anything. I have 50 now 60 and 60 now 70. I have 60 with Carol now 70 on the bicycle. 70 now 80 on the bike license plate. 70 now 80, 80 now 90. 80 now 90, 80 now 90. At 80 once, 80 twice, and for 90, 90 now 100. And 90 now 100 for the group. 100 I have now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4 if you want them. I have 100 now 1/4, 100 now 1/4. Any more? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 and 75 with Carol at 150, now 175. At 150 and 75. Any more? 150 once, twice, and 175. It's 150 then.
Online bidder.
Online bidder. Next we have 4 Connecticut enamel license plates, 1915 and 16. Oh, look at that yellow one. That's a great color. And what's your pleasure on these? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2 on the floor, all over the place, 175, all over the place. At 175, 200, 200 on the floor, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 75, 75, 300, 300, 3 1/4. No, I have 300 on the floor, and 3 1/4 over there, and now 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. A 3 1/2 is on the floor and 375. I have 350 and 375. I have 350 is on the floor and 375 if you want it. At 350 once, twice, in for 375. It's on the floor, make no mistake, at 350. Yours, sir, 350, 188. Oh, look at these. Oh, those are nice. So now we have 4 Massachusetts automobile registered license plates from 1904 to 1907. And what's your pleasure on those?
1,100.
1,100. How much? 1,400 I have in 15. 1,500 I have in 16 and 17 and 18 and 19. All over the place. 19, 2,000, 2,100, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. No, she's out. I have 2,700, now 2,800. I have 2,700 on the floor, now 28. At 2,728 if you want to. At 2,700 once, 27 twice, and even 2,800. Yours, sir. 2,700, 188. And next we have 4 Massachusetts license plates. Oh no, we did those. We have 4, yeah, we do. 4 Massachusetts license plates. 2488 is the next lot. And what's your pleasure on these?
70.
70, I have now 80. I have 70, now 80. This one's near mint. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. 80 I have on the floor, now 90. 90, now 100. 100 I have now a quarter. I have 100 on the floor, and now a quarter. I have 100 on the floor, now 1 1/4. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 1 1/2. 175, one of you. I have 1 1/2 on the floor, now 175. 150 is on the floor, 175 anymore. And 150 is on the left, and 175. So 150 to number 88. Next we have 4 early U.S. license plates, Minnesota and Connecticut, 1918, 1920. What's your pleasure on all these? What's your pleasure on all these early license plates? Maybe we have $50 where? 50 where, send a bit $50 and go. 50 I have in 60 now. I have 50 on the floor and 60. 50 once, twice, and for 60, $50. The number, number 88. $50, 88. 2490 is the next lot. 2490, we have 9 Massachusetts pressed and flat steel license plates from 1916 to 1920. What's your pleasure on these?
200.
200 I have, and now 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 on the back and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 on the floor and 2 1/2. And 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and 275. 275 and 300. And 300. I have 275 and 300. Those 3-digit plates. 300 I have, and 3 1/4 is on the floor, and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. On the floor, 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At 3 1/4 once, twice, and 3 1/2. Yes, sir, 3 1/4. Number 153, 3 1/4. Next, we have 4 Iowa automobile license plates, 1913 to 1918, 2491. What's your pleasure on these?
50.
How much? 50. I have them 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60, 60 on the floor, now 70. I have 60 and 70 from Iowa. 70, now 80. 80 on the floor, now 90. I have 80, now 90, 80, now 90. Seems cheap for those. I'm going to sell them 80 once, 80 twice, even for $90. $80 to number 88. Next, we have 4 New Hampshire automobile enamel license plates, 1917 and 1918. What's your pleasure on these? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275. On the New Hampshire license plates, we have only 250, now 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 once, 250 twice, 275. Carol, 250. Next, we have 5 early automobile license plates, Vermont and Maine, 1913 and 1915. And maybe we have, what, a couple $1,000? 1,100 I have, and 12. I have 12 and 13, all over the place. 13 and 14, 14, 15, 16, 16, 17, 18, 18, 19, 2,000, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 2750, 3,000, 32 and a half, 35, no. I have 3250 with Carol, now 35. I have 3250, now 3,500. I have 3250 and 3,500. At 3250 once, twice, and with the 3,500, make no mistake, it's on Carol now. 3250, Carol.
We have to make an adjustment here, Kaja. It's not pointed towards your face.
No.
It's because it's wrapped around the cord.
I think everybody can hear me, though.
That's better.
Here we go. On another group of, this is 2494. I got to click it forward. Here we go. On the 4 Massachusetts enamel license plate, 1908 to 1910. Those are beauties. What's your pleasure on these?
500.
500. They're in great condition, too. I have 500.
50.
I have 50 and 600. All right, 550 and 600. All right, 550 and 600. 600, sorry, I didn't see you. 600, 650, 700. I have 650, now 700. That's 700 and 750. It's on the floor at 700. On my left, it's 700, now 750. I have 700, now 750 and going to go. 700 once, 700 twice, and for 7.5, it's on the floor at 700 and selling. Any more? 700 to the floor, 153 buys. Now we have a pair of Massachusetts enamel license plates, 1908. 1908, what's your pleasure on these? 60? 60, and now 70, 70, now 80, now 90, 90, now 100, 100, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter anymore. Last call for $100, 100 a quarter. All in, all done at $100, 100 a quarter. We are $100.
Online bidder.
Next we have 5 Massachusetts porcelain enamel plates from 1915. And what's your pleasure on all of these?
80.
80, and now 90. Why is that so big? This must have been for a commercial vehicle, right? Yeah.
Yes, sir, the B.
The B, yeah, that's what I figured. And what's your pleasure? The first time we've ever had these to sell like this quantity.
1 1/4.
1 1/4, 1/2, 1 1/4, 1/2, 1 1/4, 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1/2, 1/2 on the floor, and 175. I have 150 on the left on the floor, and 150 in selling, and 150 once, twice, and for 175. 150 to 153. 150 to 153. We couldn't believe it when we found this stash in this guy's study. They're all wrapped in paper. Anyway, here we go. On 3 Massachusetts license plates, including porcelain enamel 1909, a pair of steel 1916. What's your pleasure on these? Maybe $100 and set them in. 100 where? $50 where? We don't care where they start, only where they end up. Anyone for $50? Nobody wants them?
20.
I'm trying not to hear you.
I know.
I have 20. Well, they got to be sold. They want them sold. 20. And now 30. I 20, now 30, 20, now 30. At 20, 30 anymore? 30 here, now 40. 40, you have now 50. 50, you have now 60. I have 50 once, twice, and for 60. $50 to 88. Moving along. We have a pair of Massachusetts porcelain enamel plates, 1914. What's your pleasure on these? 50, I have them 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60, 70 over here, now 80. 70 on the floor, now 80, 80, now 90. I have 80 with Carol, now 90. Online at 80, now 90. At 80, now 90. 90 on the floor, now 100. 100, now a quarter. I have 100 with Carol online, now a quarter. I have $100 only, 100 a quarter anymore. At $100, 100 a quarter. Once, twice, 1 1/4 with Carol, now 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Nice pair. 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. 125 once, 125 twice. Anyone for 150? 1 1/4, your way, Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have bought $24.99. Is another pair of Massachusetts plates. Here we go. And on those, what's your pleasure on those? 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. A nice pair of Massachusetts, 80, now 90. 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. Seems reasonable for those. I have 90, now 100, 90, now 100. And 90 once, 90 twice. You went for $100 for a nice pair of plates. 1914. And he went for 100. All in, all done. 90.
Online bidder.
Next we have a pair of Massachusetts plates, 1914 again. What's your pleasure on these?
50.
60? 50, and now 60. I have 50, now 60, and 50, now 60. I have 50, now 60, 50, now 60. Any more? All in, all done at $50 and 60 if you want them. All in, all done at $50. Once, twice, and it's $50 Carol.
Online bidder.
Next we have 3 Massachusetts porcelain enamel plates, 1910. Those look like they're in reasonably good shape too. And what's your pleasure on all these?
100.
100 I have, now quarter. I have 100, now 100 a quarter, 100, 100 a quarter. I have 100, 100 a quarter, 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2, and now 175. I have 150, now 175. At 150, now 175, 150 and 75 anymore. Selling at 150 once, twice, and for 175. 150 it is.
Online bidder.
Next we have 2 Massachusetts porcelain plates from 1910. What's your pleasure on these?
50.
50, I have them 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 60, 70, 70 now 80, now 90, 90 now 100. I'm 90 now 100, 90 now 100 for the pair. I'm 90 now 100. Any more? All in, all done at $90, 100 if you want them. Any more? I have 100 out back, and now quarter. I have 100 in the back, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter anymore. 100 once, twice, and 100. 1 1/4. I'm sold them. 1 1/4, 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1/2. 1 1/4, 1/2. One more time. Any more? 1 1/4 once, twice, and 1 1/4 Carol.
Online bidder.
Next, we have 4 Massachusetts license plates. Number 494, a rare one, a 1910 to 1915. And what's your pleasure? 250 I have, and 275. 275 here on the floor. 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, and 375. All over the place. 375, 400, 400 here, 4 1/4 there, 1 1/2 here, 475. Yes, 500. Yes, 550. Yes, 600. Yes, 650. Yes, 700. Yes, 750. Yes, 800. Yes, 850. 850, 900, 900, 950. I have 900 on the floor to my left. I have 900 now, 950. I have 900 now, 950, and 950's on the floor over there. And now 1,000. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 now, 1,100, 1,000, 1,100. 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, in for 1,100. He's back in. And 1,200, 1,200. He's back in. And now 1,300. I have 1,200 now, 13. I have 12 and 13 and 12 and 13 anymore. 1,300, and now 1,400. I have 1,300, 1,400. I have 1,300 once, twice. I went for 1,400. 1,300, 153. Next we go, 4 Massachusetts license plates, 1914. What's your pleasure on all these? 90 I have, and now 100. I have 90 now, 100, 90 now, 100. 90 now, 100, 90 now, 100 anymore. 100 I have now, quarter. I have 100 now, quarter, 100 now, quarter. $100 and 100 quarter, $100, 100 quarter anymore. All in, all done. $100, 100 quarter. Once, twice, $100, 100 quarter. $100 it is.
Live auctioneers.
5 auctioneers, $100. Next we have 2 Massachusetts plates, 1912. What's your pleasure on these? 100 I have, and now quarter. 1 1/4 is on the floor, and 1 1/2. I 1 1/4 on the floor, now 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. And 1 1/2 over here. I saw him first, and 175, and now 200, and now 200. And 175 is on my left, and 200. And 175, 200 over there. I saw the gentleman on the floor first, and 2 1/4 is on the floor on my left. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. And 2 1/2 over here, and 275, new player. And now 300, 300 here, and now 3 1/4, 3 1/4, and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore. At 3 1/4 is on my left, 3 1/2 back in, and now 375. Yes, he's back in, and now 400. At 375 and now 4. At 375 once, twice, and went for 400. 400 I have online, and 4 1/4. No, 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 with Emily now, 4 1/4 anymore. Emily, 400 then.
Live auctioneers.
2506, and they just keep coming. Here we go. 4 Massachusetts porcelain plates, 1914. What's your pleasure on all these? 50, having 60 now. 60 and 70. 70 now, 80 now, 90. 90 now, 100. No. I have 90 now, 100 over here. Now quarter. I have 100 on the floor and 1 1/4. I have 100 on the floor, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. Last call at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. With Carol at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Carol, 1 1/4.
Online bidder.
Next we have 3 Massachusetts porcelain enamel plates, 1913. What's your pleasure on these? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60. These are lovely plates. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 and now 70. 70's on. I have 70 on the floor now, 80. I have 70 now, 80, 70 now, 80. I have 70 now, 80, 70 now, 80 now, 90. 90 on the floor now, 100. I have 100 over here on the floor, and now 1 1/4, 1 1/2. One of you. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2 here on the floor. Now 175. I 150 now, 175. At 150 once, twice in for 175. We all in, all done at 150, 175. 150 it is. Number 88, sorry, 150 to 88. Next we have 2 Massachusetts plates, 1911. On the 1911 plates that Kayla's handling right there. What's your pleasure now? 150 and 175. I have 150, 175, and 150 and 75. I have 150, 175 anymore. At 150 once, 150, 175 here. Is that a yes? 175 and now 200. I have your 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2 anymore. Last call. Yours, 175, number 88. Next we have 3 Massachusetts porcelain enamel license plates, 1912. What's your pleasure on these? 50, having 60, 60 and 70, 70 now 80, now 90, 90 now 100, no. I have 90 now 100 on the floor, now a quarter. I have 100 on the floor, now 1 and a quarter on all those plates. I have 100 now 100 and a quarter anymore. I have $100, 100 and a quarter, 1912, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. I have 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half on the Massachusetts license plates at 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Any more than 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. Carol, 1 and a quarter.
Online bidder.
Next, I have a pair of Massachusetts porcelain license plates, 1909. And on those right there, what's your pleasure on those?
2 and a quarter.
2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half at 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half on the floor and 275. I have 250s on the floor and 275. At 250 and 275 anymore. At 250 once, twice, in for 275. 250 on the floor, number 88, 250 to 88. 3 Massachusetts license plates, 1913. And what's your pleasure on those? What's your pleasure on those?
Look at that number, 393.
393. And what's your pleasure on this? And how much?
90.
90, now 100. I have 90, 100 on the floor, now 1 and a quarter, and 1 and a half. I have 1 and a quarters on the floor, need 1 and a half, and 175, and 200. And 175 is on the floor, 200, and 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter on the left, and 2 and a half. At 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. Any more? All in all, then 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, 2 and a half over here, and 275, yes, and 300 now. And 300, and 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half anymore. 350 is back in, and 75. Yes, he's back in. And now 400. Now 375 and now 4. All in all, then 375 and 4. Yours, 375 to 88. 375, number 88 buys. Next, we have a pair of Massachusetts porcelain plates, 1911. 1911, what's your pleasure on the pair of those? 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, and 70, now 80 on the porcelain plates from Massachusetts. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. At 71, 70, 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90, 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. 90, now 100. Any more? All in, all done. $90 once, $90 twice, and 100 I have now a quarter. 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half anymore. At 1 and a quarter once, 1 and a quarter twice, in for 150. All in, all done, 125. Any more? Sold, Carol, 125.
Online bidder.
Next, we have a pair of Massachusetts plates. How about that? 1911. 1911. What's your pleasure on these? 150. Have now 175. I have 150, now 175, and 150 and 75 on the pair of Massachusetts plates. I have 150, now 175. And 150 once, twice, in for 175 on that nice pair of plates. And he went for 175. We all in, all done at 150, 175. Carol, 150.
Online bidder.
And the last pair, last plates of the day, 2514, 4 Massachusetts license plates from 1911. What's your pleasure on these? 90. I have now 100. I have 90 now, 100, 90 now, 100. And 90 now, 100, 90 now, 100. And 100 I have on the floor, now 1 and a quarter. I have 100 on the floor, now 1 and a quarter. I have 100 now, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half. I have 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half on the floor, now 175. I have 150 on the floor, 175. I have 150 now, 175. And 150 once, 150 twice, and for 175, all 175 and 200. And with 200 on the floor, now 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. At 200, 2 and a quarter anymore. 200 once, 200 twice, it's on the floor, and 2 and a quarter anymore. $200 and 153. $200 and 153. Thank you all to all the bidders today. Another day tomorrow.